help with the tweet. Maybe Tim, if you've got control of the main, I will flip it over to you. And everyone, that's Malcolm Nance. He's a great guy. He's fighting the fight. He put his money where his mouth is. He could be in Cabo or the Bahamas having a margarita or a Mai Lai or a Mai Tai or whatever they're called. Wait, one is a massacre, one is a drink. My apologies. Mai Tai. I think it's Mai Tai. Whatever. It's a tropical drink. He could be drinking that, but he's not. He's in Ukraine fighting and helping Ukrainians fight for themselves, which is great. Oh, I sent you the picture. Yeah, I mean, the picture's in the nest. I sent it out to a few people. Pretty much looks like a hole to me. Now, what could make a hole? A taco? Ooh, truck bomb? Or a missile? That's me. But hey, I don't possess knowledge or the ability to critically analyze and think that you do not. So I'll leave that up to you. Um, I'll wait for that message from our friend. And yeah, no, it's great. He can send me that. I'm waiting for him to send me that link. We'll put it up. You want to buy one compass for $40? Do it. Trust me, it makes a difference. We've done this before. He was here once. We didn't even have the funding up, and he still, I think people sent $5,000 within about half an hour to this thing, and they need this stuff. They're fighting the fight, and they're doing great work for Ukraine. So please do consider if you can. And we will keep talking. I think I'd like to see the conversation go in the realm of what are the impacts of the bridge being hit. Not so much the nitty gritty as people have been talking about here. I think we're all mature enough. We can have our disagreements. I don't agree that it was a special force operation. I think it would be great if it was. I just don't think it. I don't think it's worth the risk to the operators to do that. And but at the end of the day, it's a message being sent. The message is loud and clear. I'm sure Putin's heard it, whatever or regardless of what his talking heads say on TV. I think we know that they're not to be trusted and they do not make any sense. All right, Joseph and Anda. Tim, are you there, Tim?
I am indeed.
Okay. So will we be able? Do you have the main count up?
No, Axel's got that.
Okay.
He's up, but he's sick, same as yesterday. So
we'll give him our regards. No, don't worry. I have access to it too. I can post it. It's just that I like whoever does the posting. I like having it in the same, how do you call it, the style of writing, so that it looks consistent. But I'll put it up if I have to. This is great. And let's go over who had their hands up. And Joseph and Malcolm hasn't messaged me yet. I apologize. I'll ping him and we'll get that link up. And he'll be on this week a lot, he says, and then we'll do that fundraising for him if we can. It's nice to help out our friends who are doing the Lord's work, some might say.
Yeah, thanks very much, Yehuda. So real quick, Anda, I just wanted to ask you: is this your first surprise guest crash?
Yes. Oh yeah, you? Okay, ask Anda. Sorry, let me go look at this stuff. I'll be back.
Was the question for me?
Yeah. Like as a co-host, is this the first surprise guest who crashed in?
Yes. Never had that. But then again, I'm just a beginner. I'm in first grade, so.
But it's fun. I think it's great. First off, obviously, Malcolm Nance, amazing to hear him talk about what's going on. I think obviously incredible to hear any insights he can give us. It's obviously the news that he's going to be coming to talk to us with some time on his hands is like fantastic news. Couldn't be happier to hear that. And then just this effort that both Yehuda and Malcolm Nance are arranging is really cool. Like the idea that, right, you're buying a compass. I mean, we've done this with Constantine before, but this is on a much bigger scale, I guess, right? We're buying stuff. Tangible stuff. It's a much more tangible thing. Yehuda, did you want to add anything? Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. No, I just wanted to jump in. Apparently, breaking news, Shoigu and Gerasimov have been removed as defense minister and head of the general staff. Wow.
But they were doing such a good job.
Removed via window or just regular
No.
remove?
Regular removed for now. I mean, is Shoigu gone next on MriyaReport? No idea. We'll have to see, but apparently I just got a text and I just saw something online. Interesting. Sorry, I just wanted to add that. And again, I'm waiting
Oh
for
yeah, no, that's definitely interesting
breaking
news. All right,
news.
Anda, we'll let you go. Go ahead and go to hands. Thanks everyone for being so patient. I know everyone's been waiting so long. Anda, go ahead.
Indeed, we had Lisa with her hand up, and Jeff when Malcolm came. So go ahead, Lisa.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Wow. I'm just speechless. After all of that, I don't know what to say other than that was just fantastic. I had bought one of Malcolm Nance's books, and I mean, they are awesome. But just to hear him talk, and he's just so easygoing and humble, and funny too. And it just, the way he explained everything, it just answered a lot of my questions, little questions that I had here and there in my mind. I think it's great. I'm excited to have him come back again. He said he could come back. And then also, it makes you think about how grateful you are. Like he said, I get to sleep on a pillow. Just the little things in life that matter. And that's what this is all about, our freedoms. And if we can help in any way, just even a little bit, all those little bits add up, and we can provide what they need to win this war. And I believe that they will. And I believe that they will come out on top. And for some reason, this week I was thinking about, I heard that Putin was pretty much hiding in his bunker. And I said to one of my friends, I said, I wonder if he has a window in that bunker. For some reason, that just struck me. And we were both laughing so hard. But anyways, I've pretty much had all my questions answered, and I love it when Yehuda gets really excited about everything. You can just tell the excitement. I think it's great. So I'll just let Jeff go, because I got most of my questions answered. And you guys have a good night. I will probably be popping off of here. So take care, and God bless y'all.
Thank you, Lisa. Very nice to hear from you. Let's go to Jeff.
Hello, everyone. I am going to bite my tongue and not talk about the technical aspects of the attack as per Yehuda asked. And I'm going to shift the discussion in the direction of, so now that we've put a hole in the bridge, what happens next? And I'm sure there are other people who have better understanding of logistics than I do. I will make a couple minor quibbles having to do with questions about the timing. I think we do a lot of overthinking. And I think sometimes things happen not because it's planned for it to happen in a particular way, but it happens because they can. And that it is expedient for things to happen when they can. Just from the standpoint of resource availability, economy of force, and everything else like that. And I think that what happened with this, there was a lucky happenstance. And I think the fact the train got set on fire was, in fact, another happy accident. The whole process of what's happening there is that this was a test run of just seeing whether or not they could hit the Kerch Bridge, and to start, as they did with the Antonovsky Bridge, to start the methodical process of taking it apart one piece at a time. And I don't think they were necessarily worried about trying to do specifically just these lanes or anything else like that. If they're going to hit something, they're going to try to hit it as hard as they can and do as much damage as they can, because that's how they're going to win. They're going to win by crushing the Russian military into powder by whatever means they have with whatever weapons they have available. And I think we're overthink things if we start thinking about nuance. Does that mean that nuance doesn't exist? Well, it does. But I think we can apply that brush far too often than we need to. And that the explanations for some things that are happening are actually far simpler than we make them out to be. So, but let's talk about what happens. At the very least, what we had today is we've had at least a 24-hour interruption of the steady flow of supplies across the bridge into the Kherson province and all of the Russian forces that are arrayed through there. At the same time, and the other thing to keep attention on here is that the Ukrainians, using gimbalers and everything else like that, are tearing the ever-loving crap out of the existing supply depots, communications, and everything else like that. That's well behind the front in Kherson. So there's a lot, even though it seems there's an operational pause with what's happening along the front right now. There's still a lot of battlefield preparation that's going on, and that is going to get amplified, I think, by what happened with the bridge. But I would be very happy to hear other people's take on this. And I'll go ahead and silence my mic and let other people respond.
Tim, you're now co-host. You no longer have to raise your hand. My friend and colleague, Tim.
I'm just very, very polite. Yeah, I mean, Jeff, that's very interesting. I think we have to talk about the logistical impact of this, right? Just in purely in numbers terms. I mean, this is what 35,000 tons of freight crosses this bridge every day. I'm not sure
that's
if
in peacetime.
Both directions.
Yeah, in peacetime,
absolutely.
We're probably looking at least double that now.
Absolutely, and you look at a back of a fag packet calculation in terms of how that translates into military. A division needs about 1,000 tons of supplies a day. Would you say that's roughly accurate?
That I don't have good numbers on. I'd have to dig into that, but that's probably ballpark. But it may be low.
Yeah. So I mean, the figures I have, a division just sitting around smoking and coking, as Malcolm Nance said, needs about 1,000 tons of supplies a day. A division that's actually fighting needs about 4,000 tons of supplies a day. So this is this is essentially a logistics chain that could supply the entire Russian army in the south of in the south of Ukraine, and is supplying the entire Russian army in the south of Ukraine. Because what do we know about the Russian army in logistics and railways? Joseph?
Well, so the one thing I will say, like, first off, I'm stealing Colby's just not connect or just dropped, so he can't correct me. But if I heard Colby correctly, and I mean, this is basically common sense, right? There were two railways and they just lost one, right? So if one's out of order, then that means now they've got one railway, which means they're at 50% capacity more or less. But on top of that, right, if you have two railways, you kind of have a loop going. So you now have a problem of you've only got one line, so you can only go back and forth. So that reduces your capacity even further. So, I mean, it really reduces their capacity somewhere beyond 50% of what it was in terms of getting raw amounts of stuff to Crimea. I don't know how much stuff they're actually bringing through the Kerch Bridge at this point. I would say, if I had to guess, I mean, a decent amount, right? I mean, I've definitely seen videos of stuff going through there. It seems like a pretty major supply artery for them. So I think this has pretty big logistical supply implications, but I don't know if there's anything you had to add there, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, what I was getting at is we know it's a major supply artery because it has to be a major supply artery, because we know that the Russian armed forces are extremely reliant on rail freight, extremely reliant. I can't remember who brought it up, but one of our guest speakers says that the Russian army basically cannot operate further than 50 miles away from a railway. It has to have a railway. They're only one of 2 countries in the world, indeed. Oh, sorry, 3 countries in the world that still operate specialized railway troops for this purpose. The other 2 are Italy and Brazil. Not sure why Italy and Brazil do, but they do. They have this extreme degree of reliance on rail, and they have extremely kind of basic logistical logistical modus operandi. So their freight tends not to be palletized. It's literally blokes hauling things on and off lorries, right, and trains. It's not palletized. It generally doesn't have forklift trucks. It's not mechanized properly. It's not, it's let alone automated. It's very, very basic kind of Cold War era stuff with a lack of standardization and just very, very sloppily run. So we can tell that this railway is significant to them because railways generally are significant to them, and this is the one that goes from Russia to the Kherson AO, right?
Yeah, this is what's powering Kherson. This is also what's powering the front at Zaporizhia as well, and that's actually start looming larger and becoming more key as we start moving ahead over the next few weeks and look at the after their reorganization, refit, and resupply, the current counteroffensive spearheads that Ukraine has active start reactivating and start engaging Russian forces and forcing Russia to commit reserves. And one of the things I remember recently was hearing about the Russians moving a full artillery brigade out of Melitopol, out of that area, over in the direction of Kherson. And that's significant because they don't have a lot of reserve right now. It's used up. They have at least they do not have a lot of reserve that's effective. They have conscripts that they're moving in, but those are just bodies. They don't even have equipment, and they're just in some ways probably just filling out bodies and spaces and trenches that have been emptied over time. So, but they still need that supply, and we've had like I say, we've had a 24-hour interruption, and that means it's 24 hours where that 4,000 tons per division isn't being delivered. And that means they're going to have 24 hours worth of catch up to do over half the rail capacity that they had prior. And that's being generous, half the rail capacity that they had prior to the attack. So that's going to be pretty steep. This is going to significantly, even with they're still running it, this is going to significantly corrode their supply capability. It's going to force them to run more through Melitopol from Donetsk, from Rostov-on-Don, which is very shortly about to turn into the only other major supply point where supplies are flowing into Russian-held Ukraine as well, especially after, so the supply coming in from Savatov and through that way, through the north, that's pretty well cut off at this point because all the communications really are pretty seriously interdicted by Ukrainian artillery. Now, we're not hearing a lot about that because stuff like what Kerch Bridge blowing up, that's going to draw everybody's attention. But that's the reality I think that we're going to start seeing on the ground.
Absolutely. Joseph and Jeff, or indeed anybody in the audience, how is the Russian lorry/truck situation? I haven't looked at recent casualty figures from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. But how savage is that? Because they didn't really have enough to start with. As we've established, they're very, very reliant on rail. They cannot simply switch out rail freight for road freight. They just don't have the bodies. They don't have the vehicles. Do we know how acute their shortage of lorries is?
I can only speak in generalities, but it sucks. It sucks big wind. They're in a very serious world of hurt. I mean, you look at some of these. Think of it this way: look at the vehicles that are carrying troops away from the fight when they're retreating. Half to 2/3 of the vehicles are civilian. Like I remember seeing a shot up column, images of a couple of shot up columns, where only like 1 in 4 of the vehicles was actually a military logistics vehicle. Everything else was commandeered civilian. So I think the answer to your question is that their logistics problems with trucks are critical, or somewhere past critical, and they cannot find ways to get more trucks into play fast enough.
Would you say that that's necessarily, you know, a red flag over their logistics capabilities, right? It's not unusual to commandeer civilian vehicles for logistical purposes. You know, the Royal Navy does this all the time. For example, they press ships into service. Thinking back to the major operations. So I'm using the UK as a frame of reference here because it's my own country.
No,
Thinking back to the time when the British Empire was still a superpower, so before Suez, they were moving tanks around the country using a civilian removals firm, Pickford's, to get the build up for Suez. You know, so I mean, is it really that unusual?
well, it's coordinated. How well coordinated was that? How well coordinated is what the Russians are doing now? And there's ample evidence to the effect that their organization, their actual organization of how they get stuff from their supply depots, where they're at the railheads, to the front lines, is desultory at best. They really don't have any particularly good control over even just what they even have in the inventory. And then, you know, what you're saying about the Royal Navy also begs the question: was the Royal Navy having using civilian transport to move 4,000 tons per division per day? I don't think so. And the nature of the vehicles that are being commandeered, and, you know, they're primary, you know, personal transport. There aren't a lot of trucks, at least not that many, and they certainly aren't very heavy duty. So there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions in there that I think you raise that are really relevant, and I don't have good answers for them. But, you know, the sense that I have, you know, and this is anecdotal, just simply from my hoovering up everything that I can off of Telegram and Twitter and elsewhere, is that their last mile transport, so to speak, getting from the railhead to the actual front line, is in real serious hurt already. And one of the key things that they're going to be losing, that they've lost with the current interruption, is they've lost fuel. They're losing, you know, food and fuel. And, you know, those two things by themselves are going to have a very serious impact on those Russian units' ability to fight.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember being very loudly, very roundly laughed at by my friends when a couple of years ago when I said, "Look, if Russia invades Europe, Russia will run out of diesel in a week." And they said, "But hang on, Russia is basically made of diesel." And I said, "Yeah, but they can't move it around, can they?" You know, imagine being an oil superpower and your troops just over the border in the neighboring country are running out of fuel. That is just embarrassing.
Yeah. So, well, let's. There are a lot of other people who got hands up, so I'm going to go ahead.
Hey, sure.
And pass on. And but I am also extremely fascinated to hear more about what's happening with Shoigu and Gerasimov. So I'll be interested if people have anything to add to that. Thank you very much once again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeff. Absolute pleasure. And speaking of Shoigu and Gerasimov, if we've got any double glazing salesmen in the audience who would like to give some expertise on Windows, please come up and talk about it, because perhaps that's happened. In the meantime, I believe it was Michael first. Thank you, Jeff. It was Michael. Thank you.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
You're good. You're good.
Perfect. That was actually my question about Shoigu and Gerasimov. Do we know what impact that would possibly have on Russian logistics or just general Russian military tactics?
Well, the mistake we could make at this point is to assume that the Russian high command operates in a normal way, right? Something we have been seeing, you know, theoretically, you know, there is a political leadership, there is a defense minister in Shoigu. Don't forget that Shoigu is not a military man. I believe he came up in one of the Soviet industries. as a career party guy, and then he went into administration or something. But he's not a soldier, right? He's defense minister, but he's not a soldier. He is a civilian politician, defense minister. They wear uniforms because Russia. Something we have seen is an enormous degree of dysfunction in the chain of command in Russia. We've seen the Führer bunker scenario where Putin has been completely bypassing his defense establishment, completely bypassing his bureaucracy around defense, and just talking directly to formation and unit commanders in the field. Now, when that starts to happen, it can be a sign of all sorts of things. It can be a sign of incompetent leadership. It can be a sign of desperation. It can be a sign of madness. It can be a sign of dysfunction. But it's very much, it's like that film, Downfall, where Hitler's moving these completely fantastical military units around maps of Germany in his bunker, while the Red Army shells are landing literally, 18 feet above them or whatever it is. So that's the kind of scenario I've got in my head. So we know there's an extreme degree of dysfunction in the Russian chain of command, where the politicians have stopped trusting their bureaucracy to implement their orders. And in many ways, Putin's got a point, right? Because something we discuss a fair bit on the space is, it's the inverted pyramid of bullshit, right? It's the idea that the people at the top cannot trust anything that is being fed up the chain of command to them. And we've seen this from the very bottom to the very top. Like, for example, there was a Twitter thread from I think he was a platoon sergeant or perhaps a junior officer in one of the Russian BTGs, who knew that his battalion tactical group was basically combat ineffective, right? They'd lost like 70-80% of their guys, either dead or captured. And he knew this because he was there commanding. He was in some kind of command position within the battalion tactical group. He went to his BTG CP and saw, notes on the wall that they were reporting up the chain to their superior formation, saying that this unit had, this formation had, 60-70% strength, right? So they were reporting what they knew to be untrue up the chain of command. And this is something that gets amplified. The further up you go, if you think you've got a whole division and you've only got 20% of a division, and you are making strategic and tactical decisions based on an inaccurate assessment, or simply a dishonest assessment of your real troop strength, you cannot prosecute a war on that basis. If you cannot trust the information coming from below you, you cannot prosecute a successful war. It's just impossible, because you don't know, your left arm doesn't know what your right arm's doing. And your head doesn't know how many arms you have, let alone what they're doing. So yeah, there's a degree of dysfunction. I don't want to, all I know at this stage is that Shoigu and Gerasimov have been removed. I don't know if they've been removed through a window, or they've been given a very special cup of tea or whatever, just that they have been removed from their posts. This could mean anything, everything, and nothing. It could be a simple purge. We know Russia likes doing purges. The Soviet Union before them liked doing purges. The Russian Empire before them liked doing purges, where you get a scapegoat for a particular disaster. You hang him out to dry, and you bring up the next guy. It could be a genuine strategic move from Putin. Perhaps he thinks somebody else would do a better job. It could be purely political. Don't know. But what we do know is that there is an extraordinary degree of dysfunction from the very top down to the very bottom in the Russian chain of command. In terms of the direction of the war, my opinion, and I would stress this would be an opinion, is that because of the inverted pyramid of bullshit, it doesn't really matter who's in charge. The dysfunction remains. Nobody's going to get a handle on this. One of my favorite people to quote recently has been General Sir David Petraeus, who was on, I think it was ABC News. He gave an interview to ABC News about a week ago when he was asked flat out, is there anything Russia can do to turn this around? And he said, nope, they've lost. There's nothing they can do. There is no action they can take that will cause them to win in Ukraine now. And he knows a thing or two about fighting, so I'm pretty comfortable with his opinion on this. Does that answer your question, kind of, Michael?
Yes, it does, Tim. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe it was Peter B next. Peter, very good evening to you.
And good evening to you, Tim. I want to thank everyone for participating in this space, this amazing space. Fantastic hosts. Look at these great people that bring you every day, every single day for 229 days now, updates on the war that is happening, the invasion by Russia into Ukraine, the ungodly things that Russia does to a wonderful democracy. And that's what I want to say. Ukraine fights for democracy, for themselves and for all other democracies. They fight for their own sovereignty, and they fight against genocide. One of the other things I wanted to bring up was the amazing amount of time that has been given to a bridge. It's a great bridge. It's a bridge. It's a bridge.
Was.
It was. You're right. It was. It's a bridge. What can we do every day to bring about the victory of a democracy, of the democracy of Ukraine every day? We can speak to the people who represent us if you are in a democracy. That is what we must do.
What we in Africa we are playing is
we have to give time.
Just sorry, Peter. Sorry to interrupt. Just a quick admin point. Alex Wakahi, I see you've just come up. We have a particular etiquette here. If you would like to speak, please stick your hand up. Oh, he's gone. He's gone again. Okay, not to worry. Sorry, Peter B. Carry on.
So we have to participate in our own democracies. We have to write letters, make phone calls, tweet, email, whatever you can do to reach out and touch that other person that represents you in your respective democracy. You know, myself, I live in a federal democratic republic. So I have to reach out to my senator and I have to reach out to my representative. But wherever you are, you have to reach out. That is your duty to Ukraine for democracy. And there are so many things attacking democracy in every single way, in every day that we participate in them. It's insidious, I know, but you have to participate. Statement, Field Marshal Zhukov is not going to show up and save Russia. This is the 9th general that's been in charge of the offensive. Field Marshal Zhukov was Lend-Lease. Field Marshal Zhukov, we democracy gave him the ability through Lend-Lease to succeed for Russia. There is no Field Marshal Zhukov without Lend-Lease. And Lend-Lease was the productive power of America. It really was, because every light bulb was turned out at that point in Europe, every single one, with the exception of England and parts of Spain. Like, it's, come on, read a book. Like, there is no Field Marshal Zhukov without Lend-Lease. And so that's the other reason that Russia will never win. Sorry.
This is a very important point, Peter. You know, people tell a story of you know, there's a popular myth of the overwhelming superiority of the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front during the Second War. I mean, that's only, as you say, that's only half the truth. Their superiority was in materiel. and that material was provided by the Western allies via lenders, right? And in the British Empire's case, via direct supply. This was not any great productive genius emerging on the part of the Soviet Union. No, it was simply Western weapons being supplied in numbers that the Third Reich could not compete with. And the mathematics of war production just became absolutely overwhelming for Germany. And they faced a situation that they could not militarily extract themselves from. And that was the Soviet Union. This is Russia. This is a power that is as a shadow of its former self. And the idea that there's this enormous reserve of energy, energy in the figurative sense that they have, waiting to kick in this war, and it's just absolute bullshit. We've seen this disastrous mobilization they've undertaken. We've seen them raiding museums for equipment. Well, I exaggerate only slightly there. We've seen T-62 tanks captured on the battlefield. That's like going into battle in a Centurion, right? Or an M60 Patton. You get points for style, you get points for panache, but you're not really bringing an effective weapon system onto the battlefield. It's just absolutely crazy. I'll give you another word, please, Peter, and then we'll move on because we've got a few hands.
Well, it's just democracy versus autocracy. Autocracy just feeds itself gobs and gobs and gobs of lies. It's lies on top of lies on top of lies on top of lies. And it'll never stop until it's dismantled. It'll never stop. That is what autocracy is. It's a bunch of lies. Because there's no human being on earth who can manage 100 million people, 40 million people, 150 million people. There's no way. 3 million people, 300 million people. Just one person is in charge of the entirety of that. One person, and then everybody has to kowtow to their word. That's insane. It's crazy. Autocracy cannot and will not ever win. It's not possible. It's a failed system. It cannot win. Anyways, sorry, that's my diatribe. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for participating in democracy. Thank you for giving opinion about what you feel, what you think. Thank you to these wonderful hosts and everyone behind the scenes who make this thing happen every day. I am astounded and so grateful to everyone here. And I want to thank Tim. I want to thank Joseph, Axel, Doman, who's drinking wine somewhere right now. What?
Yep.
Oh my
He's
God.
on our man Doman is
Competitively.
on a competitive wine tasting, which
Oh.
my sports master at school never told me about. There was all rugby and stuff. He never told me about competitive wine tasting. So I feel like he's let me down a bit there. Thank you very much, Peter B. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. I've just had a note from a listener saying that the removal of Shoigu and Gerasimov is rumored. It's not confirmed. Joseph, did we get anything more concrete on that?
I mean, other than Yehuda saying it, I mean, I don't know. Reading between the lines, I'd say I tend to take Yehuda's word on something like that. That it'll probably be confirmed pretty soon. But yeah, beyond that, no, we don't have any kind of like special proof. And well, I got the mic real quick, Tim. I just wanted to mention we do have 2 guest speakers today coming up. We have Alexandra Povoroznik. She's a Ukrainian journalist and professional interpreter. She'll be here at 7 a.m. Eastern time. So that's in about 4 hours. Tim, you ready for that one?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I've my family are going to the theater today, so I should be free for the next few hours. Yeah, I should be here.
Nice, man. And then we also, of course, have Thomas Steiner coming. He's a retired Italian artilleryman, filmmaker, and documentarian. CJ, of course, set that one up. Very excited for that one. Should be a really illuminating discussion for all of us who appreciate CJ's artillery talk. And that'll be at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So that's in about 7 hours from now, New York time, right? So very awesome guests. Really looking forward to today. And that's all I wanted to say. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Yeah, we got the Gerasimov and Shoigu thing we got from Yehuda. I mean, I assume it was Yehuda who removed them with the Jewish space laser, right?
I'm not allowed to say, but read between the lines, Tim.
Oh, now Langley are calling me. Oh, for God's sake, I'm going to have a dressing down there. Anyway, I'm being very silly. Okay, next, I believe, was Fusilier.
Yeah, good day, Tim. How are you?
Fantastic. Welcome.
Many years ago, I had a regimental sergeant major who's sadly gone now, called Bob Broadbent. He was the regimental sergeant major of 3rd Fusiliers in the First Gulf War. And Bob Broadbent had a great saying about if something happens. And he used to say, if your auntie had balls, she'd be your uncle. And I'm mindful of that analogy around if, before I say what I'm about to say. But in all planning, one looks at sort of, worst case, best case contingencies. And if the information, and I do say if the information around Gerasimov and Shoigu turns out to be true, one has to look at, why one would do that. I mean, the Russians have proved inept, but there's a difference between inept and suicidal. And changing your chief of defence staff and your defence minister in the middle of a war is a pretty dramatic thing to do, and one has to ask why you would do that. And the worst case that came to my mind was, and I don't know this, a criminologist will know better than me, but I'm assuming that the Russians control their strategic nuclear forces, with a dual key approach, with checks and balances the whole way down the command chain. And one just wonders whether there is a move from the top of the Kremlin, from Putin himself, to put in place individuals who might be less inclined to challenge him, should that order be made. It's just a thought. But I did ask myself, I think the key question to ask, if it turns out that Gerasimov and Shoigu have been removed, is, why? It's just, I think, too simple to say, they want some fall guys. I think they could find easier fall guys than those two. That's my point. Just interested in what the panel thinks, what this group thinks.
Sure. I mean, it's possible. Again, I'm not somebody who follows Russian politics very closely, so I'm not sure of the exact, shall we say, the exact degree of influence and power within the Kremlin system that Shoigu and Gerasimov have. The mere fact that they're in their positions suggests that they have a great deal, or at least had a great deal. In terms of the nuclear segue, I think we do need to be very guarded about this. I don't know. I mean, it seems fairly clear to me that Russia is nowhere near as powerful a nuclear armed state as it says it is on paper, right? I mean, it's said to have an arsenal of 6,000 warheads, and at the strategic and tactical level, and all of that jazz. We do know a certain number of things about that. One of them is that they've not been producing or importing nearly enough tritium to maintain that stockpile at declared levels. Tritium is very important for the maintenance of nuclear warheads. It is produced, I believe, in one location in Russia, which is Tomsk 7, which is a military-run nuclear reactor. Tritium is a byproduct of nuclear reactors. It only gets produced inside nuclear reactors. It has a very short shelf life, so it has a half-life of 11 years. So you do have to keep producing it constantly. You can't really store it in the long term because it just decays. And Tomsk 7 is a military-run facility. So given what we know about the Russian military's, top to bottom corruption, we can be fairly confident that it's not producing what it says it's producing. And also we have to look at the balance of military priorities in the Russian Federation and how they changed over time. Now, in the 90s, there was a big shrinkage, obviously, as the Soviet Union fell apart. There was a big shrinkage in the Red Army, and strategic rocket forces were subsequently emphasized. So they moved from very large conventional forces to, on paper at least, very large strategic missile forces. That then reversed. I believe it was around 2002. That emphasis then reversed, and they started spending, well, theoretically spending big on conventional forces and de-emphasizing strategic rocket forces. And we know exactly how much good it did them to spend big on conventional forces, because their conventional forces are currently having their asses handed to them on the battlefield, courtesy of our friends in Kiev. So given that strategic rocket forces have been underfunded, it's safe to say that they're, shall we say, not exactly a force to be reckoned with anymore. Supposing they have enough warheads that work. I mean, don't get me wrong, a poorly maintained nuclear warhead will still ruin your afternoon. But it's not going to be this kind of overwhelming Tsar bomber type, terrifying Cold War duck and cover stuff. It'll be a bit of a damp squib. Then there's the question of delivery, right? They've got these old Tupolev Bear bombers. Okay, they've got about 100 of those. Most of them probably don't work. There's no way they're getting through anybody's air defenses. They will be picked up as soon as they'll be picked up straight away. They'll be dealt with straight away by any NATO country, including Ukraine. Yeah,
Tim, that's. I mean, you're absolutely right. Look, the strategic dynamic that brought down the Soviet Union, which was, competition around strategic forces. The introduction of Trident 2D5, Pershing 2, TLAMs, and anti-ballistic missile defense. That dynamic that created a suicide or surrender decision for the Soviet Union is well known, and that strategic dynamic still exists. So I don't expect that the Russians are going to try for a full scale nuclear exchange with the Western powers. But if just bear with me, my conjecture was, if Putin wanted to use a single nuclear weapon as a demonstration, and how he would use it, I'll leave to others to decide, he would still have to follow a dual key chain of command. One imagines that system still exists. And if Shoigu or Gerasimov, who have been in place for, I think, probably the best part of a decade, maybe longer, others can tell, indicated that they'd refuse to do that, then the way to ensure that you could do that would be to remove them and put in place placemen that would do that. That was my conjecture.
Sure. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, I would point you to the downside of any such policy. NATO has made it very, very clear what will happen. We had Ben Wallace earlier in the year coming out and effectively putting Ukraine under a UK nuclear umbrella, and more recently we've had the United States, dropping some pretty big hints of the price of Putin using a weapon of mass destruction in Ukraine, even if it doesn't touch NATO members, which it inevitably would with any fallout. And that price is the complete destruction of the Russian army in Ukraine by conventional means, the complete destruction of at least the Black Sea, the complete blockade and the complete blockade of Russia from a trade perspective. and the demotion of Russia to near permanent pariah status. So the downsides, I mean, are so overwhelming. Putin is many things, but he's not a fool. Maybe he's streamlining his chain of command. I would like to hear somebody who's more fluent on how the Russian nuclear chain of command works than me on that. It's an idea, but frankly, I think the outcome is so vanishingly unlikely that speculation on that is a little redundant, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I mean, he may not be a fool, but his judgment is clearly flawed, and I agree with you. Were he to actually, you take that course of action, it would be, it would rank up there with one of the world's greatest ever errors. But I was just, interested to see what other people think the worst case. One has to look. I always think one has to look for cause. It's a bit like those sort of cop shows where they always say, what's the motive? And I think the motive of Fall Guys is just too simplistic, and quite frankly, there would be easier Fall Guys to take on. Anyway, I'll drop down now, Tim. Thanks again. I'd echo Peter B's point that you guys do a phenomenal job, and even down here in Australia, we, I really enjoy listening to you guys. So thank you, and you are outstanding, fantastic moderator. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fusilier. Pleasure to hear from you. Okay, next up, I believe it was Lise. Lise. I'm in Estonia.
Actually, it is Liz. It is Liz. My name is, my full name is Elizabeth, but I've always gone by Liz, but it's spelled with an S. Therefore, Liz is spelled with an S. But anyway, to start off, I want to say thank you all. I'm so incredibly grateful for my continuing education in all things here, including history, obviously, and certainly military theory and history and tactical matters. And in fact, specifically speaking of that, the opportunity that we have, that somebody like me, who is not from this, this is not anywhere near my world or my field of any of expertise or anything like that. This is war that's being enacted on an entirely different level than what we have all experienced before. Obviously, the tactical stuff is crucial and fascinating, frankly, from a layperson's point of view. But we're also living in a time where, because so many people have access to data, like we're talking about, for instance, the bridge, what did or didn't happen with the bridge, or which techniques did or did not were not employed. The strategy to influence people's thought, like the war strategies, include psychological strategies. And so, speaking of that, I'm so struck by Zelensky's choice, or presumably the Ukrainian, I assume Zelensky's choice, Ukraine's choice to leave an exit strategy with what looks like very precise action on how to strike the bridge, and leaving an exit strategy seems like it seems like a sort of an extra expression of just humanity, which is basically that you have a way out. We're going to give you a way out. This is grace. This is opportunity. This is, it's very, very different than sort of the what I understand is the historical practice of dominance. And this I don't know how to express this properly, but it almost feels as though Ukraine's perspective on fighting the war and their strategic things have been, whenever possible, to be generous, at the same time as they're exercising this sort of zero tolerance for Russia's bullying, like blatant not can't even begin to talk about the war crimes, which are heartbreaking, but still Ukraine responds with this humanity, all of this humanity. And I don't know whether I don't know who trained Zelensky. I understand his history doesn't include a military background. But just watching how this has been unfolding, I'm curious whether or not anyone, this is kind of abstract, but it sort of almost seems as though from a tactical point of view, because if you give people the option to leave a war space and take their families and their loved ones and themselves into someplace safe, and in fact the guarantees, which I believe were broadcast today, it's like, hey, Russian soldiers, if you surrender, we guarantee your safety. And in fact, Zelensky has proved, or Ukraine so far, I think, has proved that that can be trusted, as opposed to being tricked into surrendering, and then you're sort of, well, then you've been lied to, and then you're destroyed. Ukraine instead seems to be going absolutely out of its way to lead by moral example in like, and it to me, like from a person in the distance, it seems to me that this would be an incredibly potent message to give to both, obviously, Ukrainians, but also to Russians. And I wonder, I mean, again, I'm not I'm not a student of history, or certainly not military history, but has anyone ever used sort of humanity as a strategic weapon of war before? I hate to use the term weapon. Has anyone ever employed humanity in like overt humanity in the way that seems to be displayed here in this way before in history?
Anda.
Thank you. I think, Lisa, you touched several interesting and important points. Yes, during history, some leaders showed themselves as having both morals and fortitude. Both military leaders and civilian ones. You touched on how Zelensky is approaching this. I think there are three important aspects. One, he is an actor. He has the training of speaking before masses, so he's not afraid to express himself. Second, he has that backbone that it is needed. And third, he has a great team behind him, which he trusts. And this trust is seen in the way in which he delegates and lets his people work their magic, right? Both in strategy and everything else. He is not like Putin, messing around with everything that the military says. I'm sorry, you had a third topic. I think it was regarding.
Well, I guess my question, like from, I know it's not very specific, it's quite abstract, but because it seems so deliberate, this choice of humanity and morality, I'm wondering whether or not there are precedents. You did mention that people had fortitude and backbone before morality, but yes, he's an actor, but I mean, really good actors don't pretend to feel things. They experience things. They are able to channel human experience.
True, true.
You know, so
You are very true. It is indeed something. Any actor expresses himself through his act, expresses something that is in himself, and this is the exact thing I was trying to say. He is expressing his character and ultimately the Ukrainian character, right? You saw them, all of them, working together, rebuilding as the war is raging, as they have people dying every day. They are rebuilding tracks. Yes, we have had on this space Mr. Commission. Just 3 days ago, he lost 300 people in a bombing. This is not easy. Yes, they are civilians. They are working to support Ukraine, and still they go on. They rebuild. They show their endurance, right? They go into the streets. They open shops. They produce. St. Javelin is produced in Ukraine, as several hundred kilometers further on in Ukraine, um, there is a war. There is bombing. There is bombing all over Ukraine. None of their cities were stopped. So
But
yeah,
they are not stopped by fear. It's as if fear has no power over them.
that's a, I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't want to be dismissive of this opinion of yours, but they all feel fear. There is no such thing as not feeling fear. And when you hear, for example, Oscar, who is from Odessa, who is telling us she can hear the bombs coming, it's not that they don't feel fear. They are prepared to fight for their country. They are overcoming fear.
I very much apologize if I misspoke as far as what I meant. What I meant was, of course, how could anyone not feel fear in this circumstance? What I meant to say is that they are not operating by fear. Like there have been circumstances where people feel afraid. Well, certainly we see many cases with the Russians, for instance, where they make choices that are clearly based on fear. And Ukrainians seem to make choices despite their fear. They seem to be, obviously, this is their daily existence now, and yet it doesn't.
They are a different. They are a different. They are a different nation. They are different.
Of course,
they show. We have a lot of hands. And
yes,
thank you for everything.
No, thank you very much for responding. Thank you so much.
I'd like to jump on this from a military perspective. What you're describing, Liz, is simply the way Western militaries behave, right? You asked, I believe, if there is any other, if there's any other military campaign in history where kind of compassion has been emphasized quite as much, and yeah, the answer is every one waged by a major Western power for the last 50 years, right? This is how we behave, and it goes down to the law of armed conflict, particularly around the international legal system that governs the legal codes, so to speak, and conventions, the laws and usages of war, and it goes down to proportionality. And it goes down to oh shit, I'm having a total mind blank. Proportionality. Charles, remind me what the other one is. My mind's gone totally blank.
I don't know either.
I'm so sorry. There's two concepts where effectively you have to you are obliged under international law for your actions to be proportional to the threat you face. At military necessity, that's the other one. So proportionality, your military actions have to be proportional to the threat you face. So if somebody fires a rifle at you across your border, you're not allowed to nuke them, right? So it has to be proportional to the threat. The other one is military necessity, in that any violent action you take on the battlefield has to be necessary to achieve a stated or understood military goal.
As,
Right?
as in justified.
Yeah, exactly. So it has to be, you can't just blow up that block of flats over there if you don't need to, right? If the enemy are using it as a base of operations, yeah, take it down, knock it down. But if you don't need to, you don't do it. You don't cause needless destruction. You definitely don't cause needless death, right? And these have been the guiding principles for Western militaries. I mean, pretty much since the Second World War. But I will agree that these were often taken less seriously than they were. But they are taken very seriously now. So the way proper Western militaries wage war is in a way that minimizes needless destruction while still achieving military goals. And this is taken extremely seriously. And probably the leader in this is the Israeli Defense Force. They design their tactics very, very specifically to minimize civilian casualties. You think about their practice of knocking, which is something the Israeli Air Force do when they are about to take out an enemy structure in a civilian area, which they do quite a lot. They will fly over beforehand and they will drop inert bombs on all the houses. So the people living in those houses, the civilians living in those houses, will hear a bumpity bump on their roof, and they know to get the hell out because there are rounds incoming, aiming at the nasties du jour, Hamas, PLA, whatever. So on a wider level, Western militaries design entire weapon systems around the need to minimize destruction and the need to minimize civilian casualties, right? You think about our landmines, for instance. They have a sundown on them, so they're not persistent. They will not stay there 50 years later to be fiddled with by a child. They will last for 24 hours or 48 hours, and then they will detonate themselves or otherwise disarm themselves. So to answer your question, you're surprised by the degree of compassion and the degree of caution around destruction from the Ukrainian armed forces. I'm not. It's laudable, but this is simply the way Western armed forces behave. It's what we all do. It's how we do, and it should come to no surprise. And we should expect nothing less from Ukraine because they are part of our community of civilized nations. Does that answer your question, Liz?
Very much so. And in fact, I would say that, I hope that I would hope that this is in fact the ground operating rules. And I think that then this reminds me that, because Anda had said that there was a third question, and which is the fact that Zelensky is making these choices in this circumstance without, as far as I understand, military training. I guess my curiosity at this point is like, how was there, besides any innate sort of vision that he might have personally, and any natural talents he might have as a leader in general, and any personal intuition he might have in the practice of the craft of acting, does he have military training? Like the fact that these things are being employed. Obviously, someone had talked earlier about the fact that he has a team that he trusts, which great leaders let their skilled people do their great thing. But I'm curious whether Zelensky himself has had any guidance in this area, or whether he's probably he's gotten some guidance from the people that he trusts, like sort of from the bottom up, but he's still driving the bus here. So
well, he'll be. Anyway. I mean, he's a head of state of a major European country. I mean, he will have he will have
Yeah.
he has a very capable body of advisors who are
Yes.
soldiers who who would be standing by to advise them. I mean, thinking about my own country, I don't see his military experience. I mean, I assume he has done national service of some kind, but he's not a career soldier. I don't imagine his military experience or lack of it is particularly relevant to his job. Thinking in my own country, I think the last prime minister we had who had served in the military was, God, I don't know, Ted Heath in the 70s, I think. So yeah,
Did he have to behave
relevant.
in wartime? Did he have to behave in wartime, Ted Heath?
Yeah, the UK has been pretty much constantly at war for the last 100 years. So yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, I don't think it's relevant to his job. He is a man of intelligence and judgment and humanity, and he is surrounded by people who are very, very well qualified to advise him on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think it was Brad next. Brad, very good evening.
Hey, so I had a couple things. One, I just wanted to respond to Liz's comment. Tim, I totally agree with you in terms of the principles that play here and the things that you mentioned that Ukraine is doing are all valid. And those, in terms of Ukraine waging what I would refer to as a just war, right? I do think that they are insufficient to describe the totality of what we're seeing. I do think that this is unique from the standpoint of what Zelensky has done is he has combined, these principles of waging a just war, of maintaining the moral high ground, so to speak, from the standpoint of he's defending his people. His armed forces are defending their people, and they're doing it in as moral a way as could possibly be expected. So that's one component of it. The next component of it is what I would refer to as the classical idea of virtue, right? Bravery on the battlefield, the boldness, the level of integrity. Don't give me a ride, give me ammunition, right? There is something about that which is unique, and it hails back. He feels like a Winston Churchill, right? We will fight them in the air. We will fight them on the sea. In the face of impossible odds. He's resolute, and so are his people. They follow after him. So you have components of a justly waged war. You have the classical components of virtue. And then the third is, to his qualities as an actor. Maybe let's not call it an actor. Let's call it a communicator. So he's a great communicator. Not only is he a strong communicator, but that level of communication allows him to connect with people within the country and out, and in this case, very importantly, outside of the country, to levy resources. So you combine, being justified, having virtue, in the classical sense, and being able to communicate what you're about, and you end up with this thing that in sociological terms would be referred to as social capital, right? Social capital, it's like the power of your network. He has made Ukraine an influencer in the scheme of world nations, right? And the thing about social capital is that it's fungible, meaning that it can be exchanged for other forms of capital, whether it be financial capital, physical capital in the form of material for the war, and it can be, he gets money directly, he gets material, he's getting other countries to impose sanctions, right? So he's exchanging that social capital for other forms of capital and resources that essentially are creating an amazing advantage on the battlefield, and in the information space as well, because as we know, Russia, and Putin in particular, is very information war / propaganda forward. In other words, all of his military strategy is a subcomponent of a broader information strategy. Whereas what Zelensky has done is he's leveraged social capital to put his military in position to wage a war, right? That is a military war, not an information war. And yes, there are information components, like hitting the Kerch Bridge on Putin's birthday. They've done some amazing trolling, right? But that's not the point. Their point is to defeat the Russian army in the field. And he has wielded a form of leadership that is very social capital based. And it's like nothing we've seen, in my opinion, since Winston Churchill. I have one other topic to go back to, but if anybody else wants to comment on what I just said, I'd be happy to hear it.
Sure. Thank you, Brad. I mean, we've got a lot of hands, so let's keep it snappy. Nobody doubts the justice of this war. We don't even, the justice of Ukraine's response to it. We don't even have to disappear down a philosophico-religious rabbit hole on that. There is a developed body of philosophy on this, coming mostly from the Roman Catholic Church. But yeah, we don't. I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to justify Ukraine's defense of their own territory on any philosophical level. It's
yeah, I guess my point was more that there's waging a just war, and then there's exerting basically a form of leadership in the context of a war that we haven't seen in a very long time, and doing it so effectively. And by the way, we also see this in the Biden administration with Secretary Blinken, the way that they've done a similar thing to a certain extent in terms of how they have corralled, our loose alliances to essentially, provide assistance for the war. I have one other comment about Shoigu and Gerasimov that I think is super relevant. If you want me to do that now, or if other people want to weigh in on this topic.
Oh, sorry, I've got a 3-year-old here who's trying to talk to me. In terms of war leadership, I mean, she's in the bathroom. Sorry. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be a little cynical about this and say that being a war leader is probably rhetorically and politically easier than being a peacetime leader, right? And I would kind of ask you to cast your mind back to, people like Lady Thatcher, for instance, who gained, she was screwed, right? By 1982, she was absolutely screwed. Like, polling really low, the economy was in the doldrums. Her reforms, although they did eventually work, they were not working particularly well. Unemployment was extremely high, inflation was extremely high, and then boom, Argentina invaded the Falklands, and all of a sudden there was a country and a world that galvanized behind her in a really quite extraordinary way, because the cause was very just, and the aggressee dynamic was very, very clear, and Lady Thatcher stormed to the next election with an increased majority. And I think that when it comes to democratically elected politicians, being under existential military threat makes that dynamic even stronger, right? Because what are you going to do? You're not going to start squabbling over politics when there's a genocidal invader, at literally on your turf, right? You're not going to fall out over very minor details. Yeah,
certainly, but I'm trying to make a distinction here, because you could say the same thing for Vladimir Putin right now, right?
No, I don't think you could.
Well, what I'm saying is that initially in the war, a wartime leader inherently has the support of, it's easier for them to garner the support of their constituents, right? If their constituents perceive their country is under threat. True or false? It's basically the same thing that you just said about, well, okay, then I'll just say it about Margaret Thatcher. Yeah. Let me just repeat what you said then about, okay, forget about Putin. Let's just repeat what you just said about Margaret Thatcher. The support that you were talking about was very much, it shored up her support at home, right? And I'm not going to argue about whether or not it was a just war, but let's because I just don't know that war very well. But let's say that's a just war. She gets support from home. Did she get the support of you know, like, did she have 100 other countries sending her aid? You know what I'm saying?
Not exactly, but it wasn't far off, right?
Yeah.
So there was a reasonably long queue of allies willing to help, but Lady Thatcher felt that the help wasn't needed. For example, the United States offered an aircraft carrier. You know, France offered opposing force training on the French airframes that Argentina were operating. France further offered cooperation on the Exocet anti-ship missile, which they produced and sold to Argentina. So there was a mechanism of alliance that backed up behind Lady Thatcher. What really killed the opposition, what really turned this from a kind of distant, sort of slightly colonially conflict to something that seemed very relevant to the home front, was when PBS went to Port Stanley and the Falkland Islands and started filming it under Argentine occupation. And these pictures, this went out on I think it was the television or the radio, I can't remember exactly. And what people saw on the home front and what people saw in Europe and the United States was a load of British people living on an island under occupation. And that's what made it politically unacceptable to ignore this, and politically unacceptable to reach a solution that did not involve liberating the islands from Argentine control. And I think that's the key, that's really the key comparator here, is that the Falklands War may have failed at the political level had it not been made very apparent that there were British people under occupation, right? And I think that's where we can draw comparisons. But I think we're in danger of disappearing down a rabbit hole. So please, I'd like to hear a comeback from you, Brad, and then I'd like to move on to Hans. Brad, you still there, mate?
Hey, Tim. Oh, sorry, Anda. So real quick, I just want to say goodnight to you guys, and just remind everyone, we do have guests coming very shortly in about 3 hours. We're gonna have a Ukrainian journalist here, so I don't have the cards up, but we'll have a Ukrainian journalist here in about 3 hours at the top of the hour, and then we will have Thomas Theiner as well. He'll be here in, I think, about 6 hours at the top of the hour. So looking forward to both those interviews. It's been a great shift. Anda, it's been a pleasure co-hosting with you as always. Tim, good morning. Please, everyone, retweet the space. Let Europe know that the European Maria Report is here, ready to go. And please, everyone, do visit MariaAid.org. We've also got a fundraiser with Malcolm Nance. We've been told Malcolm Nance should be stopping by soon. But I'll leave that to you guys. So hopefully we'll definitely be hearing from him at some point later in the week, but probably at some point today. And we are very much looking forward to working with him. So have a good night, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Herom Slava, and a very good night to our shadowy Langley handlers. Oh no, I've said too much. Anda, you had your hand up briefly. Would you like to speak?
Just wanted to point to pin a point because Brad said earlier that Putin's game is to be re-elected. It is true that during the history, being successful in war got you re-elected. That being said, he's not successful. His economy is not doing great, and two more things. He changed the law so that he can be re-elected until he dies, and he has a strong apparatus behind him. He didn't win the last elections due to being the best of the bunch. So I don't think the war is to be re-elected. Just to pin that as a topic. Okay. I think Brad is back up. He has his hands up.
Just before you go, Brad, a couple of people have pointed out in my DMs that a lot of people dismiss Zelensky as just an actor. He is not. He is also a trained lawyer, and obviously he is also president of Ukraine. So it's kind of it's not like he came out of nowhere. It's not like he came from nothing. He is a man of education and refinement, who has had a career on the stage and in film, and is now enjoying a glittering career in politics. So, Brad, let's land the plane, and we'll move on to some more hands. Thank you, mate.
Couldn't say it any better. I mean, he's uniquely talented, and what I've been trying to express is that he has leveraged a form of social capital in a way that is unique. You know, his response under stress has been inspiring, right? Margaret Thatcher wasn't having missiles lobbed at her. You know what I mean? And because of that, he has been able to levy all these resources from all these other countries on a war. And you look at the polls here in the United States right now, 73% of Americans support, you know, providing more weapons to Ukraine, even in the face of a nuclear threat. So it's extraordinary. One last comment on Shoigu and Gerasimov. I think for now, we should be shutting down speculation on this, and I'll tell you why. So the story of Shoigu and Gerasimov resigning came across the wires, I think about 20 hours ago. The initial point of release of that information was a Telegram channel called Gray Zone. Gray Zone is run by the Wagner Group, and for a while now, they've been lambasting Shoigu pretty heavily and calling for his removal. Well, interestingly, and I posted this in the thread down in the bottom right-hand corner, 2 days before this announcement came out, the head of the information arm, in other words, the arm of the Wagner Group that runs all these Telegram channels, was arrested by the Moscow police. And so there's a whole bunch of intrigue going on right now. And until we see other more verified sources for that rumor, I think we should very, very clearly state that it is absolutely a rumor, and that there are some things going on that make it super suspect right now in Moscow.
So I'm sorry, I may have misheard you there. The source for the resignation of, the sacking of Gerasimov and Shoigu is the Gray Zone. Did I hear that right?
That's correct. I posted it in the thread, both the Gray Zone announcement, but also the story from 3 days ago when the head of Wagner Group's information arm that runs Gray Zone was arrested in Moscow.
Oh, right. Okay. So wheels within wheels. Thank you very much for that, Brad. I'll do some digging and I'll read your thread. Thank you very much. I see we've got Daniel coming up, our fiery Romanian. But in the meantime, I believe Chris was next. Chris, very good morning to you, sir. Chris, are you there?
Tim, I am here. Sorry, I am here. Tim, I had to just move to a quiet place in the house, that's all. Being Sunday morning. Can you hear me? Mic check. Oh.
Yeah, you're good.
You okay? Tim, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was just running around the house to a quiet place. Big one. By the way, Tim, you know, some interesting remarks that you added on the Falklands War there. Thank you for that. Obviously, that was not a war that I was in, but a war that I was in the Navy at the same time as that. And you quite accurately described Margaret Thatcher and indeed the British people on the Falklands. I thought Liz actually you know, raised an interesting point there, Tim, as indeed did you, I could see. You know, one of the things I thought was interesting was that obviously, as you quite rightly say, you know, Zelensky has delegated this war to his warriors, but those warriors have shown, you know, great restraint, as you've said, and I think it's like really important, actually, you know, to say that you know, Ukraine has really shown that it should be if you like, part of the West. If anybody thought not before, which I didn't, but you know, if anybody thought that they oughtn't to be part of the West, then really they've shown, haven't they, just like amazing patience and tolerance and restraint in everything that they do. And there was a comment the other day, you know, where they, you know, I think they were, you know, taking prisoners or something like that, and somebody said, you know, why are you treating them so nicely, you know, whatever it was, and basically they said, well, because we don't want to be like you, you know, we that, you know, I think that's really fascinating, and I can't remember whether I've said this before when you're moderating, Tim, you know, but I always go back to 24th of Feb when I can't remember, watched TV or something, and they asked Sean Penn, who was filming in Kiev at the time, what did he think, and he basically said, go watch Winter on Fire. That's all I've got to say to you. And I don't know how many people have watched Winter on Fire, but when I raised this last time, apparently not only is it on Netflix, but it's also available free on YouTube. And when you go see that, and you see the Maidan protests, and you see Ukrainians being beaten and shot by sniper, you know, probably, well, certainly the Berkut, and maybe, you know, Russian people brought in as well to try and put down that revolution. And you see the tolerance and the patience, you know, the fact that even though they were being shot at with sniper rifles, they never actually picked up rifles and fired back. And, you know, not only did I think then, wow, the Russians are never going to win this, I also thought, wow, boy, are those Western values that are being displayed. I mean, they are epic Western values. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Sean Penn surprised me on this, actually, because I think I'm right in saying he was hobnobbing with all sorts of unpleasant regimes before this war escalated, and now he seems to have he seems to have come down on the right side of the toast, right? Because he was big mates with Maduro and what was that other awful man in Venezuela, the one who's dead, Chavez. Am I thinking of the right guy?
Well, I didn't know that, Tim. I didn't know that. You know, so that you know, that's interesting that you say that, right? I mean, to be honest with you, Tim, I don't really take much notice of these types of people, but you know, it just happened that he said something very significant at the right time, you know. So I'm sure that he was in Kiev, as I said, at the time, filming, and therefore he had a lot of communication with Zelensky and other people. So if he wasn't pro before, Tim, he was certainly pro, you know, when they interviewed him to ask him what his opinion was on the war. So that's all I can say, my friend.
Absolutely. Well, as the good book says, likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner who repenteth. But
yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Let's go to you, Anna.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to answer to Liz, and to do this from a more philosophical standpoint. I don't know, I hope you allow me, because I think it's a discussion we have to have, and we have to understand and promote, because this war is more than ever a black and white war. It is a war about moral values. It is about taking the moral high ground. You cannot oppose inhumanity with inhumanity. You cannot oppose unreliability with unreliability. You cannot oppose not respecting the rules while not respecting the rules. This choice that Zelensky and his people took, it's the only reasonable choice, because they have to show that the war is more than a hot war on ground. This war is about European or Western or democratic values, and they are doing this while following by the rule these values. And this is important to understand, because I'll try to cite from a Romanian poet. The most The best revenge is when your enemy understands that you are good and he is evil. I don't know if Putin will ever understand this because of his twisted spirit, but in Russia, people begin to understand that they are the baddies. And it is what they have to show to the world. And it's not only about Zelensky, it's about Ukrainian people. And it's not only about the brave, very brave soldiers that fight the war, but all the people in Ukraine. Because we have seen at the beginning of the war the women, the wives, the sisters doing Molotov cocktails. We have seen the grandmas of Ukraine waving the anti-camouflage things to put on, I don't know, weapons and tanks and everything. And I will remember forever watching how the refugees entered in Romania in the first days of the war. They were waiting for 2 days in snow and cold, and there was a family with a woman with 2 children, one little and the other a boy of 14 years old, like my boy. And he was angry at his mother because he wanted to stay and fight. This is the Ukrainian people. They are defending their values. They are doing this beyond the fear. I don't know if you remember the fear mantra from Dune, but they are beyond the fear. They feared, but now they fear no more, because fear makes you less than you can be. And when you are committed beyond the fear, and when you want to win and prevail all over this horrible, inhuman, and abysmal conflict, you have to be better. You have to show that what you believe in is more important than even your life. So they committed to this, and even we all celebrated the Kerch Bridge Day on fire yesterday. Tonight we have seen what happened in Zaporozhye. I think they were expecting this, but they still fight because they know that their fight is right. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, Joanna. And we have to guard against using the telescope the wrong way round when it comes to the behavior of militaries, right? Let me expand on that a little bit, right? International law, the laws of armed conflict, they exist. They must be followed. It is self-evidently good that they are followed, but you have to look at the military aspect of this as well, right? So if you are known to be treating prisoners humanely, if you are known to be a country that follows the law properly, not only do you get more international support, more international solidarity, your enemy loses points of argument, you also end up fighting a more effective war. Because if enemy formations know that if they surrender, they will be treated with humanity and decency, and they'll be fed and they'll be clothed and they'll be watered, and they'll be taken away from the action, and they won't be tortured and they won't be exploited, then that makes them more likely to surrender, right? And this is really quite important. This is really quite important because you want them to surrender. If you can get enemy troops to lay down their arms and submit to your mercy, and they know that your mercy will be tender, then you will have a greater effect on the battlefield for that reason. We know a number of things about the mistreatment of prisoners. So, for example, torture is not particularly effective in most circumstances, right? You're not going to get information, accurate information, useful information out of people by torturing them. So we know that to be true. There have been a number of studies by Western intelligence agencies that have said that actually, if you start pulling people's fingernails out, they will say anything to make it stop. And so there is a dynamic of effectiveness around this, right? It's better from a military perspective. You may derive some short-term satisfaction at the micro level from dealing with prisoners in an inhumane way, but ultimately you will be more effective in prosecuting your war if the enemy knows that there is an avenue of surrender available to them, and they know that the treatment facing them is humane and is a damn sight better than dying in place, and therefore it is a military advantage to follow international law, not just a political advantage or a moral advantage. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it is in line with all the history of philosophy, because the real virtue is what is bringing benefits. So it is a benefit in being good. So this is in line with what I've said, only more precise and more military focused. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I am out the loop. Joanna has mentioned something happening in Zaporizhia. Anda, do you know what happened in Zaporizhia?
Actually, I don't. Because I was co-hosting, I didn't have time to check all the news, and I'm a bit out of the loop. But Ioana is, I think, available to come back with some information. What I have information on is on Moldova, and on a joke on Shoigu for the moment.
Okay, Joanna, you've got your hand up. Then let's talk about Moldova. Joanna.
Yes, I just wanted to say what happened in Zaporozhye during the night. A number of missiles struck some civil buildings, some apartment buildings in Zaporozhye. They say it was about 10 missiles. We don't know the exact number. Anyway, there are quite important number of people that are dead and wounded. The last figure I saw was 17 dead and some tens of people wounded. The rescue operation is in place. There are at least 2 or 3 buildings that are on fire. One is partially, I don't know, fell, I don't know, partially demolated, let's say. And it is a very sad fact. And this may be related to the fact that the Russians are sending missiles into the city of Zaporozhye from the nuclear plant, where they installed some rocket launchers. And because it's so very close to the city, it's only a few kilometers, the problem is that those missiles are practically impossible to intercept. So this is making more outrageous this occupation of the nuclear plant, because they use it as a shield and they fire from them and they destroy civilian buildings and they are killing civilians. So this is sickening what they are doing there. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do some research around that, and perhaps we can talk a bit more extensively about that once we're up to speed. Anda, you want to talk about Moldova?
Yes, actually, this is something I was keen to talk about yesterday, but unfortunately, or fortunately, we had other events which captivated the audience and the world, frankly, and it was more important to talk on that. I see Brad coming up. Brad, do you have something on Zaporizhia?
I did actually. So I would totally believe that the Russians would strike Zaporizhia just to strike Zaporizhia and terrorize civilians. That said, I think it's also important to bear in mind that some of the mill bloggers in Russia believe that the next big push by the Ukrainian military will be through Zaporizhia. And I posted something in the thread to comment about Igor Gherkin, who many of you, aka Strelkov, who most people here probably know about. So he's been pushing this narrative that he believes that Liman would be followed by a push straight through Zaporizhia and towards Melitopol. So anyway, just something to bear in mind. I posted it in the thread down in the bottom right hand corner.
Thank you.
So I guess what I guess what I'm saying by that is that there very well could be Ukrainian military assets in the region, and because a lot of the mill bloggers believe that there's a buildup occurring there. So just something to bear in mind.
Thank you. And yes, there are numerous reports that um, the Ukrainian army is regrouping and to restart the offensive, and that is a good thing. And we will find out when when we will see them on the battlefield, hopefully winning and liberating as much as they can. What I don't want to see anymore, but I'm afraid I will, are the kind of horrors that we discover in every city that is liberated, with mass graves, with torture, with all kinds of horrors that show a side of the humanity we don't want to see. If there is nothing on that topic for the moment, I will shift a bit the attention to Moldova for the moment. We will come back to the bridge, to the war, to everything. What I wanted to talk about Moldova is related partially to Russia and their attempt to manipulate the countries around by any means they can find. For Moldavia, Republic of Moldavia, they are or were before this war dependent on the Russian gas. Ever since the war started, Russia tried to manipulate and make the Moldavian president and leadership buckle under opposition, under threats. And the main threat they issued was no more gas. They have an ongoing contract, and they were like 100% dependent on Gazprom at that point. And to ensure that they are not being cut off, they were they paid in advance each month. They starting, I think, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, they started to pay in advance what was to come for the next month. And even so, for October, it was announced that the deliveries for the gases, the gas that's coming from Russia is going to be diminished with 30%. That means for them problems for the population, and that's not only it's not only that it is blackmail. It's as winter is coming, there can be very bad consequences, not only as industry or something else, but for the population. In the meantime, all summer, Moldavia negotiated with Romania, and there is an expectancy to have delivered through a long-term agreement with Romania natural gas for the winter and for the next years to come. The vice it's not the vice president. I think it's deputy PM, prime minister, had an interview on the 6th of October, so 2 days back, um, in which he extensively detailed um, um, this predicament in which Moldavia um, is right now. What are they facing for the next months, and what are they expecting from Romania? Romania tried to help Moldavia in various forms over the years, including during COVID. And for the time being, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Development from Romania, Moldavia, and Ukraine have been having meetings for the past months, including in September, in order to have a coordinated approach on this. Ukraine has, for example, energy to deliver, and they were integrated in the Romanian and European grid, so they can deliver to Romania energy, electrical energy. So there is a three-lateral sorry, agreement that is been forged, and mutual help in order to provide for each country what is needed and to help each other. And in that topic, Romania is to deliver starting this winter natural gas for Moldavia. The Romanian government needs to issue a formal response to this. What Gazprom is doing is blackmail, basically energetic blackmail. This is not different by any other means that we saw implied by Russia in the last months, and not only. And to have an advanced help for the moment, Romania approved and is going to send 130,000 cubic meters of firewood for the Republic of Moldova, because in the Republic of Moldova there are still a lot of homes which are heated by with stoves, and this will help both the population and the country to alleviate this lack of gas, which is provisioned for October. And we hope to see coordinated approach during the next month regarding gas deliveries for Moldavia from Romania on long term. So I'm sorry. I was seeing Chris coming up, and he raised his hand. Do you have anything to add to what I've been talking, or you have a new topic, Chris?
Well, Anda, actually, I don't know whether you covered this, whether I might have missed it when you were talking there then, or it's been covered in the past, but I honestly, sadly, embarrassingly, didn't really even know anything about Transnistria before this war, unfortunately. So I'm quite interested in how that came about, and how similar, if it was, to the situation in the Donbass and Crimea. So I don't know if that's something that you want to deal with now, or if you want to deal with it at all. But I would just be quite interested to go back to the history of how all of that happened. Yeah.
I can touch a bit on this if no one else has raised another topic. Basically, when the USSR broke, that is in 1990, 1991, they tried the same thing in 3 or 4 countries that managed to break up from USSR. They did and this is not a new topic. This is not a new approach. They used it during the Second World War also. What do I mean? They state we have Russians in your country. During the Second World War, for example, with Romania, they said in the current Republic of Moldavia there are Ukrainians, and Moscow was protecting the Ukrainians, and that's why they invaded Republic of Moldavia during peacetime. In 1991, when Republic of Moldavia broke from USSR, they said we have Russian families there, which are feeling afraid. They are oppressed. They are bullied by the Romanians. There is a threat, so we are sending there peace troops. Sounds familiar? Yeah, and they did. Republic of Moldavia didn't had an army, a proper army of their own. They didn't manage to extinguish this, and basically it is very similar. You have this in Georgia, you have this and have had this in Donbass for the last 8 years, and it's an ongoing thing for the last 30 years in Transnistria. One of the problems of Republic of Moldavia, and I don't know if we have Moldavians in the audience, but to my recollection, in Transnistria there was the main electric energy source for Republic of Moldavia, so it was a bit of a problem, the fact that they declared they are an independent zone. They have their own government. They have they have elected if they can be called. I suppose it's sort of a shamorenda, just as in Donbass. Anyway, so yeah, you see the same scenario in each of the countries. Some more aggressive than others. I think Belarus escaped this only because their leader, their elected leader right now, is pro-Russian, so they don't need to aggressively subjugate, force them to do what they want. They will simply do what they want, and they did. Belarus allowed Russian troops to come on their territories and allowed Russian troops to attack from their territories in Ukraine, in northern Ukraine, right? So at this point, in Transnistria, there are 1,500 soldiers, more or less, For the past, there was an agreement with Ukraine to let the Russian soldiers in Transnistria be exchanged and trained, and they used to pass through the territories of Ukraine to reach Transnistria, which after the invasion from 2014 in Ukraine was not allowed anymore, and they used the Chisinau airport to. They reached an agreement with the president at that time, because most of the presidents that came after the Republic of Moldavia broke from USSR were philo Russian. They some of them, not all of them, did what Russia wanted. So the problem always arose for them when they said no, we don't want this. We want in Europe. We want to be a modern society. And the current president she has double citizenship, Romanian and Moldavian. She is very knowledgeable. She likes to have Moldavia as an independent state, and she said that repeatedly. But in the meantime, Romania had, for the last 10 years, on an ongoing accord with the Republic of Moldavia for economic help, and not military, but we help them in any other way. And that was renewed this year after some months of pause. And also right now, some of the troops of the Moldavian Republic are being trained with the Romanian ones, in order to get them up to speed a bit. Does that cover it like very broadly, Chris?
Yeah, that's really useful, actually, Amanda. The airport that the Russians were using or are using, where is that? Is it on Moldavia or Romania?
It's in Moldavia. So they Chisinau
Right.
is the capital of the Republic of Moldavia.
Yeah.
And that's the there is the airport, and that's why they managed this year, when the Russians arrived at the airport, to further train in Transnistria, to turn them back. Ever since this aggression, the Republic of Moldavia decided to stand by Ukraine, to help Ukraine. They have a lot of refugees in the Republic of Moldavia. Many of them were seated in the homes of not in hotels or something, but in the homes of Moldavian citizens who took them in when they fled after the Russian invasion. So they were really, really helpful, and they deserve our support and our help, and not only because we as Romanians, we didn't forget them. We respect their decision to be independent. It's like you have a grown-up child, or let's say a grown-up brother, a younger brother who decided to live in his own home, but you still support him. You don't say, now you're living somewhere else, I'm not helping you. So we respect this divide, but we do help them, and we didn't forget we have Romanians there.
Yeah. So at the minute, are the Russians able to resupply through the airport or not?
No, they were not.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So I think, and so what I would say, thank you ever so much for that. That's really interesting, and it sort of confirmed what I thought, that basically it was the Russian playbook, what I call the Russian playbook. You know, which is the same thing every time, isn't it? You know, basically, if there's a bunch of Russians there, then you know, this is what Russia does. Says, oh, you know, we've got to come in and protect our Russians, and the next thing you know, they've got 1,500 troops on the ground. You know, and for me, so there's a whole list of countries that's happened in, and I can't remember the whole list, you know, but it includes like Georgia and Azerbaijan, I think, isn't it? And obviously Ukraine. And you know, the most worrying thing about that is that, of course, now we've got all of these Russians going to Finland and Georgia and Turkey and other places, and so exactly the same thing can repeat itself. That's the most worrying thing for me, anyway.
I highly doubt that would be a. They would like to, but I highly doubt they will try it with Finland again. They did have. They did lost a winter war there, and yeah, not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. No.
Yeah, no, I know that, Ander, but actually, if I'm correct, Nina was on here talking the other day, saying that she was afraid to go out. If I've got this right, and I've got the countries right, saying that she was afraid to go out because of Russians everywhere.
She had an incident there. They are unfortunately pretty obnoxious, full of themselves, and treating everybody badly. And they do this in most of the countries in which they are in. And this is the reason for which she said she's not going. It's not like you're going to be attacked or anything on the street. It's worse. For example, if you heard the interview with the Georgian, which we had in our space, it's actually worse in Georgia, because Georgia is a smaller country. It's a country in which there is an active conflict, just like Moldavia. It's a country in which they had like 3 million people, so not very much. And when you have an influx of Russian population, male Russian population, fleeing the mobilization, these are not families, you know. So Finland, if you think about it, is a country which is not only armed, but it is trained. They are on the way to be included in NATO. They can help themselves, because their level of training and their level of armament they have in the country is at NATO standards, more or less. which is not the case of Georgia. So in the case in which Ukraine falls, which would never happen, and if there will be another invasion, they will not start with Finland. That's for sure, because they are always going for the weaker, most available option they have. So Georgia and Moldavia would be better targets than Finland, where you have like worst conditions to fight in, and a better trained army. Not that they could, and not that Ukraine would fall, because they are not. Okay, I have Kalo who is waiting very patiently, and I think Daniel came to speak a bit on Moldavia. Kalo, if you can wait a bit, only with your record, I will go to Daniel. Okay, Daniel.
Okay, what I want to say is very, very simple. Moldova is not weak. It's not weak at all, and I don't think it's scared at all about the invasion from Russians. Yesterday was an attack on the embassy of Russia in Chisinau. Yes, with fireworks, but this level of don't give a crap about Russians is something new in Moldova. Also, Russians all the time tell you about how many mercenaries speaking Romanian are in Ukraine. And I think even if for months, I wonder how many Romanian volunteers are in Foreign Legion. I mean, I saw someone, a sniper, and I think he's not alone, but it's very possible to be many Moldavians. And many meaning more than a few. Not, I don't have numbers, but the idea they will bend over and accept some Russian shits now in Moldova is zero. The Shor Party and Plahotniuc influence is now minimal, never been so low. Maya Sandu, with all her influence in Europe, I think is a strong leader. And about Russians making people to feel obnoxious, okay, Nina, with all my respect for her, she's a old lady, and of course you feel strange when 5 Russians of military age are rowing around, but I don't think Russians are a danger for anyone. Not in Finland, not in Poland, not in Estonia where it's team, or in Romania. I think if on the street someone tried to say something Russian, wearing colors or St. George ribbons or something like, you know, I'm Russian, I deserve everything. What happened in Georgia is something very old and very cultural stuff of Russians. They feel Georgia, they call it Gruzia, like how they feel about Crimea. Is a place for refuge, for drinking wine and have interesting climate in the Black Sea, warm water, warm sun. And also is a very, very small country, and also they feel powerful because they have troops there. But I think this will not stand, not at all. What I wanted to talk half hour ago when Brad was on land, was something about political moves in Russia, and he's very right. Prigozhin channels try to discredit a lot Gerasimov and Shoigu, but I think there is a catch. Prigozhin, I think, is on borrowed time because he moved too fast against Putin, and Putin can very easily dismiss him and put it to fly from a high floor on the window. But we cannot dismiss his power struggle now. And I have a feeling, I saw some videos, I saw some declarations. I have a feeling Russians lost the trust in Putin. I don't mean every Russian, I don't mean he's a majority, but he's a move there. Already months ago, young people call him grandpa, and was not something like deference, was something like old man who don't understand the world now. The strike from yesterday, I think, was probably the biggest blow in his trust. Imagine they ask Peskov when Putin will make a declaration, and he said any meeting with media next week will be cancelled. And also I saw another thing, his day, on his birthday, he was not congratulated by Chinese or India Prime Minister. This is very important. And I understand, in fact, the Communist Party of China try very hard to convince European Union and United States they don't have anything with Putin, they don't support him, and they don't want to have anything with him from now. And even Xi Jinping regrets the declaration he made with Putin at Winter Olympics. And for me, this is relevant because the only help what is have now, we exclude North Korea, is Iran, and Iran is probably in the worst shape it have been, I don't know, from the revolution 97, anything. So I think it's good stuff, and we must be cautious but very optimistic. I think probably this war will end before Ukrainian army crush every Russian on the Ukrainian soil, because there will be blows inside. And I have a strong belief in this. Thank you to accord me so much time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Sorry, Anda.
No, it's okay. I wanted to go to Kalo, but if you want something to add.
No, let's go to Kalo. And as we've got Daniel and Anda up, I wanted to talk briefly about Transnistria, because I know a number of, I know it's an interesting topic for the audience, but let's go to Kalo first. Kalo.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering what guarantees can we give Moldova for them to shut their border down with Transnistria, essentially to destroy them economically and starve their people out? Do we have any options that we can support Moldova for them to consider this?
I see Daniel has his hand up. I will let him go first, and then I will answer.
Kalo, there is no border from Moldova to Transnistria because Transnistria is a secessionist side of Moldova Republic. So is no border there. It's just checkpoints on the agreements made it in 1993. There were the 13th Army and General Lebedev, who at that point on the Boris Yeltsin administration, I believe he made direct threats in 2 hours he will be in Bucharest if Chisinau doesn't sign the peace treaty with Cossack of Dniester Popular Republic. For Chisinau, things are very simple because Transnistria needs Moldova more than Moldova needs anything from Tiraspol. Let me explain something. Until this operation in Ukraine, Chisinau was very easy to be blackmailed because the biggest electrical plant was in Tiraspol, so not controlled by Chisinau. Also, the Tiraspol used the gas and electrical connections and the gas coming from Russia, no price for them, but was paid by Chisinau. They made metallurgical stuff, which they are sending via Ukraine or Republic of Moldova everywhere they want to export. Now the situation is different. First, they cannot get anything. The border with Ukraine is closed and well supervised by Ukrainian brigades. The Secret Service of Moldova is well aware any move there will be crushed. They have probably 100 officers which are really Russian citizens, Russians from Russia proper, not Transnistrian with Russian passports. The so-called troops of occupation and pacification are in fact not Russians. Most of them try to rotate, to go back in Russia and to add new conscripts, was blocked by Chisinau, not allowed them to fly on Chisinau airport. So the things are very, very simple. They are in the weak place, and Maia Sandu made some concession with them. They are very interested to work with Chisinau because Chisinau has the possibility to export anything from Moldova to European Union, has a good relation with Kiev. And Transnistria is in very hard spot. They cannot count on any Russian help. They can count any bad move will be swift crushed, not only by Moldova, but probably even by Ukraine. And they are not so happy. They don't want to send their kids to die in Ukraine. And at this moment, I think every secessionist, every pro-Russian motivated guys from there understand where they are at this moment.
Okay, thank you for that. So let me ask my question another way. How do we reverse the peace agreement and eliminate all the pro-Kremlin leaders that are in Transnistria? Are you saying that it's going to happen organically because the way the war is going and they want to join the EU? Is that what you're essentially saying?
Not only. Imagine this. They use it, Russian Federation, like a scarecrow. That scarecrow is dead. They use it, the troops there, to push Moldova because Moldova has a small army, 5,000 soldiers conscripted. The Romania made the big political message, sending almost all the Romanian army in our side of Moldova. The province, the historical province, is split. Half is in Romania, half is actual Republic of Moldova. And they are outside any move. And also they understand you go in European Union. You have protection for minorities, ethnical, linguistical, religious. Also, they understand it's a huge market. Also, they understand most of the guys who have criminal record will not be easy for them. And a third, I can say, very easy. They want more than anything to live, to make business, and they can make this on Moldova, not with any Russian help. Russian help doesn't exist at this moment. And they are very, very aware of this shit. They don't have any place to play now. About gas, for example. So gas comes from Russia via Transnistria in the Republic of Moldova. And that was the blackmail for 40 years. This thing is gone. Is an interconnector made it with Ukraine and Romania, and they can get gas from Romania or Ukraine. And same will apply with electrical. Also, now is a good rail connection with Ukraine and Romania. The airport, which is very, very, very small. The birds, I don't know, they have 700 meters on Danube, was a concession from Romania, this, and was very smart and helped them economically a bit. And things are easy now. Much easier to plan, to understand where we're going. Moldova is a candidate for European Union. Every stupid guy in Moldova understands.
Indeed. I think two points to add to what you're saying, Daniel. One, ever since the invasion in Ukraine this February, the political support that the adversaries of Maya Sandu, the current leader, the support for her adversaries was gone. Not completely, but is significantly diminished. That's one. Second, the entire European community took notice of Moldavia, which was not previously included, and saw the level of mobilization they showed towards the Ukrainians who ran from the invasion. The level of commitment. Maya Sandu is really a really good leader for Moldavia. She is articulate. She is very steadfast in what she promised when she was elected. She wanted from the start to join the European Union, to have Moldavia join the European Union, and her discourse, her stance, her balance, because she did not jump, she did not cry. She was always very composed and always very clear in what Moldavia is going to do in internal affairs and also in external affairs. Not only Romania is supporting now the Republic of Moldavia, both for the accession in the European Union, but also in helping them being included with the bigger players. And for this matter, the president of the European Commission, Charles Michel, suggested in Prague that Republic of Moldavia should host the next European Politic Community summit, which means three things. One, Moldavia is seen by the international community. Two, they are recognized as a player. They are not just an extension, an appendix or something. Yes, they are a player in themselves, a sovereign country. They will have this reunion is going to take place next spring, which implies they trust the safety of the country to have to hold to protect 44 leaders of foreign countries and regions in Chisinau, right? Either they suppose the war in Ukraine will be over by then or not. Planning this right now means they do trust the ability of Republic of Moldavia to be independent and to protect their citizens. Yes, and foreign leaders, which is really important. That's the most feared thing when you have a host from another country. The most feared thing that you can for the internal services is not to have an event on your land, right? That's the first thing you think about, because he's not home, he's not protected by their services, well, not like home. So it's your responsibility, it's in your home, in your on your land. So trusting the Republic of Moldavia with this summit, it's a very big thing, and it's a very big move, and shows the fact that Republic of Moldavia is seen as a worthy and future candidate of the European Union. Daniel.
I forgot some things. First, Anthony Blinken was at Chisinau in spring to help Moldova with problem because a lot of people from Ukraine get a refugee in Moldova. Don't forget, Moldova is a very poor country. Second, Germany promised Moldova, and I think this promise will be kept, to give them weapons because they need to change their stuff for gooder and better technology. And the third, all pro-Russian, all with interest for a weak Moldova. They are very, very scared the Moldova army will grow or professionalize, will get support and training. Two countries who can help a lot, their neighbors. And is a feeling in the air, they are the last hopes are gone. Anything to disturb. They will try to press because inflation, energy prices, but I think their perspective are more optimistic than ever for Moldova.
Thank you, Daniel. Kalo, Chris, did we manage to cover decently the questions and the topics?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you to both of you. It was really fascinating. I appreciate it. Surprised it's not more of a topic. Not necessarily here because we focus on Ukraine, but because it's tied to Ukraine. So it's interesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you for
while
the
we've
question.
got, sorry, Ando, while we've got you and Daniel up, on Transnistria, is there just a straight up military solution potentially involving Romania and Moldova, because it seems to me that, you know, the Transnistria was only feasible because it was backed by the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation is obviously a bit busy and is a paper tiger anyway. I mean, couldn't Romania and Moldova just rattle the saber here? Because I don't imagine that the Transnistrian authorities are going to fight, right?
Tim, let's explain two things about Transnistria. Most of the people are Ukrainian in Transnistria, ethnical. Transnistria is made from land taken from Ukraine and was invented like Soviet Socialist Republic of Moldova, when Republic of Moldova and Western Odessa Oblast was part of Kingdom of Romania. So from 1918 until dictate of Ribbentrop-Molotov. They were put there by the Bolsheviks to become something like a threat to Kingdom of Romania. After the World War II was finished and the Soviet Union pressed and redraw the borders, push the Poland westward, push Germany westward, they don't put Transnistria back in Soviet Socialist Republic of Ukraine, but they put on Republic of Moldova, which became the new Soviet Socialist Republic of Moldova. So is an enclave made it before like a political threat, and after that they use it something like, I can say, like was Nagorno-Karabakh, because before Nagorno-Karabakh to become an issue because Armenia and Azerbaijan become independent countries. Historical reason, normally Transnistria will be part of Ukraine, but because we have Helsinki Accord, because everybody recognizes the borders and no one want to change this because we are not Russians, Transnistria will be get in European Union, in Republic of Moldova with honey, not with sticks, because for Romania or Ukraine is very, very easy to enter in Moldova and crush them very fast and take the Kobasna ammunition depot. But this will be an act very similar with Putin Act. Every rebel saber rattling will be perceived in same measure, like Russian annexation types and military interventions. Also, we can say very easy, if Romania want to make something subvert, this is just theory, okay? But if, I don't know, 2 brigades of Romanian soldiers, professional soldiers, cross the borders in Moldavian uniforms, you cannot make the difference because you are the same people, we talk same language. And Transnistrian guys who make money from contraband and all the fishy stuff, they know this. They understand very well this. At this moment, they will try, like autonomous region of Gagauzia, to get how much concession they can. Let's not forget, for 40 years, Russians pushed for peaceful resolution, code required, via the consigliere of Putin, Kozak. I don't know if you heard of Kozak. European Union wanted a different approach, and Russians always try to negotiate in way Russia, Moldova, Ukraine, Transnistria. European Union want to put French and Germany in this affair. Sadly, the commissioner for Eastern flank was an Hungarian, which is the worst choice ever. They had some advantage before Maia Sandu became president because Poland, you know, Poland has always a keen eye of any Russian business in eastern side of Europe. And this helped a lot to stop the Cossack plan. Cossack plan meaning Republic Moldova become a federation with Gagauzia and Transnistria autonomous republics in the Federation of Republic of Moldova. Republic of Moldova is a very small country. And a federation meaning they can put any veto for any choice of Chisinau. Want to join the European Union? You need to ask Tiraspol. You understand? And this plan, the Cossack plan, was refused even by communists, even by corrupt parties, Russian aligned in Republic of Moldova. This was something very well aware the danger. Romania made a huge mistake because various corrupt politicians were very much in the same business with notorious billionaire of Moldova, and President Dodon had help from parties which are now in government. When Maia Sandu became president of Republic of Moldova, was a stir up in Bucharest because she was not supported before election by Romanians. Not Romanians like people, I mean about government, because government made shady business with Transnistria and is well known in political analysts in Bucharest. Most of the bad stuff in Moldova and indirectly affecting even Ukraine was because we not act like Poland. After Maia Sandu was elected, she became very popular in Romania. I think is more popular than our president, which is very important. Second, because she has enough charisma and she was very, very strong and get it parliamentary majority in Chisinau. She had no more contestation, no more attitude like dismissal from Bucharest, and everybody start to support because they understand all their horses are lost and their shady business become interesting for our anti-corruption prosecutors will affect prime ministers, minister, and even president. I hope so. We have our sins. I am happy even our government realize how to act. That's why they are very pro-Ukrainian. That's why they help a lot Ukraine. That's why they are ready to help Moldova, and they will do it because Washington is watching them. But for some of the shady business past 10 years in Moldova, Bucharest has a huge fault. Huge. We treat them badly. We negotiate with almost criminal persons in Republic of Moldova. And people don't forget this stuff. And we must not forget it. Because, you know, Schroeder is not just a German thing. Every Europe has small or bigger Schroeders.
Well, I will I will add to that one, the fact that we had a very good prosecutor in Romania, which is now at the European level, and that helped a lot. I mean, general prosecutor, and under her guidance, Romania cleaned up pretty good. And I will also add one other thing. On a historical level, we must not forget when the current Republic of Moldavia was annexed. Large deportations took place in Republic of Moldavia. What you see now in the eastern Ukraine, people being put in camps and then sent in Russia. That happened also, and there are, I think, if my memory serves right, there were like 2 very heavy deportation rounds with people arriving in Kazakhstan. I will search for the data, but after the deportation and after the war, there were Russian families brought in the Republic of Moldavia, and the balance between Romanians, which were the native population in the country, and Russian population in the country changed dramatically at that point. Not to overthrow the Romanian population, but still there was an active endeavor to extinguish the Romanian heritage, which was absurd because basically Romanian people as a people was formed like 2,000 years ago, starting 2,000 years ago. So you cannot extinguish that in 100 years. But they tried everything from changing the alphabet to not allowing people to be taught in Romanian, but in Russian, and so on and so forth. So it was we called it a Russification, this process, and it didn't succeed to the rate they wanted, but they do have a split, and that's why there are some ethnic Russians there who still think Putin is yes, the one. What's important is that, as Daniel said, the current leader is a straightforward futurist who wants the best for Moldavia, who helped change the Moldavian society and subsequent our and Europe's society, and also what's important as ground ground affairs right now is that they are under an emergency state, which allows the Moldavian government to be more coherent in their decisions. Daniel, I will let you answer because I know you have something to add. And then we go to Chris, who's been waiting patiently for the last 15 minutes.
Very short. Chisinau has half population speaking Russian, half Romanian. This was happened because Republic of Moldova, the Soviet Republic of Moldova, was seen like Crimea, the place for retreat for the Soviet military. So if you had, I don't know, a career at 50s, you want to get your pension, you go in Crimea, which has only closed cities, or in Moldova, where any people from Soviet Union can get permanent residence, and was encouraged. And everybody preferred two places, Chisinau or Bălți. Bălți, for example, is the most northern city of Moldova, is practically Russian because it was colonized in Soviet times. Also, Bălți is the place of the Shore Party, which is the most pro-Russian party in Republic of Moldova, because Ilan Shor is a Russian citizen, mayor of Bălți, and one of the shady guys who made bad things in Republic of Moldova.
Thank you, Daniel. Chris? Chris, did we lost you?
No, well, you did briefly, but I'm here now. And mic check.
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Well, personally, for me, it's been a very interesting journey, Andrew, and I think it would be good for you and Daniel. Somehow we need to get this across, I think, to the Americans as well, maybe, who may not have heard all of this before. Certainly, I've never heard the detail. And actually, I think it harks back to the earlier conversation which Liz started. It sounds to me like Moldavia and Romania have shown extraordinary patience and tolerance, which I think, I don't want to put words into Tim's mouth, but which I think is certainly, if it was me, maybe Tim, by now we'd have put the Russians on I was going to say a plane, but I think probably more like a coach, and driven them across to Belarusia or something and dropped them off, which I probably would still do, actually, if it was me. So, but anyway, thank you ever so much, Daniel and Andrew. It's been very interesting. And just before I go, just to say, #free the leopards. If everybody can do something to share #free the leopards, I'm sure that'll make Axel happy. There you go.
Absolutely, Chris. It's very, very important that there are all these leopards in captivity in various countries around Europe, chiefly in Germany, but also in Spain, also, I believe, in Greece, also in Canada. A significant number of leopards are being held against their will. They need to be released into their natural habitat on the Cossack steppes of Ukraine, where they will feed on their natural prey, which is the invading Russian soldier. So indeed, #free the leopards. Let's get those leopards out there doing what they do best. In the meantime, you are listening to the Maria Report here on Twitter Spaces. We are a 24-hour information space dedicated to fighting the information war in Ukraine. We have a panel of around 30 volunteers. We bring up expert speakers, and we have a number of experts on various topics, including economics and finance, including politics, and of course the military aspect of Ukraine. And we are here round the clock to give you the most accurate and up-to-date information on the war in Ukraine. We also like to amplify Ukrainian voices. So we have Ukrainian politicians, Ukrainian military, foreign operatives in Ukraine, foreign volunteers. Foreign operatives makes it sound a bit sinister, doesn't it? Foreign volunteers in Ukraine, as well as ordinary Ukrainians who are witnessing the invasion of their country firsthand, regularly coming up to the space to give their views and to provide us with expert analysis and opinion and intelligence. We are manned entirely by volunteers. We will never ask you to. We will never solicit personal donations from you. We will never ask you to buy us coffees or anything like that. If you do appreciate our work, and you wish to support us monetarily, the best thing you can do to support us is to join the space and to retweet the space and to get the buzz going. But if you wish to support us monetarily, we do ask you to donate to MriyaAid, MriyaAid.org. There's the URL in the title of the space. MriyaAid is a registered charity in Canada, which provides non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian army and the civil defense mechanisms of Ukraine, such as the National Guard, such as the fire brigade and the police, etc., including but not limited to medical supplies such as tourniquets, bandages, etc., through to drones. We know we love drones. Russians hate drones, so we do provide drones to the Ukrainian armed forces, and also optical equipment such as night vision, binoculars, etc., etc. So if you've got a few spare pennies and you fancy supporting us, please do chuck your pennies over to MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is another entirely volunteer-run effort. So there's no expensive chief executive. There's no enormous marketing budget sucking up all of the donations. It's not one of these self-licking lollipops like many of the big humanitarian charities are. Completely run by volunteers with no overhead. So you can be confident that all of your donations go towards helping Ukraine where Ukraine needs it most. Looking forward, hang on, we've got a speaker coming up. Bear with me. Welcome, Richard. Looking forward to our guests today at 1400 Kiev time. So that is 4 a.m. Pacific time, 7 a.m. Eastern time, midday London, 1400 Kiev. We are joined by Alexandra Povorozhnik, who is a Ukrainian journalist and interpreter. Also a film critic and an editor at Vertigo. So she will be joining us a bit later on at 1400 Kiev. Also, we will be joined at 1700 Kiev time by Thomas Tyner, who many of you will know. He has become a bit of a legendary social media voice in the Ukraine war. He is also a retired gunner of the Italian army, and also a filmmaker and a documentarian. So please join us at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, 1500 London, and 1700 Kiev for a chat with Thomas Tyner. So we will have a quick look at some military topics. So hang on, I'm using my phone, so my notes are a bit tricky. So, as we know, yesterday there was a large-scale explosion that damaged the Kerch Strait Bridge. This links occupied Crimea with Russia. So, if you think about the Sea of Azov, kind of a diamond-shaped sea, the lower tip of the diamond is the Kerch Strait between Crimea and Russia proper. There is a bridge across that, which was built illegally after the Russian occupation of Crimea in 2014. It was built illegally with apparently some help from Dutch companies who broke sanctions in order to build this bridge, because Russia were apparently not capable of a feat of engineering on that scale. So they got some help from some rather cynical operators within the European Union. I won't say more. Apparently, legal cases are ongoing against those companies in Holland. So this bridge was, I mentioned the Netherlands. So here comes Mr. M. We have our house-trained Dutchman who will come up and talk about this, I hope. Mr. M, a very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Tim, and good morning on Axel, Chris, Danny. About those Dutch companies who helped building the bridge, there was one company who has delivered the pillars, and there were 3 that have delivered the hydraulic jacks. So those are important, 2 important things that is very important for building a bridge like that. I can surely say that that's true. I also have some. I found something about it. I will try to send it to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Mr. M. If you have any more details on that, please feel free to stick around and discuss them. But thank you very much. This is one of the wonderful things about the Maria Report. As soon as you use something, as soon as you drop certain keywords, somebody who knows about that thing will pop up and talk about it, which is great because we've got so many listeners just on Twitter at the moment. We have about 600. And we've got so many people who are so knowledgeable, and this is really the heart and soul of the space, is our listeners and our speakers who will pop up and say interesting things about just about any topic. So thank you very much for that. So the Kerch Bridge suffered a strike of some sort. Our view on the Maria Report was that it was very, very likely to have been a missile strike. But there are various other theories circulating, and I don't care to go into them at this particular moment. In other news, the Ukrainian forces have continued counter-offensive operations in Kharkiv and Luhansk oblasts, and Russia has continued establishing defensive positions around northern Kherson in the south. Russia have continued their apparently useless assaults on Bakhmut. So Bakhmut is a city in the kind of northeast-ish of Ukraine. Russia have been attacking this city without success for a number of weeks. They seem to be using Wagnerite troops, so troops from the Wagner Group, which is a Russian mercenary organization. They're kind of, how to describe Wagner? Wagner are kind of jobbing genocidaires, right? So they tend to be retired members of the Russian military. They market themselves as a private military company, so a private security organization, which evokes images of respectable Western organizations such as Sandline, such as Blackwater, who hire ex-special forces chaps, and they then contract to protect civilians and civilian organizations in war zones, such as Iraq and Afghanistan. They're very, very capable. The blokes in them really know what they're doing, and they're generously compensated for their time. Wagner Group does not fit into that category. It hires ex-members of the Russian armed forces of various degrees of quality, and they mostly do war crimes. So they've been very active in Africa, particularly, I believe in the Congo, most recently in Burkina Faso, where they have been instrumental in a coup d'etat. As I've mentioned Africa, I'm expecting Ola to pop up now and talk about the situation in Burkina Faso, because that's how the Maria Report works. Ola is our Ghanaian listener who has fascinating color about the situation in Africa, generally, West Africa particularly. But if he's here and he wants to talk about Burkina Faso, he is very, very welcome to pop up as always. So Wagner Group, yeah, they hire relatively low quality people. They don't pay them very well. I think the average rate of pay is about what, $1,500 a month or something like that. So you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, and that's exactly what they're aiming to do. And these troops are used as a sort of arm's length military force for the Kremlin, and they're also used to commit semi-deniable war crimes in the name of their political masters in the Kremlin. Particularly in Africa, but of course they've also been active on that front in the Ukraine as well, where Russian war crimes are extensive and extremely well documented. So they have been using Wagner troops to attack Bakhmut, which is a Ukrainian strongpoint. They've mounted a number of completely half-assed, undermanned, and badly executed attacks, which have caused the deaths of lots and lots of Wagnerite mercenaries. Why they're doing this? Who knows? Possibly it is political. So there is the Wagner Group is one of the many kind of gangsterish organizations that vies for power within the Kremlin political system, including another example would be Ramzan Kadyrov and his Kadyrovite militia. They are kind of quasi-independent forces that vie for favor and vie for power in the name of their political masters. The Wagner Group here is known to recruit from prisons. So you all will have seen the videos of the boss of the Wagner Group, whose name temporarily escapes me. Hang on, let me just Google that. So the boss of the Wagner Group has been recruiting aggressively in prison. And gaining, shall we say, some lowish, shall we say, low quality recruits of particular brutality, and they seem to have been expended against a merciless wall of Ukrainian lead and steel in the Bakhmut area. So this is possibly a political move. Prigozhin is his name, the name of the chap who leads the Wagner Group, Evgeny Prigozhin. They have possibly been used in Bakhmut as a political move to keep the Wagner Group relevant and keep it current and make it look like it is still making some kind of military contribution in order to keep it politically favored. But that's just speculation on my part. But there have certainly been more attacks around the Bakhmut AO. Now, the bad day to be an Iranian-made drone. The Ukrainian forces have shot down a number of Shahed 136 drones. These are Iranian-made suicide drones. As we know, Russia is scraping the barrel when it comes to military munitions. They have been running out of rocket ammunition for quite some time. They will struggle to manufacture more rocket ammunition. Those short, medium, long range rocket artillery that they use, especially the guided rockets. They rely to an extent on Western components, particularly semiconductors, silicon chips, which are now denied to Russia due to Western sanctions. Russia doesn't make these. China doesn't make them sufficient quality, and in any case, integrating different chips into such a system would be, shall we say, an engineering challenge that's probably beyond Russia. And so they've been unable to manufacture sufficient ammunition to keep their ham-fisted strikes on Ukraine shall we say, to keep them at the appropriate level of genocidal intensity. And so they've gone cap in hand to the Iranians to buy whatever shite the Iranians can sell them, which in this case is Shahed drones. Shahed 136. It's a suicide drone, and it is being used to replace those rocket artillery. However, because it's a piece of shit, Ukraine air defense, what air defense doing? Well, they're successfully shooting down a heck of a lot of these Iranian drones. I saw it estimated, I think it was by the Institute for the Study of War, that around 60% of them are failing to reach their target because they are being shot down. I'm being informed in my DMs that Mr. James Valdez has joined the space. James, if you're here, can I see you? Hang on. Let me just search. James, yes, you are indeed listening. If you'd like to come up and have a chat, please request, and we'd be delighted to have you up. Failing that, I will go on with the military update. Now, there have been reports that the Russian military is facing, the regions of Russia have been facing very severe financial challenges in their mobilization. But we will pause that and we will have a chat with Mr. James Vasquez, who is an American veteran and volunteer for the international efforts in Ukraine. James, welcome up. A very good afternoon to you, sir. He's still connecting. I hope he doesn't get the Twitter box. Anda, can you see James coming up?
Yes, he's connecting. I validated his request, and I see I see he's connecting. I don't know if he can hear us. Usually, while connecting, he dropped. While connecting, can you send him an invite? While connecting, there is a pause from the moment you connect to the moment when you reach the panel. And usually, even if we talk as he tries to connect, most probably he cannot hear us. So sometimes it happens for the guests not to be able to connect when we try to validate them to enter the panel. And we try. Twitter sometimes is a friend of ours, and sometimes tries to play games with us, and it's not always funny. But we try. In the meantime, I will kindly ask you to share and retweet the space. And hello, James.
Hey, James, how are we doing?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Yep.
great. You're great.
Okay.
How are things, buddy?
I'm in a bad area right now because I'm in Polish custody, believe it or not.
Why?
Well, it's funny you ask. I left Lviv this morning to go to Warsaw so I can fly to the United States and do my thing for a few weeks. But it turns out I dropped my passport over in my hotel, and when I got to the Polish border, the Ukrainian border, I realized I didn't have my passport. Can you guys still hear me, or am I losing you?
You're loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So I realized I didn't have my passport, but I did have like a passport ID. So I was like, oh, maybe I can, slide this through. And sure enough, while it was difficult to go into the Ukrainian border, the Polish border was not having it at all. They literally pulled me out of the car and were just like, hey, listen, we're taking you into custody. Whilst they were doing that, my hotel called me and said, hey, look, you dropped your passport over here. We have your passport. So now I have literally like diplomats coming from Kyiv that happen to be, on their way over here, and they're going to pick my passport over at my hotel and then bring it over here. So I'm like stuck here for like 3 hours.
But it can be solved.
Yes, it's going to be solved. And they were not very nice to me in the beginning, but when they found out who I was, then they just started making me tea.
So fame is good for something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's like literally the car, I couldn't find a train or a bus that was going to be able to bring me over to Warsaw. So we found a ride share. So I was literally in a, kind of a, private car with 3 other strangers, and they were probably pretty horrified to see me get plucked out of the vehicle like that. And so now I'm just sitting here waiting for some diplomats to pick me up and bring me to Poland. So it's a little monkey wrench in my program, but at least I'm not flying out till tomorrow, so it's not like I got anything to worry about.
Does this happen a lot?
This is something that runs rampant right now at the borders. It's they're very it's very stringent. It's very strict on anybody who can come in and out for a number of reasons. One of the biggest reasons is they make sure that Ukrainian men 18 to 60 do not leave the country because they are, basically on call to fight at any given moment. So they really shake everybody down. It's also, they're making sure that,
Oop, did we lose James?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think they.
He's got a bad connection, guys. He called me from the wherever he's at and told me his situation, and the internet or whatever he's connected to is pretty bad. So
You mean
problems
Polish jail?
quickly,
Oh, there you
then
are,
you're
James.
a very lucky individual. It's typically takes a long time at any given moment. I mean, last time I went to Poland to go pick up a bunch of equipment and gear for the guys to go back down range, I think I picked up a bunch of Kevlar and some body armor and some drones and stuff like that. I was at the border for 8 hours, just stuck there for 8 hours. So yeah, it's not fun.
So how's it work? Oh, sorry, Ander. Carry on.
Did I lose you guys?
No, we overstepped. We talked in the same time.
Seems like I lost you guys.
Do you hear us,
He lost us. He can hear us.
James?
It looks like James has just dropped. He's coming back up. It seems like Polish jails have really bad Wi-Fi. That's unexpected. James, welcome back, man. Are you there? Mic check. James, you here?
I can hear
you.
Seems like James can't hear us. James, if you can hear us, give us a shout. Can anyone hear James?
No, he's not unmuting.
James, your mic is muted if you're trying to talk. Failing that, while we're waiting for James's audio, Chris has his hand up. Chris.
Hear me, Tim?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay. So I just keep unplugging my earphones to speak and that. To be honest with you, I was just waiting to catch James when he does come up again. So just to let him know there's some progress on the UK thing and that. So it's not done and dusted yet, but just to let him know that that's going on and that. So I haven't managed to get DM conversation with him going yet, but I think Stiz is around this morning. So I probably, one of the things that James wants to do is promote the 22nd, Tim, in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Oh,
Loud
there
and
he goes.
clear. Send.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be in and out because I have terrible service right now, and again, I'm in Polish custody. So so if I cut out, just let me know. I guess
We
I
got
lost you
Yehuda
guys.
coming up as well. No, you're still here, man. You're still here. Sorry, I was just moving
okay.
a couple of speakers up. We got Yehuda coming up. We got Axel. We got your friend Stiz. Yehuda, good morning.
Yes, this is the man. Stiz, you there?
You know it, cuz. I'm just posted. I don't want to talk. I'm just lamped up.
I smell you stepping in.
James is Chris from the UK. Just to say to you, things are progressing, mate, on the event in the UK. Not done yet, but progressing.
Oh, okay. That's great. That's good to hear. This isn't Chris Victor's platoon sergeant, right? Because that's Chris.
No, James. Another Chris. Chris Windley. I have DM'd you, mate, but
Yeah,
you probably haven't seen it yet.
I've spoken to you. Yes. I yeah, understood. I know who you are.
Okay, Roger.
Well, that's good, and I'm gonna be as soon as I head back. My last stop is going to be in Canada, and then I'm heading to the UK before I go to the Ukraine. So yeah, we'll keep talking, and we'll make that happen.
Any idea what dates, James? I'm not pushing you, mate, but do you know?
Yeah, I have an inner about. It's going to be probably the first week, late in the first week of November is where I'm going to be heading back up there, and then heading back to Ukraine afterwards. So yes, I'm definitely going to be hitting the UK right after Canada, and then heading back to Ukraine. So I will give you an exact date. I don't want to give you any promise dates right this second because because I don't really have a hard date. But sure enough, I will within the next several days I will give you a hard date, and I'll probably be over in the UK for a few days before I head back to Ukraine. So sure enough, I will give you a hard date very soon.
Yeah, that's fine, James, and obviously get yourself out of jail first, but.
I'm not literally in jail. I'm like kind of in a waiting room in the Polish border right now.
Are you cuffed?
No, nothing like that. No, they're nothing but nice to me. It's just they won't let me go until I get somebody to bring my passport over here. It's kind of funny, in a weird way.
So James, when you come to the UK, you're going to Heathrow. You're coming into Heathrow.
Yes.
And do you know where you're heading after that? Where's the other key places you've got to get to, if you know?
Well, I am going to meet up with Victor's wife, and we are going to. We were supposed to do this prior. It's kind of like a reverse schedule right now because in the beginning I was going to go to the UK first before I went to the States, and per Victor's request, we were going to spread his ashes over in the sea over a helicopter. But because his wife got caught up in so much bureaucracy and paperwork with the Ukrainian military over here, she didn't even have an opportunity to leave yet. She's still over here in Ukraine, and I'm heading out tomorrow. So we kind of just reversed that schedule.
Okay. So do you happen to know, obviously I don't want to know exactly, but do you happen to know what part of the UK she's in?
I do know what part of the UK she's in. I do not want to disclose that. I don't know that that's something that she wants me to disclose. So I'm just going to keep that to myself right now. But
No,
you
that's
know,
fine. That's fine. Like, okay, I would just like north, south, east, west, you know, something like that. But no problem, mate.
she lives in the countryside outside of London. You know, without being very specific,
You don't have to,
you know,
James.
that's
You
you know,
don't-
they're not like in the city or anything like that.
James, you shouldn't make.
I know where they live. I don't know that I want to say.
No,
where they
don't say. And Christopher,
live.
stop asking these specific questions, please. That you know that help locate time and space, please, Christopher. Okay.
The problem with that is, you know, I just want to make sure that she has her privacy. I don't want, you know, to disclose where she is and you know, just have her get dragged down by me. I mean, it's already a circus over there with all this that's going on, and I'm sure she wants her privacy and deserves it at this point because you know she's still grieving and you know she's got a very young boy, and I just don't want to say where they are.
No, you don't have to, James. It was you could talk offline to people, but you got to remember there are bad actors and people who support Russia who would be more than happy to bother nice people. So let's leave it at that.
Sure. I mean, they bother me all the time.
Yeah, but you can take it.
Yeah, I got some thick skin now.
So, James, how's the mood in light of the big news yesterday with the bridge? How are the troops?
I gotta tell you, I was in Lviv yesterday, and I've never seen so many bands playing in one little area by the fountains and the parks, and everybody was just ecstatic and happy, and it's almost like nothing is actually happening over here. I mean, people are just so happy, and I think that's a byproduct of it. You know, I really wanted to get on and listen to you guys yesterday, but I got caught up in a bunch of stuff because I wanted to hear what you guys had to say about it. But let's just say, you know, the mood from Kyiv to Lviv is pretty good right now. You know, that's a big accomplishment. That is a you know, it's really my only worry, and when I say it's my worry, it's really not too much of a worry, but you know, I know just based on a couple months ago, I believe, Putin was saying that if anything happens to that bridge, that Kyiv is going to get it. As far as you know, we're gonna rain some holy hell on them, but it hasn't happened yet, and I, you know, it's just such a great sign of them faltering, not being able to accomplish what they're trying to do. I believe if that happened a few months ago, there would have been some serious airstrikes on Kyiv or you know any surrounding areas. But I don't even think they have the capacity to do it anymore. I think they're fizzling out big time, and it's just a really good sign, and it's kind of what everybody wants, and it's kind of what the expectation because these guys are you know just putting so much effort into you know doing such a good job at you know making these guys look like goofballs that they are, you know.
And they are goofballs. Let's be honest. I think that's the key. Instead of arguing how it went down, let's talk about the effects.
It is a really bad look on Russia. You know how these guys are. You know, it's you know, can anybody even argue that they're not the second superpower in the world, if not the 10th or 15th at this point? I mean, it's
no, James. It's a close tie for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe and Russia are now in the running for
agreed.
73rd best military in the world.
I mean, yeah, it's bananas how you know I mean the propaganda machine in Russia is so perfect
that, you know, they had us believing for 60 years that they were the number 2 superpower. And, you know, it's quite clearly now not the case at all, not even close. You know, I mean, the world at large is just kind of laughing at, you know, their performance, and for, you know, for good reason. That they just have proved that they are awful at what they do. And I can't believe they had the world convinced for so long that they were much better than they are. You know.
Absolutely. I mean, the Russians put a graphic out about this. You know, when Ukraine started taking out bridges, the Russian propaganda operation went off the handle, and they put a graphic out about this, about how the bridge was protected by military dolphins and all of that stuff. I mean, I'm guessing these dolphins are now going to be demoted for their failure to protect the bridge.
Yeah. There's so listen, you guys probably have more intel than me at this point, because I've kind of been out of the I've been out of the loop for a minute, and you know, I'm well aware of you know, the bridge going down, and I know that it was probably more than likely a clandestine operation by Ukrainians. Does anybody actually know how they pulled it off? Because, you know, I'm getting intel.
James, do you have a 20 hours? We've been talking about this ad nauseum. I know
he does.
Ukrainian
He's in
media.
jail.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So
Yeah, I have 3 good hours.
Yeah. So James, everyone we know in Ukraine is talking about special operations with you know, superstar, this, that, and the other. However, we have to be honest with you. Every single actual military expert who's been in here, whether they be Navy SEALs, kind of a big deal, or artillery rangers. I mean, literally ranger officers who are artillery officers have all said this is a missile. In fact, the photographs from the under part of the bridge show a hole punched through the deck. This, to me, is nothing but a missile. But for whatever reason, if the Ukrainians want to tell people it's special forces, okay, no one's under any obligation to tell the Russians anything. You know, maybe they don't want to let them know they have attacked them, so they don't want to publicly state. Maybe
Well,
the Americans don't.
The Ukrainians have been very good at, being mum. You know, mum's the word about how they operate, and that's why it's been so effective, and with good reason. I mean, obviously, you know, they don't want to, give up, how they're operating.
And
So
nor should they.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just that would be bad military strategy, says everyone. So,
But it's
so
weird.
yeah,
We have a lot of people wedded to this, from anywhere from a Tatar Ukrainian Muslim suicide bomber with a truck filled with explosives, to submarines with concrete magnets that attack the bridge, to you name it.
there's
People
a
are
lot
into
of
it.
theories, but I suppose that I don't need to really know. Let's face it, the accomplishment in itself is amazing, and I'm sure in the future everybody will know how it happened, because history is obviously going to always come out. But that is accomplishment, for these guys, that really cuts off the supply line from Russia. It's going to be very valuable, going into the winter. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I mean, where's the bad news?
Yeah, no.
There's been a lot of small victories, recently, between Lima and everything else that's going on. But this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Tim, sorry. Yeah, no. So the the symbolism, I think, is lost on a lot of people. It's not just a bridge; it's the apple of Putin's eye. It's the idea of Russian ingenuity. It's
You're
we've
exactly
done
right.
this.
That was his baby, being.
Did we lose James's audio?
Did you lose me?
Just for a few seconds. Yep, you're back.
Yeah. So yeah, no, that's a big black eye on Putin.
Apple of his eye, I think you said.
The
Baby.
the symbolicness of it being on his birthday, and just like I don't know if that was by design, but if it was, that is perfect.
Yeah, it really doesn't
No,
matter that it doesn't matter that it went how it was at this point. The fact is that they've damaged it. They can damage it again, and they're making a clear signal. I wonder if there'll be an exodus. Is what people are asking. I wonder if Russians are queuing to leave, which I don't doubt. So sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I spoke to a Russian military expert on this who was intimately involved with the operation to protect the bridge, and he said. So I take that as definitive. Sorry, I was doing a dolphin joke. Never mind.
Well, the hole looks like it's a dolphin-sized hole in the bottom of the bridge there, so maybe it was that dolphin.
I'm being very silly. Yeah. Sorry, James.
James, you there? James, can you hear us? The inner workings of a Polish jail. We're hearing it live. James in jail. Next on MriyaReport. We love it. James, can you hear us? Mute his mic there. I think he can't hear. Hopefully he can take a tin cup and bang it on the bars and say, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
I'll text him. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay, great. Looks like James is talking to someone, so his partner there has put the phone on mute, which is good. And while we wait for him, Tim, do you want to go to Edward?
Sure, Edward. Greetings.
Hi.
Our man in Buenos Aires.
Hello, good morning. I was just thinking about the dolphin ranking system. I think it goes something like floating admiral, sub-lieutenant, and then I'm a bit unclear on Russian naval ranks, but there's something called older second article or something like that. Starshina, Vitoroi, Stati. So that's how far I've got on the ranking of dolphins.
Oops, sorry, I just muted everybody by mistake. That wasn't deliberate. And we've lost Yehuda. Wendy, welcome up.
Thanks, Tim. Morning. The analysis that we've had in the last 48 hours from people like David Brookfield, Chuck, Nuno, and of course Yehuda, and everyone else on this space who has contributed has been exceptional. And as usual, far beyond anything offered on TV news. Elsewhere on the internet, we've heard these yarns from certain accounts that this was some kind of remote-controlled HGV lorry, a drone, or even an e-scooter. And I just think that there's a tactic by Ukraine here which needs to be acknowledged, and that is that they keep people talking about different options of what hit a certain airbase or a certain bridge, and they keep these options open, and it seems to be their own form of kind of could I say maskirovka? It seems to me that the Ukrainians have played the enemy at their own game. They have ensured that every time a target is struck, it leaves Moscow the option of denying the use of ATACMS. It leaves the Kremlin a smidgen of an opportunity, or did I say midget of an opportunity? But smidgen of an opportunity of using a lie to explain it away. A lie which is absurd to the rest of us, but sellable, just about sellable, we must assume, to some Russians. So the Russians are being forced to use
Maskarovka on themselves by lying about their own faults, and Ukrainians are kind of using this, you know, on the invading army. So, I mean, from the just from the, you know, from a Ukrainian ally and a military layman, this is exceptionally clever in outsmarting the enemy. So yeah, it's wonderful to see James back in the space, and it's wonderful to see Ukraine have the Kremlin dancing to their tune every single time this happens. Outstanding.
Absolutely. I see James has dropped. James, I appreciate you are in Polish jail, but please do come up if you've got another quiet spot. Got a few listeners coming up, so thank you for that. Yeah, Wendy, thanks for that. I like to compare this to the commando operations during World War II. I like historical analogies. You may have noticed this, right? There was the commando forces. They specialized in mainly raiding. So highly concentrated, kind of get in, kill everybody, get out type attacks. Get in, kill everyone, disable whatever it is, be it a radar station or I don't know, a submarine repair station or whatever, and then get out and get out without making it known exactly how your attack occurred, right? And the effect of this was predominantly psychological, because it made the men manning the Atlantic Wall absolutely terrified all the time, because they were sitting there on their pretty dismal posting, guarding a radar station in the middle of Brittany or whatever, and they knew at any moment a big boatload of horrible bastards in green berets could come out of the sea, kill everybody. You wouldn't hear them coming, you wouldn't see them coming. They'd just pop up and kill you and leave. And they had specially silenced rifles, and they were issued special boots with no hobnails on the bottom, so they could be extra silent. And this created catastrophic morale issues among the Wehrmacht defending the Atlantic Wall, because it was just so scary. They could just pop out of nowhere, massacre you, and just disappear back into the night. And I think this is with Ukraine's ambiguity around what exactly is causing long-range strikes. I think they're doing much the same thing, right? They're creating this sort of mystique around their capabilities. Like, okay, so we can demonstrate that we're able to touch you all the way over here, and we're not saying how we're doing it exactly. We're leaving you guessing. And so this is going to have a morale effect on Russian troops, because they know that at any moment a load of horrible bastards could come out of the ether, slot all of them, and then disappear again, right? And it's a bit like the psychological effect of loitering munitions, right? You know that at any moment there could be this thing buzzing around your position, which you can't see and you can't hear and you can't counter without some highly specialized equipment that could whiz down and kill all of you in a second. And that's pretty horrible. What do you reckon, Wendy?
Oh, so succinctly put, Tim. I mean, the costs of admitting Ukraine used ATACMS to the Russians are clearly far higher than actually going ahead and admitting that this is a weapon that Ukraine is using, and we can understand why. This is a weapon that they have no defense against, as Yehuda said, I think yesterday. This is a weapon which proves that their S-400 systems is absolute garbage. So the cost of admitting that Ukraine used ATACMS, despite these childish threats that we've had for months, it's just too high for the Kremlin. And I mean, we've already seen Ukraine's own cockleshell heroes in the form of the Azov, take boats across the Azov Sea back in February and March this year to resupply the Azovstal steel factory. The Kremlin now knows, and the soldiers it has sent to invade Ukraine now know, that Ukraine can strike them at any time, anywhere. So this is extraordinarily powerful. And yeah, like you said, the mystique here is absolutely fantastic. I wonder how many of these truck bomb e-scooter accounts, these accounts claiming it was something else, are just upholding this, attempting to uphold this mystique, because some of them have huge followers, huge number of followers, and are on Twitter every day speaking in depth about, I don't know, various things which I won't mention, but this mystique is quite evident to you and I clearly, and others, and it's extraordinarily powerful. So long may this tactic continue, because it's got Moscow's troops absolutely terrified. And yeah, those portable toilets they set up on the Russian side of the Kerch Strait Bridge yesterday to accommodate the traffic there, the state those toilets must be in is unthinkable.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, Anda.
I wanted to ask if when they had the chance to see the queue that was formed at the ferry.
I did, Anda, and they're on the run, and it's not a moment too soon. 8 years too soon, to be precise. 8 years too late, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Tim, thank you, Wendy. Tim?
Yeah, I was going to agree and amplify and say if there's any weapon we're going to use to defeat the Russians, surely it is the lavatory, because they're not familiar with indoor plumbing, right? It's this mysterious machine to them. It's like me looking at the outside of a nuclear reactor. I kind of know what it does, but Lord knows what goes on in there. So yeah, I'm not surprised the lavatories are in a state, because the Russians, they're not familiar with this technology. It's like they're talking to Martians. Anyway, I'm being silly. I believe Nina was up. Nina, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you also. I was actually not having a lot of time to be here in the space, unfortunately, after such a huge thing, what happened. And also I have been now listening to you about the tactics, and I read in Helsingin Sanomat that nor Russia or Ukraine is admitting. And is this right, what you have been also talking here? Because what I read is that it's and also heard from you that it's good for Ukraine not to spell it out clearly, and also it's for Russia a real big embarrassment that they would admit that Ukraine could hit them, and but they are, as these mysterious things. I don't know if you heard that they had tweeted, this SBU had tweeted a paraphrase from the 1800 Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko. Did you hear about this, what he said?
As I understand it, there was a subtle admission of responsibility for Kerch Bridge from an advisor to President Zelensky, but it was very subtle.
Yes,
it was kind of dropping a hint, but I don't think they actually said, "Hey, yeah, this was us."
No, it was like a poem. I will translate it from Finnish, so it won't sound like a poem, because in Finnish it sounds, but if I'm translating, it's not. So it says that it's early morning and the bridge is burning beautifully and the nightingale is singing on Crimea. And this last part I don't know, but anyway, so they made like this kind of, and of course they could have said it even if Russia would have failed and bombed it by themselves somehow. They could say that. So it's not clear, and that's good that it's not clear.
Yes, I haven't. I didn't get the poem, but then I'm not very familiar with Ukrainian poetry, so I probably wouldn't recognize it if I heard it. Thank you, Nina. Den John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. And I would like to start with strongly pushing back on Wendy's conspiracy theories. If it was indeed an electrical vehicle, it was a Tesla, not a scooter. Okay, but now to some facts. I don't know. Have you seen the video showing? I think it must be shot today, where cars are passing the place on the bridge, and the train set is still there. So they didn't repair it, and they for sure they haven't tested it again. So there you go.
But,
That's interesting. Sorry, Anda.
Yeah, I was just
Sorry,
going
Nina.
to ask. Yeah, sorry. That they are saying that the trains are still going. So this is obviously not true, or is it?
Yeah, it cannot be true because this is the video is shot in daylight, and meaning. Yeah, I mean, Tim, you can put it on the up in the nest because I sent it to you. You can put it there. Maybe we can have a look together. But I think it was shot yesterday, today, because yesterday they didn't open the road. I think the normal road bridge wasn't opened during the daytime yesterday. But anyway, put it up there, Tim, if you want.
Because I thought, sorry, Nina, I thought I saw a video yesterday of in darkness of them running a passenger train over it. Was that not true?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like that. It looks like it was a lie. But yeah, I don't know if it's possible to see a timestamp on a video. But yeah, this video is out there anyway, showing that the train is still there and that they're trying to lift the cars off the track.
Fantastic.
better
I've
mo-
just nested that tweet.
Tim?
Yeah, Mr. Ram.
Bedelmoes yesterday told that if they want to try to drive a train over that railroad, that would be very, not wise to do, because the heat could have melted the bars, the rails. So it's not very safe to go over such a traject. Bedelmoes explained it, and I believe him. So knowing a bit of heat and metal, what it does to metal, and extreme heat. So I don't think they can roll the train in such short time after the destruction. I don't know. No, that's not possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ram. Nina, then John, please. Then
Yeah,
John, not then John.
just real quick.
John, then.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, it sounds like when I saw the blast, it was like a huge blast, and that going with the train after that, even if I'm not knowing anything about metal and heat, I have some kind of I can count in my head. But who says it was the last blast?
Yeah, that's a question of. We will see in the future what will happen. Yeah. So it still stays a target. keep that in mind.
Thank you. John Howard, welcome.
Thanks, Tim. Good afternoon. Sadly for me, I've missed most of the expert commentary over the last sort of 36 hours, but I've been dipping in and out, and there seemed to be a balance of opinion that this was probably an ATACMS or similar missile strike that's done the damage on the bridge. My question, and I'm sure this has been raised, so I'm hoping you could answer it, please, if you know. My question would be, if that's what they've used, why have they used it to hit the road bridge and not the rail bridge? Because the rail bridge logistically would be much more important to destroy. And I don't really follow that. Has there been a view expressed as to why they ignored the rail side?
There were a number of theories on that. You can kind of be as elaborate about this as you want. One theory is that they were trying to hide the exact nature of their capability in terms of accuracy. So they knew that a strike on the road bridge would take out the rail bridge as well, or at least not take it out, but render it inoperable anyway, simply because of the blast from the missile. So they could mask the fact that they have a munition with pinpoint accuracy by appearing to miss the rail bridge. Another way of putting it was that they just slightly missed, or that they were hedging their risk by going after a larger and more delicate target, knowing that the effect on the rail bridge would be fatal anyway, or at least mortal anyway. Right. So I think it's a case of them not really needing to hit the rail bridge, being more likely to hit the road bridge because it's wider. And they can kill two birds with one stone by doing that. I mean, I'm kind of speculating a bit here. So yeah, I would say either it was a risk, it was mitigating the risk of them missing altogether, or it was masking the extent of their capability as regards to accuracy. Because as we know, systems like ATACMS, you can hit a basketball with those things. They're really, really very accurate. So yeah, that would be my theories, but I'm speculating a bit. Is that okay, John?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think you've sort of dismissed an element of your own speculation in the same comment by saying they wanted to mitigate against the risk of missing, and that they have also at the same time they're using a munition that they know there is absolutely no risk of missing with, which doesn't make much sense to me. Yeah.
I mean, my point is we don't know what munition they used, right? So depending on whether they were using an ATACMS or not, one of those theories makes sense or it doesn't, right?
Yeah. Okay. As I say, I missed all of the commentary. I'm sure this was all done exhaustively yesterday. But thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Thank you, John. Rich, welcome up.
Oh yeah, thank you. I just wanted to sort of draw your attention to something that I saw earlier. Supposedly the test done with the train, or the image used to say that they've tested the track and it was okay. I saw somebody posted it and said there's like a double rail in the photograph, and that's not actually present on the bridge, from what I understand. But I'm no expert and I'm not 100% convinced, but I just wanted to see if you'd sort of seen this or heard of it and could confirm. Thank you.
The consensus seems to be that the railway is still inoperable, and the train we saw burning there is still there. I don't know whether it's a double or a single, but yeah, I've had a lot of people DM me and say, yeah, this is what's going on. The railway bridge is not operable for the moment, and any videos that emerge showing Russia allegedly sending trains across it are likely to be fake or misrepresented. Denjon.
Yeah, regarding the rail that looks like a double kind of thing. I actually found some pictures of from the inauguration that the rail indeed looks like that. I don't think it's double rail, it's something else, but it looks the same as in that test run. But again, the video up in the nest shows, well, indicates that they haven't done a test run. But the rail might look like that test run video.
Thank you, John. Nina.
Thank you, Tim. I'm sure you have seen all the different videos of the Kerch blast. I saw Artois' video, and I'm sure you have seen it also. And I swear I can see like a light coming from the up and then the blast. But I'm not an expert. But also, if some people said it was a truck, how come the truck is like driving out from the blast? This is like not making sense to me.
Truck is not likely, Nina. That's if you listen to Yehuda and to other experts on this, they said that a truck is not likely. Navy special ops also boat not likely. Most likely is a missile. Yehuda also pointed out to some pictures where you could see a hole in the deck of the bridge, and that indicates that that was a missile. They were, I guess they were, and it's just a guess of mine, they were targeting the bridge deck, and in they got lucky to hit also the train railroad, so that they actually had two targets hit, and it's also very important because logistic scene, this a very big blow, and also it's something very important for Putin. So it's also a strike to show them you can babble along with your nuclear threats, but we're gonna do what we have said. And if you listen to Zelensky, he's made it very clear they're gonna take back all of Ukraine, including Crimea, and they won't stop until they have done that. So that's why I'm telling the bridge is still a big target. It will be hit sometimes in the future again, and we will see that happening. So be assured about the truck, no. Boat, no. That wave, what we have seen on some videos, is a water displacement. You see no boat, and it could also be the incoming missile with a philosophy. I don't know if you ever have looked at a meteorite coming in and explode in an airburst. 9 years ago, it was in Russia one time, and a very in the history there is one time in Tunguska blast. It's been there, an airburst, and if you see what damage it can do, it's very impressive.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
M.
Sorry, Nina. Yeah, I mean, I would bolster what Mr. M said there, right? Sorry, there's an aeroplane going across at the moment. The idea of it being a truck bomb feeds a certain Russian narrative, right? It's no coincidence that Russia is pushing this narrative quite actively, because when you think of, sorry, bloody airplane's really noisy. When you think about truck bombs, right, it conjures up a particular image, right? It doesn't conjure up an image of, efficient, organized, civilized Western militaries. It conjures up an image of terrorist groups, conjures up an image of suicide bombing, it conjures up an image of fanaticism. And so I can see why Russia has a propaganda incentive to portray this as a truck bomb, because it makes Ukraine look like ISIS, right? It makes them look like terrorists. It makes them look uncivilized. And leaving aside the physics of the thing, it feeds a Russian narrative. There's also the question of the practicalities, right? This is probably the best guarded piece of infrastructure in the world, right? There's like there's like nuclear weapon stations, Fort Knox, the Bank of England, and then this bridge, right? It's so well patrolled. They've got waterborne patrols, they've got security, presumably at both ends. There's just no way you're going to be able to approach it. It's very, very heavily surveilled. There's CCTV absolutely everywhere. That's why we've got so much video of this explosion. You're just not, the idea of people shinnying up the piles and, planting explosives without being noticed, or, a boat getting anywhere near it. I mean, it's just not realistic. To my mind, the only thing that could logically have done this is a missile. So no truck bombs, no. Special operations forces, probably not. Missile is my view. Nina.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. M for explaining that to me, because I didn't have the opportunity to listen to experts yesterday. So, and what you Tim said, it all makes sense. So, it's and of course Russia will push their narrative, and unfortunately that narrative even reaches Finnish media, which is a bit funny. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Thomas Tyner, who will be a guest on the space later on, is reporting that yes, this is a 2-track rail. No, it is not operational because the burning train is still blocking it, and they're still trying to deal with the burning train. So any footage that emerged yesterday of trains being run across it is almost certainly bullshit. Pauli.
Good afternoon, Tim. How are you doing?
Fantastic, thank you. I've just eaten a hachapuri, and I'm looking forward to the afternoon of discussing Ukraine. How are you doing?
All right. I'm good. I'm good. At my cottage, preparing for the freezing winter. So stacking wood. All right. Yeah. So I think I've been following the Kerch Bridge quite closely. So if I can summarize my thoughts on it really briefly, or like keywords or key phrases, how I see it.
Of course.
Yeah. So when we talk about
sorry, you've gone really quiet, Pauli. You sound like you're inside a pillow.
Did you go inside your sauna?
No, I didn't. All right. Now,
Much
can you hear me?
better.
All right. Yeah. So when someone talks about truck, I would say that's the just casualty of war. That's the key phrase. I wouldn't go any further. I mean, that's so it's either missiles or explosives. And well, I think Chuck, Nuno, they both first thought it was a special operation. I was on the same opinion in the morning and a day ago, but now I also think, based on the pictures from under the bridge and from the Maxar satellite pictures on the side, that it was a missile strike. So missile strike, that's possible and most likely. Then special operation and explosives, possible but less likely. That's my
how does they take on the matter at the moment. And to summarize, I'm just generally really happy it happened. And it seems that the Russians are pissing their pants, and it's going to cause a lot of problems to them. And the winter is coming. I'm quite confident that they will hit the bridge again. And during winter time, having the connection is even more important. So I think they're gonna have winter hardships at the Crimea, the Russians. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Sorry for intervening a bit. I have to run, so I will bid you a very good afternoon. Tim, thank you very much for having me. And Wendy, thank you for coming up. And yeah, I wish everyone an extraordinary afternoon, and looking forward to hear the interviews that are coming up. Bye.
Thank you very much, Ander. It's been a pleasure co-hosting with you this morning. Thank you very
Yes,
much also.
thank you, Ander.
Thank you very much also for Moldova Hour. That was absolutely fascinating. And good luck. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. So we've got a few people coming up. I'm having to shift the speakers around a little because we've got a full panel, or at least we've got ghost speakers on the panel. So if I move you down, it is personal. It's because I don't like you. Now, of course, I'm joking. If I move you down, please re-request and come back up again because we've got a full panel. So I believe Free the Leopards was next. Free the Leopards. What a good username that is.
Hi, thank you. This is Stefan. Yeah, I've been listening to MriyaReport for a few months. You're doing an amazing job, great job. I'm falling asleep listening to you. Anyway,
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing because I'm listening to you 24 hours a day, pretty much, including in my sleep. Anyway, regarding the strike on the Crimea Bridge, I'm really impressed how people looking at the same clips, they see totally different things. For example, like without even looking frame by frame, as soon as I saw the strike on the clip, to me it was obvious it was a missile strike. Like the energy, it was obviously something very powerful coming from above. Not even for a second, I imagine is the truck. And to me, the strike is a bit in front of the truck anyway. We do not see the truck because the truck fell in the water, in the sea. Like where the bridge was missing, it had some speed and it just went in the sea. Once we see the truck out from the water, but for sure the Russian will never show us the truck because the truck will be in one piece. It will not be destroyed like from according to their theory, like having a bomb inside, right? So a truck which fell into the water will have some damage, but not like a huge bomb damage. Anyway, so there is the clip. There is that famous clip film from with the phone from the security camera, and some clips they have like about 50 seconds, about 1 minute. And in that clip, if you look on the very left top corner, and if you scroll with the finger to make the clip going a bit faster, you can actually see. Am I making this noise? Or?
No, sorry, that is Sandra. I'm trying to mute her mic.
Sorry.
Sandra Stewart, yeah, can you mute your mic, please?
Okay. So going back to that clip, by looking at that clip on the left top corner, you can see the train. It's slightly moving. So the train was not stopped because I heard it like a million times that the train was stopped. No, it is moving. Indeed, it is moving at a very slow speed. Like you have to scroll up faster to see how the cars of the trains are moving, but you can definitely see in that clip, there is one like that has about 1 minute, but if you scroll faster, you can see how the train is moving on the top left corner. I was impressed again by the New York Times story, which is absolutely crazy, going with this bomb truck version. It's obvious, like even if you look at the guardrails, they're standing up around like such an explosion. First of all, goes mainly up, right? It makes like a mushroom, goes up, doesn't go down. We can see as well a picture with the hole in the like the one the part of the bridge that is half in the water. You can see actually the one hole which looks like a hole from a missile. So and going back to the camera, with the surveillance camera video, we can see as well uh, just a slight second, and other people commented as well about that thing. Like everyone can actually check it right before the screen goes blank because goes white because of the explosion. A split second before, you can see how the sky gets a bit lighter color, like it's obviously some kind of light, and at the very bottom you can see a white line. And this white line, why is this white line? Because the light is up, it's up. And if you have seen security cameras, sometimes if you get a light from the top, there is some reflection on the bottom. So and everyone pretty much can see that clip. Like look at the clip yourself. Go very slowly, like move it with the finger, even on the phone. Like I did it with my phone, I did the screenshots on my phone. It's so visible that there is something bright coming right before the explosion, which is obviously the missile engine. And there are some people who are saying because of the analog cameras or digital cameras they make. I've been installing cameras for years. It's not, there is no time traveling on the recording cameras. It, like the events happen one after the other. So you cannot say the explosion that occurred like uh, a fraction of a second later influenced the recording prior. No, there is no such a thing. Things happen one at a time.
Free the leopards. Can I ask, are you an explosives guy? Like, is this something?
No,
Is this something you're an
no,
expert on?
no.
Okay.
I've been installing security cameras, so I've seen lots of footage and
So
arranging
you know
them
about
against the sun and stuff like
you know
that.
about security cameras. Have you done kind of forensic work in security cameras? Like, are you like a guy who gives evidence in court at all, or
No,
what?
no. I've
All
been
right.
just installing them and testing them and doing this for years. So I have no
Fantastic.
expertise like forensic or stuff like that.
Thank you very much. I would like to go to a guy who does
Thank
know
you.
a lot about punching holes and things, which is George, our resident armored warfare expert. George, very good morning.
Hey, how's it going? Good morning, everyone. I thought we put this to rest a while ago. Just really quick, and I just keep telling people, if you think it was a truck bomb, people, if you think it was a truck bomb, please Google the Oklahoma City bombing. It was done by one crazy nut with an accomplice. And what they did was they rented a truck. It was a Ryder rental truck, and those are moving vans. They're not 18-wheelers. This truck wasn't that big, man. I think it might have been a 14-foot or 12-foot panel truck. And the amount of explosive they had, which was not weapons grade explosive, mind you. I don't think the the Ukrainians would be sending a truck bomb, with a do-it-at-home explosive kit. That was 7,000 pounds, which is about 3.5 tons. That explosion, and that was a concrete and steel reinforced building. It sheared off the first 20, like from the wall, the outside wall, going into the interior, the first 20 feet of that building got vaporized. It destroyed hundreds of buildings around it. Cars were found almost a mile away. That was only a 3.5 ton bomb. And if you think that 18-wheeler, what were they going to do? Oh, let's just put 2,000 pounds on this and let's send it on its merry way. No. I know there's just people that have said that's a 10-ton, truck bomb or whatever. It's not. The amount, the weight of that explosive, even if you had the exact bomb from the Oklahoma City bombing there at the Kurt Strait Bridge, the train would have been blown off its tracks. That is the force those things have. Okay? But getting back to what the gentleman before was saying, the evidence is there. I made a thread. I talked to someone that I really respect. He's not on Twitter. He's actually a relative of mine. He spent 15 years as a demolition expert in the Hellenic Army, and he has 30 years experience as an engineer, especially with when it comes to concrete and rebar reinforced concrete and those type of structures. He used to be on the Greek earthquake response team. His job would be they'll go into the building first to make sure that even a damaged building was stable enough for rescuers to go into. He looked at what I sent him, and he says there's 3 spans that are down. The first set of spans, which is dual, which is 2 parts. The one you can see, and there's been pictures posted of a hole in the roadway, and the way it's bent looks like it was pushed down by an explosion. There's also people saying, "Oh, it was a boat," because it seems in one of the CCTV footages that there is some sort of small wake. That is whatever missile it was. I'm not saying it's ATACMS. I'm not saying it's not. It could have been one of the Ukrainian ground missiles, but either way, it was designed to penetrate and then explode to give a maximum amount of destructive power to break that span. And that is exactly what happened. The shock wave that traveled after that first span was hit knocked the span adjacent to it off, and also there's a span further up. It's like there's 1 span down, 2 spans down, there's one that skipped, and then the next one that fell because of the shock wave. And if you look at some of the pictures, the concrete was poured on top of the pylons looks to have been crumbled. That tells me and the other gentleman I was speaking to that was poorly poured concrete and was poorly cured, and that's why it shattered like that. It's not supposed to shatter like that, but that's what it did. Whatever hit it was a missile. I can't guarantee it was an ATACMS. It might have been a Grom. I would say those are my 2 number 1 suspects. But I think this truck bomb thing was definitely not a truck bomb. If you look at the way the rails are bent out and things like that, the rails would have been obliterated. There would have been no rails left. Obliterated. There would have been nothing left.
Absolutely,
I beseech people to please go look at the images from the Oklahoma City bombing. I think it was in the early 90s. The idiot that was involved with it, he was prosecuted and eventually executed. Obviously, it was it was crazy. Several, I think it was over 100 people died, including children. It was a horrific event, but that was a truck bomb with only 3.5 tons of explosive, ammonium nitrate, and some other things that they had stolen from some mining sites and some mining companies. But yes, it was not a weapons grade explosive, and you had that much destructive power.
Thank you, George. Yeah, this is very important. If you look at how very large bombs behave, yeah, I mean, Oklahoma City is one example, but you know, that was a fertilizer bomb, so that was an amateur effort, and it still did that much damage. You look into military applications. You know, think of the Tall Boy bomb from World War II. You know, this was a 12,000 pound bomb, so that's what, about 5,500 kilos, 5.5 tons. They dropped this thing on the Samoa rail tunnel, and it landed. It missed very slightly. It detonated on top of a hill and destroyed a tunnel that was 60 meters below the detonation. Right, so it went through 60 meters of solid rock and collapsed a tunnel underneath it. They did a similar thing with a very well fortified bunker. They dropped this Tall Boy bomb about 50 meters away from the bunker, and it completely flattened the bunker, a hardened concrete bunker 50 meters away. Right, and that's with an airdropped weapon. Right, that's 5,500 kilos of explosive.
Yeah, so physics. I'm going to quote one of my favorite movies, my cousin Vinny. Physics did not cease to exist, not only in the Ukrainian kitchen, but it didn't cease to exist on the Kerch Strait Bridge. The blast wave from something of that size that people are saying was the 18-wheeler, whatever, tractor trailer, whatever you want to call it, would have been huge. Like I said, trains are heavy, but blast waves move things, and that train would have plummeted off the rails if it had not disintegrated that section of the railway bridge in itself. Those pylons would have been just pure dust.
Thanks, George. Wendy.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, George, for your great analysis. Yeah, I mean, that Tall Boy bomb you mentioned, Tim, if I'm not mistaken, it near missed the Tirpitz and managed to capsize it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, that packed quite a punch. These images that people are across the Twitter sphere and across TV news, which of course always follows the MriyaReport by about 2 weeks. They're being shown on, you know, grainy CCTV images, and it's noticeable that in no way can this technology effectively capture what is actually taking place, which, as our wonderful guests on the show last night, people such as Nuno Phoenix, Chuck, and of course Yehuda, in their analysis, laid out step by step why these alternative theories of truck bombs, of midget submarines, of midgets on e-scooters, whatever it is, are absolutely absurd. And I mean, I can't help. Last night I couldn't help but think a magician never repeats the same trick twice. And this tactic by Ukraine that we were talking about earlier, of keeping people talking about different options of what hit a certain airbase or a certain bridge, and it's like they're using their own form of Maskirovka on the Russians. It gives them a midget of an opportunity to use a lie to explain it away, to explain away that it was some kind of smoking accident or some kind of, you know, terrible yachting accident or whatever it is they're talking about. But it gives them the chance to explain away the fact that their own weapon systems, like Yehuda said yesterday, are incapable of dealing with what the Ukrainians are using. You know, they're using conservatively, and they're using in a very accurate way, but they're not using them too often. They're striking strategic targets at particular times which benefit them. And this tactic, just from the layman's perspective, has been absolutely exceptional. So yeah, the analysis yesterday from people like David Brookfield, I should have mentioned, because he was absolutely brilliant. you know, it really put to bed some of these incredible, these absurd theories that I'm sure many of us have seen across the internet over the last 24 hours. Because yeah, like George said, you know, this and Chuck said also last night. I mean, that train, it would be in the water if it had been a truck bomb. And of course, truck bombs, as been said on this space yesterday and earlier, they when they vaporize, they don't happen to stick around, which is something which is also evident from these CCTV images. So yeah, it's great. It's been great to hear the analysis on this space over the last 24 hours, because it's been consistently fact-based, reasoned, and is far beyond anything which one can find if you switch on the news on your own TV, or visit some of these other accounts which, you know, claim to be experts in their own field. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wendy. On that bombshell, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you for the afternoon. So I'll be leaving you in the very capable hands of, yes, Mr. M.
I wanted to say something to you. I have sent you something in your DM. I have sent it also to George and to Wendy. They can look at that. It's explaining why some missiles explode in the air, and it also explains the damage they do. So it's a very interesting thing to read. I would read that if I was you, because it also underlines the theory of a missile and the capability of damage it can do in an airburst.
Well, Mr. M,
Thank
then
you
we
very
shall
much.
have a read. We shall have a read and go into it in a few minutes when we all have had the chance. Thank you very much. And thank you to Tim for keeping the fort in the last hours. And with that, we'll cycle through and get our friend Wendy to join. All righty. George, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add about the Russian air defense missiles, or what they've sold them as. You know, they sold them also as being the S-400s equivalent to the U.S. Patriots. In other words, as an anti-ballistic missile system. Well, I got news for you. That was a stretch. It just doesn't have. I don't think Thomas, who's going to be on here later, will probably be able to expand more on this. But I don't believe that the S-400 has any anti-ballistic missile properties. It was just something that the Russians wanted to sell, and you know, they just slapped that on their brochure and said, "Hey, we have an anti-ballistic missile system." Because unlike a plane that is usually has a very large cross section and radar cross section, these missiles, including ATACMS and obviously our best friends, the HIMARS, they have a very small cross section. You know, the diameter of these is 1/5, if not less, of an airplane, and them coming down at Mach 3.5 at a near vertical, your S-400 is not even going to have a chance to pick it up on radar, not alone intercept it. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, right with you. Evidently, the sales department for the S-400 will have to be rearranged, because neither their arguments nor their product do make sense. Tenjon. Oh, sorry, apologies. Danny, you were first.
Thank you so much. I hope the wind isn't too bad. I'm riding my bike. A few things that I found really super interesting in the discussions that took place yesterday. First of all, I think Bionada was the one that said at first that we don't really know the standard of workmanship on that bridge initially. So it's safe to assume that, like everything else, they've grifted on it. If they were able to kind of make a 1.5 million winter uniforms disappear, I have doubts that they've not stolen any of the funds that were dedicated to building the bridge. Because you call up Ivan, you tell him you need 100,000 tons of concrete of the best quality, and he'll say, you give him 50,000 tons of the best quality, and the other half just use the lower grade stuff because nobody will notice. So that's one thing that everyone needs to kind of factor into their analysis. I already know we have factored that in, so it's just that you can't really look at the bridge span as you would any other bridge built anywhere else in the world. And it's, of course, something that I've been aware of from experience, because here in Eastern Europe, they'll paint something and they'll say that actually they've reinforced it, right? So they'll just put on some brand spanking new paint, and if the bridge collapses, well, at least it's pretty to look at when it sits in the water, and they'll blame it on the next person, or it's going to be the next person's problem to fix it. So that's kind of what I see probably happened here as well. So that's one important factor. Another thing is that we've seen it before. Ukraine really knows how to use ambiguity for its advantage. They'll sit quietly and not reveal what actually happened for maybe weeks until Kremlin kind of exhausts all of the lies that it has, and they'll make up 100 different versions of what happened, and then they'll look like fools when we actually see Ukraine take credit for it. And I think the best way to take credit for it is to strike it again. That will dispel any, I don't know, people that still say it was a truck bomb, because next time there won't be a truck exploding there. It's just going to be the span exploding, and you'll see, oh yeah, maybe it wasn't a truck, it was a missile. Because what are the odds of it happening again? Another booby-trapped truck with tons and tons of explosives driving on the straight again? That'd be impossible, right? So they're going to show everyone that that wasn't the case. And I'm sure that they're going to strike the same place again. They'll just let them fix it first, strike the same place again because it's the weakest, presumably, out of all of them. So yeah, I'm just forward thinking. I'm just sitting back, waiting for it to happen again, and we'll have another happy Bridge Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Denjon.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Yeah, I just had a silly comment back on what George was explaining. That S-400 is an anti-ballistic missile system. I think that if they just take out the anti, then it becomes the anti with a shitty. So they can call it a shitty ballistic missile system, because that's how they use it, isn't it? Just a comment. Swedish humor, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'd share your sentiments there, Denjon, certainly. I guess it is a good question of, and one many were asking themselves last night, is the bridge going to be hit again? My own personal opinion is that a magician never repeats the same trick twice. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
So I think, if I may, I think that they will hit the Crimea Bridge, because it's a very important for Putin, and it's a bridge that it's the Ukrainians don't want that bridge. They don't need that bridge. So why would they keep it intact and let the Russians, although it is slowly still use it? I think they're gonna hit it again, and they're gonna make sure that it's not usable anymore in any way. But I think they want to give the Russians some thinking time if they will want to stay in Crimea or if they gonna leave Crimea. And I mean the Russians that are still there and the militaries who are still there. They can have a moment to think about it right now. And I would be quick if I were them.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. M. We had the excellent Chuck Farrer on last night saying that, in his opinion, he'd give the air defense crews around, if we can call them that, around the bridge about 72 hours to wear them down before hitting the bridge again. But yeah, it's a question. We've got many a diverse and wonderful range of speakers and listeners I can see here who I'd like to hear your opinions on this. Does it need to be hit again?
Yes, Wendy. Of course, you want to hit it again, but you, as you rightly said, and as Chuck inferred, you want to keep them, wanting. You want to keep them teased up and stressed out. That's exactly what you want. You want them to be in a position that they try repairing it. And don't forget, as Tim so kindly put it out in the nest, again, the tweet from Paul Jarvin that rail track isn't going anywhere at the moment. It's a nice secondary, the rail track. Has worked extremely well. Now, why not hit it?
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Whilst they're trying. Then, John.
Yeah, not only that. I mean, of course, that's a very valid reason. But the other reason is that if the Kremlin is able to spin this to being some kind of a terrorist attack, one-off thing, then that needs to be put down as well. They need to hit it again, I think, for that reason as well, just to show that they have the capabilities.
Well, it doesn't really matter what the Gremlin says about it. They will make it.
No, but it does matter because people around the world they thought.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
they believe the bullshit.
I agree.
So
I agree.
it's
On that,
yeah.
I agree.
Swedish-Dutch violent agreement.
That's how we fight. It's very gentle. And also, I actually read an article today showing how important this is as a propaganda event. That I don't know who, I can't remember now who in close to the regime is actually now stating that the world is not afraid of us anymore. They are laughing at our threats, and we have to restore this respect for us. So absolutely, this kind of attacks is incredibly useful.
Yeah, just imagine that now that they have named a new war criminal as their overall theater commander, someone who has the ill but very well-deserved repute that he prefers to incur the same kind of damage to civilian assets as we've seen, by the way, yet again with the attack on residential buildings in Zaporizhia, because he, and under his guidance, people like Mizintsev and his troops carried out exactly those strikes against civilians in Syria, in Homs and Aleppo. So they already have made their choice as to which strategy to pursue, and now they need to find a way to use this as an instrument of fear, because that's why they named this theater commander. I mean, sorry, of course they named him for other reasons, but this adds in to have the cachet that you are a successful war criminal. Killing civilians seems to be one of the major criteria currently to get a job in the Russian armed forces. John.
Yeah, I haven't spoken much about my ballistics expertise on this. I like to keep that quiet.
That is a pity. When did you gain that? It was after the first
Well,
engineering
every
session,
New
right?
Year's Eve, we have quite a big informal fireworks display on the seafront, and I kind of help organise that. So I'm particularly good with rockets and Catherine wheels as well. That's my other speciality, but that's not relevant here. I like to keep that one quiet. But yeah, and I've been doing that for about 5 years now. So I just thought, I don't know if anyone's advanced the theory, because I did play a lot of snooker as a kid, right? And you have a snooker shot where you pot 2 balls with one go, or pool. And this train was stationary or moving very slowly. They may have known that from intelligence. And I just wonder if the reason why they hit the road and not the railway was because they have ATACMS. They want to use them, but they don't want to display it massively. And they just thought, if we hit the road, it's going to take this stationary or slow moving fuel train that we know about out with it. There's a good possibility of a twofer. And I just think they're bright enough and smart enough. They've shown their capabilities to pull that kind of trick off, because they don't want to display, if it is an ATACMS, they don't want to make that obvious. And I mean, I'm amazed the Western media is still going with the truck bomb thing, but the answer is we'll know when the second ATACMS hits, and that will hit the day after they've fixed the railway line. So I mean, obviously that's, local fireworks displays have the limitations, but I'm just basing that theory on a combination of my experience in fireworks and snooker. What do you think, Axel?
I think that is tremendous. Sometimes the simple logic applied to matters is exceptionally helpful. And whilst I'm not a good snooker player at all, I mean, I have a French billiard table, and I falter at that already. But I tend to believe that what they've done there is exceptional, because keeping the ambiguity whilst hitting one of the key targets, and this, of course, in this little strategic game that, as we explained yesterday when Chuck was on, they know what hit them, okay? So they know, we know, that they know that we know. Under the radar, everybody knows. But still, the impact of this is that they cannot be using that bridge as much for logistics. Every sign yesterday, even in their media, was that they have to ration, that they have to consider different routes. They even came up with a threat that they would have to evacuate civilians for Kherson. That came right on time. All of this happened yesterday. So they do all the steps and try to mask them in some shape or form, which are a direct result of area and logistics denial, which the Ukrainians evidently carried out successfully. But at the same time, they'll try to highlight that this is a terrorism attack, and Western media falls for the car bomb idea. It is,
and it's not in Zelensky's interest to sort of trumpet the fact that he's got missiles capable of doing this. The Russians know it.
Certainly.
They know it.
You're absolutely right.
But it's in the Russians' interest to go with the car bomb, truck bomb motif, because that's the kind of thing that terrorists do. And I heard that this is true. I did hear there was 2 massive truck bombs in London in the early 90s, and I was there as a young graduate, and I heard them both. Just happened to be working in London one day, and the City of London one went off, and I thought a wall in our building had fallen down, and it was a couple of miles away, or a mile away, the other side of the city. And then I mean, those things are massive explosions. They'll take out the one on the Isle of Dogs. We heard from North London. It was a quiet night, and the window was open, and we were like, was that thunder? And it took out a huge area of the financial district in what was once the Isle of Dogs. So yeah, everyone knows it wasn't that, but the media have to go with it because it's the only thing that any official body have said. We all know it's a lie, and it's in Zelensky's interest for that to continue, because otherwise he's got to go, okay, we've got these missiles, and we'll know when the second missile hits, which will hopefully be within 24 hours of, well, maybe the next time they run a fuel train over on the railway. But I'm just thinking, if you've got one shot with one of these things and it's your first go, you want to make sure it hits because it's very accurate. So you're not gonna miss anything. And you hit the thing next to the fuel train in the hope that it will take it out, or at least part of it. And I've not really heard that.
And the key thing is you want to interact the road traffic, because you want to send a signal to the Russified occupier civil population in Crimea. If you then have a secondary which works, great, wonderful.
And they must know that that stuff's going over there either very slowly or it spends time stationary on the bridge. I can't believe there aren't people who see that in the area or are aware of it. And if you look at the bridge, there's sort of bizarre sort of little stops everywhere along the bridge. It's quite a long bridge, and there's little kind of station things where presumably things happen for maintenance or whatever. And there's got to be occasions when things are slow moving over there, and I'm sure they would have a good chance of being aware of that and just time the strike to coincide with it. It seems the logical thing to do, and we know that they've just become really good at this. And you know, the whole thing about the truck bomb, it's a kind of a nasty story in a way if it's true, because it means like a suicide mission or a sort of unwitting driver or whatever. But if they're getting intelligence about slow moving or stationary fuel trains on that bridge, there are people being very brave over there providing that intelligence. And they should be, if that's the truth, then we should honor those people, because you're taking it serious. And people are being tortured right now because they're suspected of doing that kind of thing in occupied cities right across that whole area. So that's the sort of subtext of this to me, is that if that is true, the bravery of those people in calling in that kind of information, and the people right now who are being tortured because the Russians are trying to find out who's doing it and don't really care who they torture in order to get that information, which are the narratives that are coming out of the previously occupied towns and villages. That's the real story, I think, beyond the bridge narrative, I suppose.
Yeah, and by the way, we should hold that for a moment. I know that Ola was from Odessa, our voice from Odessa yesterday, highlighted this already, that when asked why we celebrate so much, given the fact that there are massacres, I think this is the dichotomy of a war. You have to take the wins when they come. You have to celebrate those, because the atrocities and the grief are always there as well. And I think what has been now shown yet again in recent also 72 hours of the atrocities and war crimes committed by the same people who now clamor of a terrorist attack and their so-called armed forces in many of the villages now being liberated. In the Man specifically, with a mass grave and more than 200 individual graves filled with not just one person, but sometimes whole families, with the torture chambers found in one of the villages and documented yesterday. Some of the images made their way into the not Western media. That's not fair. That's not fair to us. They made it to Twitter. I haven't seen yet much, if anything. I saw it on the thread of Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. I saw one which seemingly got taken down by a British newspaper. Don't know whether the Daily Mail or the Guardian have put up anything in the meantime. Once this morning I had to fight off the remainder of Xenositis. But yeah, I find it appalling that for the sake of complying with rules they have set themselves as the media, they can't even put out the fact that there are bodies being exhumed or found which show massive signs of torture. There has to be a way for Western media to report the truth, and to report it in the same shocking way necessary for Western populations to rise up and tell their politicians that this must not stand.
And
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks for
Yes,
the, I've got to drop off, but thanks for the stream, everyone. And it was a really interesting and informative discussion yesterday. And I suspect we will sooner or later find out what happened. And
and
yeah,
we have
just
Thomas
want to
Tyler.
spare a thought for the people who are doing the work behind the scenes to facilitate that through giving information to the Ukrainians when they're working behind the lines. That's got to be it's just an incredibly brave thing that people are doing over there, and just spare a thought for them and wish them luck, really.
And we have Thomas Tyler coming up, but before Thomas comes up, I can see already Alexandra, our guest, has now shown her hand, and we will cycle her up in just a second. And yeah, when Thomas is up, we can evidently together with CJ talk about the impact which we've seen there and what he as an expert would say at this point in time, what has been taking out that bridge. And with that, Wendy, let's turn to our guest. Hold on one second.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. Yeah, I just thought that was a really important point you made, because yesterday was it was a day of two contrasting stories. The first story was, like you said, the mass graves uncovered at Liman. The second story was the Kerch Bridge. Now today in the news and the Sunday newspapers, I cannot find thus far any mention of the mass graves uncovered at Liman. The Kerch Bridge is the hot topic in discourse, and it is for good reason. It should be noted. It is symbolic, of course, but it also, like you said, it denies resupply to the army, to the armed forces that perpetrated the crimes of Story 1. So the armed forces that perpetrated the mass graves, the massacres at Liman, the denial of supply to these forces is extremely important in shortening this war, which, as we know, saves lives. So yeah, thanks for making that point. It was very salient.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And with that, we go to Alexandra. Alexandra, Dobrý den, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure. I'm really honored, and thank you for sort of giving Ukrainians and just people who sympathize with our cause platform to make our feelings known. It's a great platform because sadly I have noticed that even despite everything, Ukrainian voices are still being drowned out quite regularly. So it is very nice to see a platform which prioritizes Ukrainian voices and the voices of actual experts who do know a thing or two about what's going on.
Alexandra, thank you so much. The privilege and the pleasure is ours having you around. Maybe we should highlight that what you've been doing in the past and what you've been fighting with and doing with and engaging since at least this phase of the invasion. Because you haven't been as outspoken on this matter all the time, because like everybody else, you also had a completely different job and affiliation before the Vertigo, albeit that I think you have a better view on how media is produced and filmed and the likes. Can you talk a little bit about this, and then let's go right into it?
Sure. Well, before the war, I was a journalist. I mostly sort of, wrote about culture and lifestyle and wellness things because, I think like all teenagers, when I was a kid, when I was thinking about what I'd like to do in life, I thought, oh, well, maybe I'd want to be a sort of a war correspondent one day. And I had these sort of fantasies about writing about, really important events. But then, after I got my master's in journalism, I switched to more realistic and sort of, grounded topics, which I realized were, well, also important. And then, at a moment when, I was getting quite comfortable in my profession and, a lot of my peers, the people who sort of grew up and, became adults at the time when the revolution of dignity was happening, who were university students back then, sort of my generation, we were sort of, finding our career paths and, starting families. And then, the war began. And I mean, obviously, the war began, well, back in 2014. But, by 2022, everything was sort of, we were in a good place as a society because there were very few casualties in the East. And, more people were sort of traveling. And, the publishing business was booming. Ukrainian movies were being made, and really good ones at that. So as a society, we were in a very good place. And then, obviously, Russia had to come along, had to try and take all of that away. Just as an illustration, this might sound a little bit like I'm bragging, but just a week before the war, I had finished working on a wonderful project, which I was absolutely in love with. I was translating a guidebook made by the Ukrainian government at the initiative of our First Lady, Olena Zelenska. It was a guidebook about inclusivity, about diversity, about how people working in the government or in various institutions aligned with the government, such as schools or universities or whatever, or local authorities in various towns and cities. It was a guidebook for them on how to make the spaces around them more accessible, more diverse, more accepting of various Ukrainians from various backgrounds and with various health issues or whatever. And it was just such an illustration of the direction in which our society was moving. It was just a fabulous thing. And I had just finished this project when the war started, and now I'm translating guidebooks on how to convince your elderly relatives to go down into the bomb shelter, or how to talk to kids who've lost their parents, or how to talk to shell-shocked civilians, and how to do that sort of thing. And that's not what I'd like to be doing, obviously, but that's how our society has had to change in a very, very short time.
Yeah, it's interesting. As you just described, Ukrainian society had migrated to this strange equilibrium of, on the one hand, its growth, its say intensified say use of information technology, becoming really successful and good at it. At the same time, fighting a war and having armed forces growing and migrating to becoming a modern Western-style army, and people in Donbass at the line of contact were fighting, and people were losing their lives, and the suppression and infiltration by Russian agents continued. Now, how did you experience the beginning of this start of or this phase of the invasion?
Well, funnily enough, I had started a TikTok blog a couple of weeks before the invasion because I saw just so much questionable information, so many just frankly offensive interpretations of what was about to happen. I saw American bloggers writing about complaining about how they didn't want to be dragged into a third world war, or things like that, and making memes out of that. And so I started up a blog to sort of counter those questionable takes. And I was doing, on the 23rd of February, I had just done an interview with a wonderful Irish journalist. And, she, at the very end, she sort of asked me and said, do you think something's going to happen? And I sort of joked that, even if Putin does, decide to start a full-scale invasion, then I said they're not going to be bombing Kiev, because Russians keep calling it the mother of all Russian cities, and because of all the mythology surrounding it. So we sort of joked a little bit about that, and I said, well, I'm pretty sure I'm safe in Kiev. And then like 7-8 hours later, there were explosions everywhere, and and the invasion had actually begun in earnest. So it was very, very shocking. So from now on, I'm definitely not going to do any sort of political forecasts or things like that. but yeah, it was sort of very shocking and a very weird sort of cognitive dissonance moment for me.
But then again, since then you were able to say become rather productive in regard to dissecting Russian disinformation and making sure that their propaganda items, their wonderful maps and cultural icons, they don't matter that much. But somebody has to do the job and rise up to that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, it's slight and emotionally draining. I think a lot of people who are working with Russian disinfo would agree with that. But I think as a Ukrainian, and a lot of Ukrainians, I think, have noticed that a lot of the things that we take as, you know, as absolutely obvious, and we take them for granted, and we think that everybody around us, you know, knows these things. And then when we try explaining them to outsiders, to non-Ukrainians, we realize that, you know, a lot of the stuff that we've known for quite a long time, it has been, you know, it has been lost in translation. It hasn't been getting out to a Western audience, you know, and we occasionally have to, you know, go back and explain, you know, a lot of our own history. And, you know, and now we're thinking that, you know, a lot of this should have been done, you know, before, because, you know, we haven't been getting all the information out. And the fact that, you know, Ukrainians haven't been actively talking about how Russia is an imperialist force and how we are, you know, pretty much an ex-colony. A lot of people in the world do not know that. And, you know, we do have to give them sort of a crash course on everything that's been happening in Ukraine for the last couple of centuries also, because, you know, it is important to know all of that context. And sadly, you know, a lot of it isn't really widely known.
Absolutely. I remember that when we, I mean, I understand that Victoria has, say, provided you that information, that our crew has been online here since the night of the invasion. So, and volunteers have gathered around, and inspired by our friend and colleague Yehuda, who at that point in time also stayed on as long as he could, and then more and more volunteers joined in. We actually try to find people who could speak to that, because most people fail to completely understand as to how Ukraine came to be, how old it is, what impact it has. And I mean, it's a pleasure talking about it, but we found out how little people actually knew in late March and April, and since then we've done as much as we can on our end, but it is definitely a job for a whole country to do so and present itself. Which brings me to the point that yesterday, the two valid cultural notions associated, the symbolism of the two strikes yesterday, one which we talk about because everybody now gets this and everybody understands this Russian symbol of the Kerch Bridge, and we can get into the details of this, but the other one is that Ukraine took out and yet again did a logistics item, meaning Ilovaisk, the train yard, but with Ilovaisk on that day, right after Putin's birthday, it showed its capacity to strike at one of the most important, still open wounds of the war. Can you speak to that? Why Ilovaisk matters so much?
Well, absolutely. You know, it had a lot of, I think, a lot of the things that the Ukrainian army is doing right now. It's very symbolic. You know, it's very, a lot of it. You know, it isn't just about the strategy. It's also about, you know, a sort of a level of symbolism, because, you know, back in, 2014, when the initial, you know, start of the invasion, the smaller part of the invasion happened, you know, there are a lot of very tragic stories from back then, because our army was, you know, unprepared. And there are a lot of, you know, very tragic stories about, you know, our soldiers being encircled and trapped and, you know, and essentially, you know, slaughtered by the Russians. And I think every time, sort of Ukrainian soldiers manage to liberate a certain territory, or manage to surround the Russians, I think a lot of people see it as sort of a historical payback, and also as a sort of an illustration of how much more power and experience and strategy our army now holds. So on a symbolic level, it is very important for Ukrainians, and because these stories, of what happened back in 2014 and what is happening now, they're a lot of the time they're very, very different, and the outcomes are very different. So I think a lot of Ukrainians see this as sort of a tribute, and sort of making history right.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting this. These symbols, obviously, we have now symbols which reach deep back into both this war until 2014. But on the other hand, it is hugely symbolic that Ukraine the Ukrainian armed forces manages to liberate people who, until very recently, were always cast as being pro-Russian, which is just because they grew up in a region which predominantly spoke Russian. You've often highlighted this on maps and the likes. And it's interesting, I think, that the numbers already speak against it, because in recent elections in those regions which were not occupied, people outright voted in favor of Ukraine, as they did in 1991, despite the suppression by the Soviet Union and its, successor, the Russian Federation. Can you speak to that, to the Western perception, which always comes back up, even in the Musk tweets, that things should be administered and voted upon and the likes?
Oh, absolutely. This is my pet topic, and something which, I both love and hate, because on one hand, it is very important to talk about, but each time, I bring this subject up, or someone brings the subject up, I'm just horrified at the, amounts of misconceptions that are, that surround this topic. So the thing that a lot of people, I think, non-Ukrainians, with all due respect, even the ones who are interested in this topic, they sometimes fail to notice is that, even the eastern regions of Ukraine, which back in the day voted for Viktor Yanukovych, calling them, or calling indeed Viktor Yanukovych himself pro-Russian, is, it's a huge simplification, because, back in the day, a lot, you've all probably seen this sort of map that, part of Ukraine voted for one political candidate, the other voted for another, one voted for one party, and, the other one voted for the Party of Regions. And the East did, the East did like Yanukovych and the Party of Regions. But the Party of Regions, despite all its ties to Russia, and it did have a lot of ties to Russia, it never sort of presented itself as, the separatist party, or the party that, said, hey, let's give, this large portion of our land to Russia. They never said anything remotely like that. And, in fact, the famous map that's been going around Twitter that showed a lot of Eastern Ukraine voting for the Party of Regions. If you look at their election program of that party at that time, what they promised their voters was a quote unquote balanced relations with both Russia and the West. They said things like, we should, aim to join the European Union. And a lot of their voters from Eastern Ukraine, they supported that. They said that they would, not join NATO because that would anger Russia, probably. And, their voters, a lot of them supported that too. But the sort of overreaching idea of the Party of Regions back then, which the East voted for, was that, we should build balanced relations with both the West, with Europe, and with Russia. So it definitely wasn't a sort of a pro-separatist party, back then. And the people in all regions of Ukraine, why did the Revolution of Dignity happen? They were angry because Yanukovych had promised the people that he would, that Ukraine would have sort of closer relations with the European Union. And he went back on his word, and that's what, made people in all regions of Ukraine, in Donetsk, in Kharkiv, in Kiev, in, in the east, in the west, it made people from all over the country angry. Now, obviously, because of its proximity to Russia and because of certain, oligarchs who had businesses there and who, were worried that after the Revolution of Dignity and after Yanukovych fled to Russia, that their, sort of businesses would be taken away, or that, they would be seen as, they would, have bad reputations. They decided that, the best way for them to solve the situation would be to sort of, invite Russia in. And it wasn't, the ordinary people inviting it in. A lot of it was, just local shady businessmen, trying to, do something, fight back against the, the new democratically elected government. And they, thought that they would, working with Russia would be a good way to solve that. But, Russia came in, sent it in its, ununiformed soldiers and its local thugs, and, pretty much turned these territories that they've managed to occupy into, sort of chaotic, horrific places. And the people who stayed there, the majority, we do see them. And sadly, this has also been, a sentiment which has been echoed even in Ukraine, because obviously we're not a perfect and wise society. We do have our own
Sorry,
scuffles.
Alexander, you're not perfect. How is this possible? Ukrainian society is allowed to be a normal society. That's the other part. You see, when you look at the Times, the Guardian, you name it, the New York Times, the Washington Post, whenever Ukraine or a Ukrainian or Ukrainian communicators would ever say something which could be considered to be, ambiguous, disputable, or the likes, Ukraine gets the full brunt. Whereas at the same time, we know that the Kremlin is not perfect at all, right? I mean, it's astonishing. Ukraine has always been held to a much higher standard, I think.
Absolutely.
It's despicable.
Absolutely, yes. And, I'm just, bringing this up to mention that, even not all of the sentiments that exist to various points in Ukrainian society, not all of them are correct. And, some Ukrainians, they did sort of, eye people from Eastern Ukraine as, potential traitors, or say that, maybe some of them stayed in the occupied regions because they like Russia. But in reality, most of them stayed because, you can't just, pack your whole life into a suitcase and, and go to Kiev or go west. And a lot of these people, they had, elderly relatives or parents in need of medical care. So they stayed. And, and they kept their heads down, and they, it doesn't mean that they support Russia. This doesn't mean, and, I think the videos of Ukrainian soldiers liberating a lot of these territories, and, the way people respond to them, it does illustrate what's happening.
Absolutely. They stay because it's their home, it's their soil. A friend of ours, Bryce Wilson, an Australian, who obviously you probably know as a photojournalist and now humanitarian, who's been around in Kramatorsk, Sloviansk, in the area, he traveled into, and I think Jonathan, was also with me at that point in time. Was also with me at that time when we interviewed him once, and Bryce said pretty much what you just indicated, anecdotal, that he was in Siversk with Guillaume Petak, friend and journalist colleague of his, and people simply didn't want to leave Siversk. They could hardly understand it, because they said, where do we go? Do we have to be beggars and homeless people somewhere in Kiev, or you name it, where? This is our home. Why should we leave? I said, you have to evacuate, you have to get out of here. Yeah, but it's not that bad yet. Minutes after, Bryce and Guillaume have to flee the market square because they were being shelled. And of course, people flee the ultimate weapon, meaning the indirect fire of artillery at some point in time. But people all around the region simply couldn't leave. They had older relatives and people who were immobile, and they would stay until the very last minute. They would even stay when the villages were overrun and occupied by Russians, because then there was nothing left, until, of course, torture arrived, and then some people tried to flee. I think it is terribly unfair to portray those in the occupied territories who could not or would not necessarily leave as being sympathetic to the occupiers.
Absolutely. I'm joining this Twitter space from Hostomel, where my husband's family lives, and thank God they're all right, and their home wasn't destroyed. But we fled Kiev after the first explosions and whatnot, because we have a small child. But my husband's mother, my mother-in-law, she stayed in Hostomel, and she hid in the basement. And we would phone her and say, you have to get out of there, because it was obvious that, things were going south pretty fast. And she said, well, yeah, there's I do hear, shooting somewhere, but it's not that bad. And, I don't want to drive with a dog in the car, and I have to take the dog. I can't leave the dog. And, and it seemed absurd at the moment that, we were obviously horrified. But she, I think in a moment when you're in the danger zone, I think, it's a natural reaction to sort of, downplay the danger and not realize it. Luckily, she did, we did convince her to get out, and she made the journey safe. But still, I think of, if she had had, an elderly, relative nearby who couldn't leave, or, and, keep in mind that she didn't have to flee far. She had to, make her way across Kiev, or around Kiev rather, and and just stay with my parents for a while. But she didn't have to go through sort of checkpoints and travel to a city she'd never been in. So, and even then, she wavered for quite some time, and she wasn't sure what to do. And also the eastern part of Ukraine, a lot of it does have sort of influence from Russia, but not in the way that the people objectively feel closer to Russia for some reason. No, it's just a lot of their television sets would show Russian channels, and the local sort of radios would talk about how paint this horrific picture of what was going on in Kiev at the time. Because if you've seen Russian coverage of the Maidan revolution, you'd believe the things that they were saying, because they were so just convinced, and just telling all of these horror stories about Nazis having overtaken Kiev. So a lot of people who only had access to Russian television and Russian TV, they were convinced that if they flee to Kiev, then they'd be flogged and hanged for speaking Russian. I know people from Donetsk who were convinced that everybody in Kiev spoke Ukrainian, and if they didn't, then they'd be seen as these weird aliens. And then they came to Kiev and were quite shocked to find out that the majority of people in Kiev, even I think up until this year, were Russian speaking. And even now you hear Russian pretty much as you hear Ukrainian, even now in Kiev. So we have to understand what sort of mind space these people were in at the time.
I think that is the funny part. There's two sides to that coin. Everybody, what is it? The data which was discussed most recently is that about 90% of the population speak both languages, to the point that they could not just converse with each other, but live in that language. But at the same time, Ukrainian is now gaining foothold, because people are saying Lasha Tumbai, quite literally. But if you think about it, the projection by the Russian disinformation campaign as to the so-called subjugation and subversion of Ukrainians vis-a-vis a Russian population, that they try to coin it for the West and for Western media and Western politician consumption as being, if you speak Russian, you are Russian. That is astonishing, because on the other side is, of course, that Ukraine is the showcase that people can speak Russian but be Ukrainian and be Ukrainian citizen and be happy to be Ukrainian citizen in a free country, which is, of course, the ultimate poison for the Kremlin, because it showcases that there is no such thing as their sphere of influence. There is no such thing as the identity of their language with their specific interpretation of their culture, if that is any culture.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of non-Ukrainians really do not, they can't really imagine the extent to which the two languages are used interchangeably in Ukraine, especially, in Kiev and big cities. Because, out west, there are, villages and small towns where a lot more people, I think, speak Polish than Russian. But, in Kiev and many large cities, I know entire families where the mother speaks Ukrainian and the father speaks Russian and the children speak both, and everyone understands each language, but they speak whatever language they feel more comfortable speaking in. And I have friends who switch languages, depending on the situation. I know my close friends, they were both Russian speaking, their families were Russian speaking. And, this friend of mine, the wife, I don't think I ever heard her, speak a word of Ukrainian up until the day the mass graves in Irpin and Hostomel were uncovered. And she called me up and she said, I might have a funny accent or whatever, but if you ever hear me using Russian, please remind me that that I don't want to use it. And she said, I can't use the language because I feel filthy whenever I use it. And her parents use the language, her husband uses the language, but she said, no, I don't want to use it. And despite that, her husband, on the other hand, is comfortable using Russian, and he uses Russian, and she doesn't have anything against that. She just says, he can go on speaking Russian, I don't mind, but personally, I don't want to do that. And, and they're absolutely happy and fine. And, it's not like they have disagreements or anything, and I think it is an important part of, identity, I think, for the people who have chosen to speak Ukrainian. I think those people do see it as an important part of their identity. Whereas I've never really heard a lot of Russian or predominantly Russian speaking people, because we all pretty much speak both. I've never really heard the mostly Russian speaking people say that Russian is an important part of their identity. No, I think a lot of them mostly speak Russian because they used to, and because their parents used to speak it, or because they feel more comfortable using Russian. But everyone understands both, and and can use both. So I think there will be a day when there'll be studies on this topic, because I think it's fascinating from from a perspective of a lingo anthropologist or whatever. But right now we just accept that it's very messy and complicated, but we also have to keep in mind that it's you shouldn't really make sort of assumptions based on the sort of language landscape of Ukraine.
Exactly. I would, before we go further from that, and thank you very much for highlighting this, is so much appreciated. One of the co-founders of MriyaAid, so to say, our unaffiliated sister organization, if you so like, founded by Canadian officers and their friends in logistics, right after the invasion, because they simply couldn't stand idly by, and they arranged for non-lethal aid going into Ukraine because they wanted to make sure that their former colleagues in the Ukrainian armed forces are supplied with that. Alex Bacchus, he is Ukrainian. He is originally from Uzhgorod. And of course, there are villages there where people speak Hungarian as their first language and Ukrainian as their second. And they understand Russian just as well. Then there's villages which speak an Eastern dialect of Slovak, which is interchangeable with Ukrainian. The complexity and the wealth of culture of Ukraine is a consequence of its history. And this complexity, Ukraine can actually handle much better in a democratic society and in a free country than one which is suppressed by one Kremlin nation with its language, say, orthodoxy, let's put it this way. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it differently. I thank you very much for putting this issue very well and also to bed, I think, for that purpose. Now, you've gone through it, and this maybe is the numbers end of this. You just had, say, responded to tweets by Richard Barris about the election, say, maps of 2004 and the likes. Maybe this is how we can round off that topic before we migrate, say, go further. Because evidently the numbers already in 1991, where all the regions, as I said earlier, voted with significant majorities in favor of Ukrainian independence, but even in 2004, it was evident that Ukraine as itself had gained an identity which allowed people to vote for it.
Oh, absolutely. I think that another, I think sort of vaguely connected question that sometimes comes up is that, for a sort of post-Soviet society, Ukraine is, remarkably diverse and open. I mean, obviously, we're not without our own issues, but when you see sort of these horrific sort of political ads or things like that coming out of Russia, which are, quite often very, very racist and, very, sort of valuing the sort of white Slavic Russian population above all other, sorts of Russians. And then you see Ukraine and Ukrainians, they hail Vitaly Kim, who is Korean Ukrainian, as one of our biggest heroes. And a lot of people sort of ask, how did this happen? And I think one of the answers is that, is precisely, that vote which took place in 1999. I think Ukraine has sort of an unspoken sort of Ukrainians made an unspoken decision that, everybody who stayed in Ukraine then, everybody who voted for our independence is Ukrainian. And it doesn't matter, where you come from or what your, heritage is. Because a lot of the time also, Ukrainians don't really know what their sort of ethnicity and background is because, the Soviet Union did like to shuffle people around quite a lot. So I think a lot of the people in Ukraine nowadays, they sort of, they might, have a vague memory of their, grandmother telling them that, her grandfather was, German or Kazakh or, I don't know, Russian or Polish. But, I think everybody who stayed in Ukraine after Ukraine announced its independence and everybody who, was in favor of that, they see themselves as Ukrainian, and they might be Russian speaking or Ukrainian speaking or Polish or Hungarian or whatever, but they do consider themselves Ukrainian, and they'd be very offended if someone told them they weren't Ukrainian enough. So I think despite all of our political differences, we have to keep in mind that also the Party of Regions, although it is often presented as the pro-Russian party, and Viktor Yushchenko is presented as the sort of the very patriotic, pro-Ukrainian, pro-Western politician. None of these parties, none of those politicians were overtly anti-Ukrainian because, the Party of Regions, it had its own vision of Ukraine, which was a sort of a, a very corrupt vision, but it was, it was still a vision of Ukraine nonetheless. And the people who voted for it, they didn't do so because they saw themselves as not Ukrainian, but because they thought that, being Ukrainian meant having, good relations with Russians. And I think it's, despite all of our history, it's a natural desire for many people because, we still, I think everybody, pretty much everybody I know has relatives or friends or had relatives and friends in Russia up until very recently. So I think, the fact that people wanted to have good relations with Russia does not mean that they, wanted Russia to invade and torture and slaughter everyone. So that is, if there's one thing I'd like for people to remember from everything that I've said on this space, then that's definitely it.
Much appreciated. My colleague Wendy wanted to ask a question. Wendy.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Alexander, for coming onto the space and for your insight into some of the societal changes which you have witnessed, and for which you may have just answered my question, which follows. Many of Ukraine's allies who saw the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2014 saw Ukrainians in the Donbass come out onto the street, proudly displaying their Ukrainian flags and their Ukrainian identity at great cost to their own lives. You mentioned quite interestingly, following the revolution of dignity, that some people left the Donbass region for Kyiv and were surprised that they found the polar opposite of what had been sold to them on Russian TV channels back in the Donbass. Would you say that back then there was a demographic distinction, perhaps in terms of age, which experienced this form of surprise that life in Kyiv was markedly different to what they had been told it was by Kremlin propaganda? And do you see this situation to have changed? Do you see a more unified Ukraine in this respect?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you. I think that, one of the things that I'd like to point out is that, whenever we say that, the east of Ukraine, it was influenced by Russia, I'd like to, to highlight that what I personally mean by this is that Russia spent a great deal of money and time and resources to sort of actively convince the people in eastern Ukraine of something. So, it's not like they came to these conclusions because they decided that they liked Russia because they were close by and they could actually see Russia for what it was, and that they were sort of enamored by it. No, they did not know the true face of Russia, just as many of us didn't know the true face of Russia until recently, and until the invasion happened. So I think a lot of people, Russia, it specifically, trying to brainwash all of these people was, on the to-do list for Russia, and it did succeed to a certain point. And when people in the East realized what was actually happening, and and sort of realized, good for them if they had managed to escape to Kiev by then. Because not all of them managed to do so. But I do think that now the situation is quite different because because also social media. Social media is often a disappointment and just a horror show. But it does have its sort of good points because I think when a lot of people from various regions of Ukraine, they might not have traveled much all over the country, but they probably follow people online. They probably, they have, we have Ukrainian influences from Lviv and from Kharkiv, and people from all the regions of the country, they follow them, and young people have online friends from various regions of the country. So I think that if Russia had tried to persuade a large part of Ukraine that you're special and you're Russian and everyone around you hates you, and and there are Nazis in Kiev, I think that sort of story, it wouldn't probably work nowadays. I hope not. But I do think that we're sort of a lot more interconnected, and a lot of this has to do with the fact that a lot of the refugees from the east, they've traveled all over the country, and they've made their homes in Western Ukraine. And I was recently staying at a hotel in the Carpathian Mountains, and the owner of the hotel was a wonderful lady from Crimea who fled Crimea back in 2014. So I think we are a lot more sort of mixed now, and I think there are a lot less sort of walls that divide us, thanks to social media, and also sadly, because of a lot of people had to travel around the country for not really great reasons. Fleeing for your life isn't a great reason to travel, but I think everybody now has friends and and people they know from all over the place. So I think we're a lot more interconnected now. I hope that explains it a little bit.
Absolutely. You brought up the topic of Crimea just now, and I just wanted to highlight this. The discussions in recent days, yet again, completely, utterly blocked out the fact that many thousands of Ukrainians had to leave Crimea, and that also many thousand Crimean Tatars who had just at the beginning of the 1990s managed to return were torn as to whether to leave Crimea yet again, and now are being forcibly recruited. Can you speak a little bit to that? Because evidently Crimea has been Russified yet again in recent years since the occupation. The Kerch Bridge was one of the main arteries for that Russification, bringing in more and more people, not just military, but also obviously St. Petersburg and Muscovy tourists for their second homes and the likes. Maybe you can highlight a little bit the impact.
Sure. Absolutely. First of all, I just like to suggest that if any listeners out there, I think if you'd like to learn some of the lesser known pages of Ukrainian history, I really suggest that you read up on the history of Crimean Tatars, because it's an incredibly sort of tragic history, and sadly I think it hasn't been as talked about as it should have been, even in Ukraine. I've been researching the subject a little, and as a Ukrainian, I'm just constantly horrified at how little I know about what has been happening to the Crimean Tatars under Soviet occupation, for example. Because a quick sort of recap: after the Second World War, the Crimean Tatars, the indigenous population of Crimea, they were accused, all of them, the entire ethnicity was accused of collaborating with the Nazis, although that was, absolutely absurd, because a lot of Crimean Tatars, they served in the Red Army and they actively fought against Nazism. But they were all sort of accused of being traitors and collaborators, and they were all taken to Central Asia. When I say taken, I literally, sadly mean that families were rounded out of their homes. They were transported using cattle trains, and a lot of them, a huge amount of them, these people, they died on the way. And in Central Asia, they were forced to live in sort of special settlements, very closely guarded, and the locals were told not to sort of mingle with them and not to trust them. And there was a lot of propaganda, Soviet propaganda, telling the local people that the Crimean Tatars were not to be trusted because they were traitors. And for a long, very, very, very long time, they fought for the right to return back to Crimea. And even when they were sort of formally allowed to do so, the Soviet system, it still did everything in its power to make that process as difficult, as awful as it could be. And people who tried to return home but didn't manage to get all of the paperwork, of which there was a lot, and they didn't manage to get all of it completely correctly, and they didn't have a signature or a stamp on one of these dozens of documents. They were rounded up and deported back to Central Asia, and and it was horrifying, you know, the lengths to which these people had to go to return to their rightful home, and they are the indigenous population of Crimea. So obviously, you know, a lot of them, even when Russia sort of annexed illegally the Crimean Peninsula, a lot of Crimean Tatars didn't want to leave because, you know, the idea of Crimea being their one and only home is just very much, I think, an integral part of their mythology, of their, you know, of their philosophy as a society. I think that's you know, their most important sort of part of their identity is the ties they have to this land. And you know, so a lot of them, they didn't want to leave. Some of them did, but a lot didn't. And you know, now we're getting, you know, all of these horrific stories, and we've been getting them for, you know, ever since Russia occupied the peninsula. But we've been getting, you know, all of these stories, horror stories about, you know, Crimean Tatars being arrested for no reason and tortured, and you know, being accused of being terrorists. So a lot of these things have been happening in Crimea, and meanwhile, you know, Russians have been coming in and buying up land and buying up, or you know, or getting homes and land for free from the government. So you know, a lot of these shifts, sort of in the demography, they haven't been recorded because obviously, you know, it was chaos, and you know, it was pretty hard to do sort of like transparent, you know, statistics on who was coming in and who was coming out. So you know, whenever people bring up the fact that, you know, the Crimean population today, according to polls, is happy with, you know, what's going on in the peninsula, you know, the question that arises is, who is that population? You know, are these the people who used to live there, or are these the, you know, the Russians who are gifted dachas and homes and by the government, and now run hotels there for other Russians? So it is, you know, from a sort of demographical standpoint, it is a very complicated sort of question. And I do hope that, you know, people much smarter than me will come up with, you know, mechanisms to sort of sort everything out, because, you know, how are we going to decide who comes, who stays, who leaves? And, you know, because, you know, obviously a lot of the people fleeing Crimea, they didn't necessarily take all of their documents, and so it is going to be, from a legal standpoint, it is going to be a very complicated process. But you know, at least, you know, we'll get there one day. Obviously, we just have to kick Russia out first.
I very much appreciate what you just highlighted. My spouse is half Tatar, half English, so I have a different access to this. But the fact that 250,000, roughly, Crimean Tatars went back to Crimea in the early 90s, over a few years, and then were prevented at that time, still, from at least getting part of their old estates back, because they were denied access to spaces, even if they had photos of the estates, because obviously the Soviets had eradicated all registry thereof. So people had to come back to places where, even if they brought some of the remaining and still living elders, stating, this was my land, here it is, I know every little bit of it. The then new owners, Russians descending from that Russification, simply sat there and completely happily denied them access. And a number of buildings were owned by the state or owned by the Russian military and never handed back. It is a very tragic history, absolutely. And the fact, that's why I highlighted the issue that leaving Crimea for the Crimean Tatars of today was harder than for many others, because their return was already so tragic, so traumatized, and so utterly unsatisfying that it was hard enough to be there. And they were also in regions in recent years, which we should highlight, that were shall we say, precarious and difficult. And when the water was cut for Crimea,
people who, like the Tatars, were not necessarily living that well, were harmed even more. So all in, they will need our help in future to rebuild Crimea. And the Ukrainians who left Crimea and were forced to leave will need our assistance. But what does it mean that Ukraine actually manages to always bridge these distances and bridge these cultural borders, but Russia doesn't? Doesn't it actually show that there is a completely different culture in Ukraine amongst the Ukrainian people, no matter what they speak, that they are allowing for this? Isn't this essentially a completely different, more Western culture?
I've always, after the beginning of the war, I sort of I didn't know what to think, because as someone who studied sociology for my bachelor's degree, I was always taught that there's no such thing as mentality, and that people can't be just different for no reason, just because they live in different states. But just seeing a lot of the sort of contrast between Ukrainian society and Russian society, sort of I felt my sort of inner sociologist stay quiet, because the question of how our society is so different, it doesn't, none of the theory I've read and studied really helps me understand that. But I do think that Ukrainian society is sort of more accepting, because for a very long time in our history we've been sort of treated as the sort of second-class citizens of both the Soviet Union and the Tsarist Russia. And we were sort of treated, because it might seem absurd sometimes to Westerners, who sadly do tend to sometimes see the Soviet Union through slightly rose-colored glasses. But the Soviet Union, it did prioritize white Russians, Slavic Russians with Russian-sounding surnames, over everyone else. The Russians were the sort of the proper Soviet people, and everyone else either had to sort of Russify themselves, change their surnames, forget their ancestry, and pretend to be Russian, or sort of accept the role of in the best case scenario, the sort of the quirky ethnic a funny guy, or in the worst case scenario, be seen as possibly sort of a traitor to the cause and a nationalist. So Ukrainians, we have a history of of being oppressed and not being seen as the best people, because there are even now a lot of stereotypes in Russia about how Ukrainians are these funny villagers who just eat lard and drink vodka all day, and how these sort of very simple folk, and how Russians are the sophisticated Tolstoy reading cultural elites. And I think
And nothing could be further from the truth, given the fact what kind of innovation is Ukraine has achieved, even despite Soviet suppression. Ukrainians were the ones who built rockets, who built armaments, who created some of the best mathematical advances in Soviet society.
Yes, but if you open Russian Wikipedia, everyone who did something good in the Soviet Union, is immediately labeled as as Russian, or as Ukrainian born but Russian, or whatever. So despite the fact that that the Soviet society was secretly quite xenophobic and anti-Semitic, and very, very racist, it didn't take much. If you did something brilliant, then it didn't matter. You wouldn't be Ukrainian or Jewish anymore. You'd be seen as Russian, because everyone who's good is Russian, and everyone who's bad, he's obviously some kind of minority. So, but I think because of this history of being treated as these sort of second-grade citizens, Ukrainians have a lot of empathy for the other people. And it's not to say that our society doesn't have its problems, because obviously a lot of bad stuff came from the Soviet ideology, and I think a lot of sort of misconceptions and stereotypes and a lot of these sort of bad things that we have in Ukrainian society today, they have their roots in all of the Soviet stuff. But I think that Ukrainians are generally sort of more willing to accept anyone who identifies as Ukrainian, because we see ourselves as a political nation and sort of not an ethnic one. You don't have to, no matter what heritage you have, if you consider yourself Ukrainian, then for most Ukrainians, for the overwhelming majority, that's absolutely that's enough. And I think the sort of the racial a lot of the racial sort of issues and the misconceptions that still exist sadly in Ukrainian society, I think a lot of the attitudes Ukrainians have to people from other backgrounds can be sort of summarized with a very sort of silly joke about how a sort of nationalistic Ukrainian old grandfather from Western Ukraine, he goes into a bus full of Russian tourists and he has this machine gun and he says, well, can anybody tell me what the time is? And he says this in Ukrainian. And the bus is silent because it's filled with Russian tourists, and they see this crazy nationalist guy with a machine gun, and they're very quiet. And then this black guy stands up and says in perfect Ukrainian, the time. And the grandfather says, well, kiddo, I could see you were no Katsap, I knew you were one of ours. So I think that, even for a lot of people who are very conservative in Ukraine, the older generation, it doesn't matter what background a person is from, it doesn't matter what their skin color is from or their identity, what their identity is, as long as they're not Ukrainian, they're not Russian, and they're not trying to, occupy our land or hurt us. Because a lot of us we're not, we're quite, I think, accepting and open to anyone as long as it's not the Russians, because we do have a lot of historical trauma with that, and sadly Russians have decided to prove themselves that this historical trauma wasn't just paranoia or whatever, that we did sort of have a reason to be very sort of suspicious and wary of their intentions.
100%. Alexander, would you allow me to open the floor for a few more questions from our audience and regular speakers?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. George, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning or good day, everyone. Hey, how you doing? I wanted to ask our speaker here. I know she talked about the Crimean Tartars, but obviously being of Greek heritage, I wanted to ask her about the Greeks, the Crimean Greeks. I know a lot of them were deported, unfortunately, along with the Tartars by Stalin in the late 30s and 40s. Can she talk about that? I know that a couple hundred years ago, even some of the Crimean Greeks had actually adopted the Tartar language too. But if you could speak on that for a little bit, because I think a lot of people in Greece forget how ruthless Stalin was to our fellow Greeks, and I think that needs to be talked about further.
Oh, well, thank you for the great question. I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be able to speak in depth about that because, sadly, I'll be honest, Ukrainians are only now finding out a lot about our own history and how diverse it was, because, over the past, the last years of our independence, the sort of the decades, we didn't really have enough time to sort of come up with a perfect history plan, and not that much, not as much as we'd like, was written about all of this. But I do know that that now I think the city of Mariupol, before the war at least, it did have a sort of a Greek diaspora. of sorts, and that was, something that I know some people of Greek descent in Ukraine, they tried to sort of counter the Russian propaganda, because I know that for them it was obviously very sort of hurtful when their city was, a city which was historically, which has huge ties to Greece, and which, historically had a sort of robust Greek diaspora, that when it was being bombed, Greek newspapers were sort of parroting the Russian narratives. I know that, a lot has been said about how, in Greek media, that Ukraine shouldn't be supported because Ukraine doesn't want to give the Greek language the status of sort of a local language to be protected. And I know there's a lot of talk about that, but I would like to point out that, obviously we might have to sort of rethink a lot of these things in the future, because a lot of our sort of legislature isn't perfect. But according to Ukrainian laws, the only languages that can be given sort of a special status and be specially protected are the languages of ethnicities which do not have their own state. So under those rules, the only language which does have sort of a special status, special treatment in Ukraine is the language of the Crimean Tatars. But I do know that this particular point has been controversial in Greek media, and I do think that not enough has been done to sort of explain that and sort of explain our ties to the Greek community. And obviously, a lot of this is because a lot of work hasn't been done on our part. And I think now, even more than before, Ukrainians are sort of realizing, especially whenever we compare ourselves to Russia, sort of realizing how much of our strength is in our diversity, and that we need to feed into that, and we need to work with that, and we need to focus on these areas, because for a long part of our time we were just so focused on our economy, and and trying to build something resembling a democracy, and get rid of all the corruption that the Soviet and the 90s left us with, that we haven't been able to, as a society, focus more on these parts, which are also very, very important. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to answer your question in full, but if I
That's
ever
okay.
come up with good resources on that or something, then I'll try to research that more.
Yes, that's okay. I was just going to say about the language issue that was jumped upon by the Putin propagandists. Let's just put it that way. Look, I grew up in Canada, and we had Greek schools, and I didn't learn Greek from the Greek school. I learned it from home, and I think that was it was pretty much a non-issue that was just blown out of proportion. Remember, those with the crazy opinions usually have the louder voices, and if you're looking for, especially in Greece, if they're looking for something that somehow remotely can bash the West, or someone that the West supports, a lot of these crackpot so-called newspapers and media outlets are going to jump on it. So yeah, and I thank you for your explanation. That does make sense. The Tartars do not have a state of their own, so obviously you wouldn't want their language to disappear from history, and that is something that Ukraine should be commended on instead of criticized. Thank you.
Yeah, George, thank you very much for that. And by the way, very good points also from Alexandra. I think the pathway, Alexandra, is clear, isn't it? By joining the European Union, which Ukraine will do, it will be able, as part of the acquis communautaire, to integrate what other European nations, French, German, Belgian, Spaniards, Italians, everybody has learned, as in by integrating, say,
shall we say, minorities in borderlands, giving them the freedom to express themselves as their culture by assisting people to live free in open markets with property rights protected and not fighting over borders. We do more for our diverse cultures and identity and the strength of the diversity of European nations than anything else. And this comes back to what I always say. Everything is downstream from culture. Ukraine is at its core, the Ukrainian nation is at its core so open, it is Europe. And therefore, Ukraine is us. Ukraine fights for the freedom of Europe today.
Thank you. Yeah, and I absolutely agree here because, I think a lot of the issues in our society do have a lot to do with the fact that, building a democracy out of the remnants of sort of an authoritarian, very unfortunate experiment, which the Soviet Union was, and, trying to find your way after that, it does feel a lot like, like trying to build a bicycle out of, having sort of very weird parts that nobody's ever built a bicycle out of successfully. But I do think that, when we get to the point where we can join the European Union, or, or at least, receive the necessary sort of guidance, and because, obviously, in order to join the European Union, we will have to make certain changes. I do think that that's when, we'll finally get off this sort of very weird, very twisty path that we've been forced to sort of stomp out for ourselves. And I think things will be much sort of more straightforward and easier after that, because right now we're sort of going in partially blind, not really having enough experience in things like this, and trying to do something completely new. But so a lot of guidance and help is definitely what we all need.
Well, we look forward to that part of the transition. And funny enough, every single nation which has joined the European Union, for all it's worth, has changed the European Union in one way or another. Ukraine brings more than 40 million people, such diverse cultural background, such strength, and a society which crystallizes its own national idea now in this war of the fight for sovereignty. So it will be interesting to see what happens. We'll have more questions. Dennis. Dennis, you have a question for Alexandra?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to hit the mic is off button, but it seems to not work. Thanks for taking my question. I actually wanted to add some color to the diversity and resilience of Ukrainian people. Myself, I was born and raised in the western part of Ukraine, and we, for the longest time, until the first revolution, we were part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? And that brings a lot of diversity. We fought off slavery by 150 years before Russians did, and that definitely adds to the diversity and resilience of Ukrainians. And I do have a lot of knowledge in the history of Ukraine post-Soviet times. But I actually had a question that was slightly different. Maybe I can ask that after Alexandra is done with her. This is related to the Crimea, to the Kerch bridge explosion and whatnot. Perhaps I can take that, do that question later.
Sure, no problem. And I'm sure, especially as Thomas Tyner will be joining us later, we'll be talking about the missile strikes on the Kerch bridge again. Absolutely, no question.
Thanks.
But Alexandra, the key issue is, of course, that what Dana just highlighted, that the diversity even of Western Ukraine gives itself a massive amount of strength and depth of culture, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. My husband's family is from the Lemki people, who were historically lived in the territory which is now Poland. And during the Soviet times, they were, as part of the Vistula operation, they were deported and brought over to Ternopil. And they have a unique culture of their own, and they have these sort of annual meetups and these song festivals, and they have their very sort of unique words which they use, which a lot of them won't be understood by Ukrainians from Kiev, such as myself. But despite the fact that both of his grandparents were born in Poland, I think they'd be incredibly offended if anyone told them that they weren't real Ukrainians, because they managed to identify both as as Lemki and as Ukrainians. And I think a lot of our sort of internal strength, it comes from the fact that we are able to identify as as several things at once. And it doesn't and right now I think we're seeing this sort of very curious crystallization of these identities, because even from sort of a political standpoint, I know people who have who their political beliefs are is that they're anarchists, and obviously as anarchists they don't really support the idea of a state at all. But at the same time, when their homeland is being attacked, they say, well, in a perfect world, I'd be an anarchist, and I wouldn't want the state at all. But since my family, people I love, people I know are being attacked, I'm going to put on a Ukrainian flag patch, and I'm going to go fight for the state, despite of what my political beliefs at a different time would have been. So I think now a lot of people in Ukraine are forced to sort of try and mash all of their various identities and beliefs together. And I think the society that we will have as a result of that is going to be, truly fascinating. And, I think in a lot of ways, what we're now going through is something that, a lot of countries have historically gone through, several hundred years ago. And I think that I think this is sort of a crash course on how to get your national independence. And so whenever people ask me, especially not in very good faith, they sort of say like, well, why do you have to use these sort of nationalistic sort of phrases such as Slava Ukraini, or why do certain people in Ukraine, they idealize Bandera or other sort of controversial figures? And I say, well, in a perfect world, we wouldn't need sort of nationalist slogans or whatever, because in a perfect world, we wouldn't be literally fighting for our independence and our right as a nation to survive. So, I think in Ukraine right now, a lot of people, I think a lot of people in the West were sort of scared by these sort of stories, usually made up by Russia, or of how nationalistic and crazed Ukrainians are. And the thing is that this sort of nationalistic sort of fierce feeling, it only gets switched on when there's a legitimate danger to our society. And a lot can be said on the topic of whether nationalism or the desire to protect your country, whether things like that, they have a place in the 21st century. But if wars of imperialist conquest have a place, sadly, in the 21st century, then then obviously as a reaction to that, certain sort of sensibilities and philosophies which in other places of the world weren't really were seen as something outdated and antique, they are obviously also going to be more important to people right now. So yeah, I think I don't think there's I don't think there's a danger of Ukrainians being becoming a very sort of nationalistic or closed off society, because as we've seen, what a lot of foreigners call Ukrainian nationalism is just sort of the desire to protect one's homeland, and it has nothing to do with race or ethnicity or heritage in that sort of sense. It only has everything to do with the political state and the desire to, to live on our own land and not be, harassed by neighbors and not be killed.
Being free is a value in itself.
Absolutely.
And maybe just maybe this war at a later stage will just be described as what it seems to be, a war of independence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, a lot of the sort of older generation of Ukrainians, my parents, my grandparents, they've always been throughout my life. They've been very sort of, well, as I thought, slightly obsessed with the idea of Ukrainian independence, the idea of honoring, Ukrainian traditions. And a lot of people in the younger generation, such as myself, they sort of, they didn't make fun of that per se, but we did sort of think that, it was just, like a lot of historical trauma talking, and that, these sort of values were just something the older generation had. But now, when someone is literally threatening to, to erase your country from existence, erase your language from existence, and saying that, Ukrainian language isn't real, then obviously, a lot of Ukrainians are, even if they were apolitical before, even if they, they didn't place much value in traditions or language or whatever, now when they feel threatened, then obviously they're going to defend these values with their lives, because it's not like Ukrainians are sort of warmongering, fierce people. I mean, we are fierce, but we're definitely not warmongering. Zelensky himself, the reason why he was, why an overwhelming majority of Ukrainians voted for him, more than 70%, was that he was seen as the sort of the candidate of peace. He was seen as the sort of down-to-earth guy who would, try and negotiate with Putin, who would focus on this sort of the more grounded side of things, like the economy and things like that, and not be obsessed with heritage. And because some people did see Petro Poroshenko as the sort of more traditionalist guy, so a lot of the younger people who were sort of tired of politics, who just wanted to live their lives and live in a peaceful, calm society, they voted for Zelensky. They didn't, because right now I think a lot of Russian media and sadly even Western media sort of making him out to be some sort of, I don't know, warlord or something. But he was a guy who during his presidential campaign, he said that, when he was asked on, what to do with Putin, he said that he would, try and look Putin in the eye and try and negotiate and try and find out, what Putin, the man, wanted, and, try and understand him. But, Zelensky and many Ukrainians, they realized that, you can't negotiate with pure evil, as dramatic as that sounds. And, that the only way to survive is to fight and to, become a society which, which Russia won't try and attack again. Because, I think a lot of Western commentators are slightly worried about, like what do Ukrainians think will happen with Russia? What do Ukrainians want to happen with Russia? What should the West do with Russia? What's the end game? And honestly, as a Ukrainian, and many Ukrainians, I think, will share my sentiment, is that we don't really care, what happens to Russia, as long as, we, Ukraine, become and stay a country which, which everybody thinks twice before trying to invade. And, that's all we want. We just don't want to be messed with. And I do hope that, after this war, this is something that we'll achieve.
Yeah, we have more people who want to ask questions. I just had a technical issue, Alexandra. Apologies, I couldn't cycle them up. Let me just fix this. And if you can spare us a few more minutes, because it has been fascinating, and I've seen a lot of people with a great interest. Give me 1 second.
Sure, no problem.
Alrighty. So hold on, we're going to get people up. All righty. Chris.
Start off by saying that I'm British, obviously, and I don't have any problem with being nationalistic. I suppose it's sort of like a healthy nationalism, because I certainly don't consider myself to be like far right or anything like that. But you know, to be proud of your nation is like not a problem. I know some people would call that nationalism, but so like when obviously when I'm looking at Ukraine now, I'm like thinking, oh right, well, when you've like basically cut all the Russians out, and that leaves you with whatever that leaves you with, if you like, it's all going to be fine. Do you think that as well?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the question. I do agree with you on the nationalist part. I do think that a lot of the confusion comes from the fact that, you know, when we talk about nationalism, we often refer to the sort of, I think, I hope I don't offend anyone by saying the sort of American far right thing, or you know, just the European far. Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion in these terms because someone might refer to nationalism as, you know, just wanting to protect your country, as you know Ukrainians are doing right now, while others see nationalism as being, you know, racist and you know, and aggressive and things like that. So I do think there's a lot of confusion with these terms. And also just a fun sort of historical note is that, you know, a lot of Ukrainians, especially of the older generation, they do call themselves nationalist purely because in the Soviet times, you know, whenever somebody would, you know, dare to speak the sort of the language of the minority, such as Ukrainian, or you know, sing Ukrainian folk songs or whatever, very often they would be labeled as nationalists by the Soviet state. So, you know, in the Soviet times, in order to end up being called a nationalist and you know, maybe even thrown in jail or sent to the gulag or just, you know, or blacklisted, you didn't really have to do much. You just had to sort of respect your heritage and respect your traditions. So I think defiantly, a lot of Ukrainians are using that term now to refer to themselves and sort of use it interchangeably with the term, I don't know, patriot or whatever. So I do think you know, life would be much easier if we had, you know, sort of a universal, you know, dictionary on you know, who understands what when using a certain term. But I do think that, you know, that kicking Russia out would be wonderful, and you know, obviously, you know, economically and just generally, it is a very difficult sort of time for Ukraine because, you know, last year a lot of my friends and I were, you know, thinking about where we'd spend our holiday, on whether we'd go, I don't know, skiing to Switzerland or maybe to Italy, or you know, my friends were sort of planning to have kids in the nearest future, and you know, we were sort of at a point where, you know, life was reasonably good, and obviously, you know, the war has set everyone back, you know, even the most privileged, even the luckiest Ukrainians, the ones who haven't lost their homes, all their lives, all their limbs, or you know, their loved ones. It has set all of us, you know, back economically, and you know, our careers are just fully derailed, and our savings are, you know, gone, jobs lost, everything. And yet, you know, the thought that, you know, we will finally be rid of this huge looming shadow which has loomed over Ukraine for centuries, and which has constantly poisoned a lot of the stuff that has been going on here. And I know this sounds a little bit like a conspiracy, but the truth of the matter is that a lot of the bad stuff that has happened in Ukraine has been directly or indirectly, related to Russia. Yanukovych, he fled to Russia for a reason. He had very close ties with Russia, and he was the guy who tried to build a sort of tyrannical dictatorship in Ukraine, and was famous for making journalists disappear and shot. Had over 100 demonstrators be shot by snipers in broad daylight. So he's just one of the examples of the things that have come from Russia and from close ties with Russia. So I think the fact that obviously life isn't going to be very easy or fun or that everything's going to be just perfect and we're going to cruise through life after the war, obviously not. But if we will know for a fact, or we'll be relatively certain that our children won't have to deal with the threat of an invasion or with nuclear blackmail or with whatever, just the feeling of living close to an incredibly dangerous sort of psychopathic regime, that in itself would be, I think, would be good enough, because I think a lot of pressure comes from being close to Russia, and a lot of horrible things have happened to various generations of Ukrainians because of proximity to Russia. And I'm 28 now. My kid, who's 2, he knows the sound of air raid sirens, and my parents and I, we participated in the Revolution of Dignity, which was also against a pro-Russian dictator. And before that, my grandparents, my grandfather in the Soviet times was blacklisted for writing poetry in Ukrainian. So and before that, my grandparents, they suffered because of the Holodomor. And so every generation in my family, and in thousands, millions of Ukrainian families, every single generation has something bad happen to it, because of Russia. And if if there's a chance that this sort of, weird curse won't be hanging over us, and our children will be able to live their lives without looking over their shoulder and thinking, oh no, is Russia going to invade? Are they going to occupy us? Are they going to torture us? Then even the sort of loss of economic stability and loss of jobs and all of the difficulties that obviously we as a society are going to have to face after the war, I think obviously we'd rather we didn't have to go through this, but we do, and probably it will be worth it ultimately.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, to be honest, everything you've said, I'm glad that you think like that, and so obviously, that's sort of what I thought and what I hoped, and I'm glad that's the case. And obviously, as I'm sure we do have far right in Britain as well, by the way, just in case you didn't know it. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I think we can also put a pin into that topic, because that specifically, Alexander, you made it very, very clear. This giant shadow, this suppressive effect of Russian imperialism for hundreds of years can be made to stop. And this, what we typically, I think political analysts called it once, a long time ago, constitutional patriotism, which for Europe, which has so many overlapping folk, minorities, left, right, and center, for hundreds of years, the Westphalian order, and people having different beliefs, having different backgrounds, and still can support one nation. That is what we would call patriotism. And I don't want to say this lightly, because the idea of nationalism perceived as in the West, often enough, not necessarily in England, is negative, albeit that it should be positive, because it comes from the word nationes, which means a variety of nations becoming one nation under one roof. And this roof can be the EU. And as you just highlighted, Ukraine needs to have the capacity to feel comfortable, to be safe. That means evidently a defensive alliance as well. So joining NATO, becoming integrated with a free market in Europe, and shall hope that it remains free, would probably solve this issue, because the eastern border is a border of culture and everything is downstream from culture. Our colleague Ben had a question. Ben? Seems we just lost Ben. Alrighty. Then almost like it. Let's go to Sir Lancelot.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me? Let me
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Well, I am kind of African, so I do just want to ask. I want you guys to reason from my African perspective. What, as a Ukrainian citizen, what do you think of? The growing Russian influence in Africa. Our governments are playing double standards. They're double speaking. On the one hand, telling Russia your aggression's wrong, but then they keep giving military contracts and they keep getting weapons from Russia. My government in particular it's been at the forefront of this. Russia is probably going to play a role in the Nigerian steel industry where I hail from. And we are still at the beginning of our nuclear program. Probably the Rosatom group of Russia will probably going to play a role as well. Seeing all these things and the streets actually seems to be a lot pro-Russian. There are quite a lot of Russian trolls here. As a Ukrainian, what do you really think about this? I would love to hear.
Thank you. That's a great question. And I do think we don't talk about this enough because, we talk a lot about Russian disinformation and Russian influence in the US, in Europe, how Russia is influencing entire political parties and media outlets. But I do think we don't talk quite enough about the amount of influence Russia has over the African continent, and the amount of resources it's using to sort of influence the population. And I feel very sad whenever I come across this, because Ukraine is an ex-colony of Russia, and whenever I see on social media or influencers or in various outlets, I see experts from Africa saying that Russia is anti-imperialist, or that Russia is the good guy in this situation. I feel very sad because Russia obviously isn't what it's pretending to be. It used to be an empire. It has colonies. Ukraine used to be its colony. So whenever Russia tries to portray itself as this sort of the fighter against imperialism, I feel sick to my stomach, because it's not true. Obviously, I do understand why many people on the African continent are suspicious of the US or other European powers and the West in general. But I do feel sort of sad and upset that Russia is almost quite successfully trying to portray itself as the anti-imperialist good guy, because I know that Russia isn't really the country that is a good friend to its allies. It usually uses other countries, and I do know that Russian society it does see it does have this sort of philosophy of using those who are weaker than you and bowing down to strength. So I think that any government, any sort of any society which is allied with Russia for whatever reason, it has to be careful, it has to be suspicious, it has to realize that Russia may well be trying to use it. And yes, I do think that experts in the West and Ukrainians alike, we have to do more to counter Russian propaganda in Africa, in India, because it's just offensive to see an ex-empire trying to portray itself as the victim, as the good guy, as a friend of Africa, when in reality, we have Wagner mercenaries, slaughtering entire villages and robbing gold mines and causing absolute horrific chaos in Africa. And and not that many African outlets write about that. And I just think it's horrific and sad. And I think that we should definitely do more to try and counter that. So thank you for the wonderful question. I hope that answers it in a way.
Alrighty. Thank you, Sir Lancelot, and thank you, Alexandra. Now, our friend Ben is back. I think there were microphone issues before. Ben.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much, Alexandra, for speaking with us. I do have a question for you, which is... Well, I'm quitting this. Yep. Do have a question, which is early in the war, you had men taking their hunting rifles and fighting the Russian tanks with it, and you had grandmothers throwing their jars of pickle at Russian drones. And what came out of it, and now what we have are super advanced guns and very advanced missiles taking care of this. This is great because this shows a professionalization and advancement in every way, except that we were facing a nation in arms, and gradually we're being introduced with a full-fledged army. And is there a change along those lines within the Ukrainian society? And what it implies, and what does it mean, and what are the consequences if you can perceive them?
Sure. Thank you for the great question. The very quite many uplifting, sort of sometimes funny, sometimes tragic, but always sort of very heroic stories about ordinary people sort of fighting back against Russians with whatever they had in hand. And although these stories they were very uplifting, and they did illustrate the desire of Ukrainians to fight back, and I do think these stories, they sort of went a long way to sort of make people sympathize with Ukraine, because there's nothing people like more than the story of an underdog fighting against a much bigger, stronger power. So I do think these stories played an important role, but I think that, as someone looking from the outside, you might think that, that was heroic and that was cool. And now there's sort of this professional, faceless military, with high precision weapons, and it's sort of harder to root for those guys. But the truth is that, for every grandmother who, the stories of the grandmothers, fighting back against Russians, they took place because the Russians had made their way to the outskirts of Kiev, and and were walking through these towns, and the people were sort of defending themselves with whatever they had in hand. And some of these stories, they had good endings, and the Russian soldiers were sort of chased away. But for every story of a heroic grandma fighting off a drone with a jar of pickles, there are also, I don't know, dozens of stories of the grandmothers that didn't make it and couldn't fight back the Russian invaders. obviously there are going to be some good stories and there are going to be some very tragic ones, because when you have people, fighting back against Russians with, household items, then, some of them are going to manage to win, but a lot of them are going to die because, fighting back against an invader, even if you're fighting back with a shovel or whatever, it's sort of, I don't want to say that the Russians need a specific reason to shoot civilians, but I think it also places you in even more danger. So although I realize the symbolic importance of these sort of stories, I do think that it's safer and better for the majority of Ukrainians that the Russians are being pushed back to behind the front lines, and that the majority of Ukrainian grandmothers or just guys with household rifles, they don't have to face them on a daily basis. But despite the fact that our army might seem a little bland because it's very professional looking now, and there are fewer sort of uplifting stories now, they're still made up of the same people. There are a lot of the people, just friends I know who used to work in media, who used to work in PR or IT or whatever. They are now the very same professional soldiers that you might see on TV. They have better uniforms now, and their chances for survival are better. But our army is still made up of pretty much the same people, and a lot of volunteers that are joining are ordinary guys who used to have ordinary interests and hobbies and work, but are now have, over the past 7-8 months, have learned to control high precision drones or whatever, and shoot missiles and do really cool things. So I do think the more professional an army is, and the better things are going, I think the less space there will be for sort of anecdotes and curious sort of tales, which isn't great for storytelling, and isn't great for sort of a sort of scrappy image which makes people sympathize. But it also means that there are less unarmed civilians coming across Russian soldiers, and that can only be a good thing. So I hope that answers it.
Yes, fantastic. Thanks a lot. I'm happy to know that the soul of the nation is safe, and also that you will finally use jars of pickle for something more useful than shooting at silly drums. Thanks.
Alrighty, let's go to Edward, then Table Fox, then Lena, then Will. Edward.
Hello, and thank you so much, Alexandra. This has been absolutely fascinating. You've spoken very eloquently about the historical injustices perpetrated against indigenous and displaced populations in Crimea. And we who've had the privilege of learning about Ukraine in this space, having found our ways to it during these last months of full-scale Russian invasion, have understood that the earlier 2014 invasion that led to the occupation of part of the Donbass region had absolutely nothing to do with supposedly separatist sentiment in that part of Ukraine. However, I suppose, the fact is that that part has been occupied for 8 years, and we get very little journalism, I think, out of that region, or at least I haven't heard much about it. And I wonder if, let's say, God willing, the Russians were to surrender en masse tomorrow and all disappear. What do you see might be any particular challenge of reintegration of that region into a democratic Ukraine?
Thank you for the great question. A lot of people in Ukraine have been thinking a lot about the same thing, because I think an additional challenge has risen in the fact that as you can probably see, Russians, before the sort of the mass mobilization started, the Russians sort of specifically targeted the men from the occupied territories for mobilization. And I think this is especially bad, not just because it's cruel and unjust and awful, but also because now we will sooner or later have a certain amount of people from that region whose friends or family members or fathers or partners were forced to go to war against Ukraine, and they were probably also killed by the Ukrainian army. And I think under circumstances such as these, not everyone will sort of say, well, my husband was forced to fight against the Ukrainians and they killed him, so fair's fair. I think that despite the fact that a lot of these men were sort of rounded up and sent to fight against Ukraine without proper equipment, without proper clothing, I think despite the fact that very few of them wanted to go fight against Ukraine, the fact that some of them were killed by Ukrainian soldiers, I think this might lead to certain problems, to certain additional problems in the future, because how do you sort of make peace with people who you did sort of liberate, but whose a large part of the male population was sent to their death, and to their death at your hands, essentially. So I do have faith in the fact that people with much more experience in the matter and who are smarter than I am are definitely thinking about this already and are coming up with various plans and ideas on how to do this. But I do think the fact that Russia has specifically targeted the men from the Donbass region and from Luhansk, I think this will cause even more problems than we had before. So, and when I say than we've had before, I mean before then, if we were to start reintegrating the territories into a democratic Ukraine before the full-scale invasion, because now we obviously have more problems. So I do think there are many challenges in that, and I do know that a lot of people will be overjoyed to see Ukrainian soldiers finally liberate them, because there's still a lot of very pro-Ukrainian sentiment there, and people are still under occupation, who've been under occupation for 8 years. They're still secretly learning Ukrainian and reading Ukrainian media and often getting arrested for that. But also there will be a generation of friends and relatives of people who were killed, who died fighting the Ukrainian army, and it might not matter why they went to fight it. It might not matter that they were sent there, but it might have its consequences. So it will obviously be hard, but also nothing in Ukrainian history has been easy so far. So I think we will come up with a solution to that. But thank you for the question. It is something that we should think and talk about more, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting case. If you compare it, for example, for nations which have gone through civil war, such as even the United States between 1861 and 65, the period of reconstruction is marred with terrible stories on both sides. But then again, that was a war where a large part of the population, yes, was pressed into service and couldn't necessarily elect, and their elites may have been ideologically bent, but people were still people, albeit that the South did fight for a cause which was evidently lost and evidently associated with crimes against humanity as well. Now, having said this, I think Ukraine benefits from the open society you highlighted earlier and indicated that, yes, it will be a challenge. I think it will be one of the bigger challenges also for the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, because many of those who had been forced into service, who are Ukrainians, who didn't want to go to war and couldn't escape, who saw, as we've heard, the stories and anecdotes, some have seen their wives, their children, their parents being threatened with violence or even subjected to violence right in front of them in order to be pressed into service. So whilst there may have been odd volunteers, and there always are, many have been subjected to a lot of trauma. But we also hear that some of those troops have given themselves up quite easily if they weren't killed from behind by the commissars of Wagner and some other Russian soldiers. Yeah, well, we'll have to think about it, Alexandra, and whatever Ukraine needs in support from its allies, I'm certain will be given in that regard. Let's move on. Table Fox.
Hey guys, hello Alexandra. I'm not sure what to say, but I was listening to you this morning, and you're incredibly eloquent, and it was a pleasure listening to. It was just quite a pleasure to listen to you. And that's all I have to say. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Well, we evidently take compliments for our great guest speakers, and the more the merrier. Lena, a good friend of the program, by the way, and Ukraine.
Hi, Axel. Thank
Hi
you.
there.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? Alexandra, it's so great to have you on the program, and thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the entire talk. A couple of points I wanted to make and questions I wanted to ask. So regarding the Donbass, I think it's almost like they have to be treated like people in need of psychological help, because I think we shouldn't forget not just the sentiment that was there, but also that these people were subjected to the barrage of that misinformation, propaganda, and mind-bending, horrible, distorted truth or parallel universe, if you will. So I think these are the people. It's like you have a charge who might be danger to the life of the person who takes care of them. So that's the same case, I think, would be with people who were subject to Russian propaganda in Donbass area. So as Axel mentioned, there should be probably, given the will and available resources, some kind of understanding and maybe acceptance in that respect, understanding that they were subjected to certain mind twisting. So that's one. And the second point, when you mentioned a situation in Africa and the propaganda and the brainwashing and lack of information, if you look at the timeline, Russians pretty much using a similar approach physically as well as mentally and in media, like overwhelming amount of barrage of fake information, distorting the truth and repeating it ad nauseum to the point people start believing it because there's just so much of it and it's everywhere. Like throwing, and from the physical standpoint, recruiting insane amount of soldiers, and even if they're untrained, throwing them on the front line, if not to win the situation, then at least impede and slow down the progress of Ukrainian army. So it's quantity over quality everywhere. And that becomes more and more evident pattern, I think, for those who are willing to see it. And that's actually the point that you made. Fighting that and exposing it more and more everywhere would probably be the only way to bring more awareness to that and to help people and to teach them to identify those patterns, which are quite consistent, even though they change the form and shape from time to time. But you can see those patterns more and more if you have your eye trained and your ear trained on those. And thank you for making those points. This is really important, and that's why having shows like this is super important to bring awareness to those issues and maybe looking for potential resolutions for them.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for highlighting that. I think a way to sort of counter that and bring attention to the fact that Russia is, treating its own soldiers as sort of cannon fodder. I think it is high time that we sort of took a more critical glance at all of the mythology, the Soviet mythology surrounding the Soviet role in the Second World War. Because, I think Russia has sort of made a cult out of the victory, or as, as certain researchers and just ordinary people call it, победобесие. And I think that, it has gone unchallenged. The entire world has sort of accepted the Soviet Union and Russia as its sort of its heir, as the power that won the Second World War, that saved the world from Nazism. And not too many historians and not too many people look closely enough to see that the Soviet officers themselves, they treated their own soldiers as cannon fodder, and that people were sent unequipped, unarmed, in insane numbers, and that the Soviet Union, it placed no value on the human life. And Russia is essentially it's doing the same now. And I think that it has to be this sort of history of cruelty, this philosophy of just throwing insane numbers of your own people at an enemy, in the hope that sooner or later the enemy will just choke on them, but without any regard to human life. I think that we need to talk more about that, because the same things are happening right now in Russia. And I think that generally we do need to talk more critically about the Soviet Union, because a lot of what's happening now is it is a clear mirror image of what was happening then. And if Russian soldiers have documentation forms which were printed in the Soviet Union, they literally have sort of documents which were the forms were printed back in the Soviet days, and they're still being used, then it's no wonder that the way their own commanders see them is it's the same way that their commanders used to see Soviet soldiers back in the days of the Second World War. So I do think we need to sort of dismantle this history of not caring for the human life, because it is frankly odd that I remember when, and this is slightly off topic, but I do want to mention it, that when the wonderful TV show Chernobyl came out, certain Western viewers thought that it was too much of a conspiracy, and that it was too critical, because they couldn't believe that the Soviet authorities would not care for the human life at all. But now I think that the viewers who saw that show are probably less surprised to see the Wagner soldiers just shooting the conscripts in the back whenever they get afraid or don't want to move forward. So I do think that the key in understanding Russia of today, the Russia that Putin has is leading, is to look back into Russian history and the history of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking at the history, you have to know where to look. And as the product of the Soviet Union, I can speak to that myself, because I was raised in the Soviet Union and lived there through quite age to remember what was going on. So I used to have arguments with my friends in my master's class about who won the Second World War. And I was quite shocked to find out about Normandy, which I had no idea about. And I had no idea about all those major battles. And once I saw that and found out about that, I was honestly in shock how much information was retained from us. So if you're really not willing to go and look, you would have no idea. And that glorification, as you said, Победа Бесия, it really is still very much on the minds of people in Russia, unless they were given other information in a way that they would be willing to accept that, because just giving is not enough. You have to give it in such a way that people can assimilate that, process it, and take it as an action point. And then another point was also, I think, the strategy with which Ukrainians came up, like project Хочу жить, I would like to live, which gives Russian soldiers a hotline to call and ask about the conditions of surrender and allow them to surrender, was a brilliant, absolutely brilliant move. And I think that kind of approach would become the best weapon, the acceptance and understanding that people are forced in that. And these people eventually, I believe, would become a weapon themselves against those who have no information or don't know, to spread that information further, because they would have firsthand access to their friends, to their families, and to their society to communicate back that actually you can give up and you can get paid if you surrender with the equipment. And that's actually is true, and the Ukrainians are sticking to their word. So whoever came up with that, bravo, that was brilliant strategy. And I think we need more of that, and maybe that actually would be a path to reintegrate the Donbass territory. I don't know how, but I think that probably would be the way. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it boils down back to culture, and that Russia, since the foundation myth of the Duchy of Muscovy, as a result of escaping barely and not by itself from the status of a vassal of the Golden Horde, has always been a culture of insidious lies in order to mask the violence, and a culture of violence in order to subjugate others. Righty-ho. Let's go to Will, and then we move on to lunchtime.
Hey, everybody. Alessandro, your discussion has been very interesting, and we've been dabbling in or touching on the edges of the African politics. And when one tackles the African politics from a European perspective, one cannot understand it because we come from a position of believing that things are work from a stance of integrity. In Africa, a lot is based around what we call a Coke. You give a Coke here and you give a Coke there, and you buy a vote here and you buy a vote there. If you saw the Red Square celebrations recently in Moscow, and you saw all of those buses, if you didn't see the buses and you saw all the people, you have one picture. But when you see the buses, you see Africa. Everything is about bringing the people in based on a free t-shirt, a free lunch, a Coke, and a trip on a bus to somewhere to stand around, possibly break a few things, throw a few stones, or just jump up and down and dance. And it's cheap. And Russia understands this. It's how their society works, and they have infiltrated our politicians and they've infiltrated our society, and that's how it works. You rent a few buses and you bus people in, and suddenly your issue that you're trying to promote is top of the news, local and international. And that's what drives the whole narrative. What Russia gets in return, they buy the politicians with free medical care in Moscow, free university education for the politicians' children, and a Coke here and a free lunch there. And they control countries. In Johannesburg, there is a huge network of unprofitable mines, gold mines, where it's too dangerous, too deep, too expensive to go too deep. But however, the artisanal miner, or what we call the zamazamas, they go in, they're gangs, they're armed, they've got AK-47s, all supplied by, we can only guess. And they control, and they're a mob, and they are gangsters, and they mine. They're on flight 24. There's a weekly flight into our military air base in Pretoria that leaves. The military air base, you can obviously, it's all sanctioned by the state. My guess is that there's a lot of gold moving out on those aircraft. This is my speculation and it's unconfirmed, but my guess is it's gold that the zamazamas are mining, and there's a huge amount of it. There are thousands and thousands of people who live underground, who are absolutely off the, let's say, the taxed economy, and they mine gold. And if one sees what's happening in Zimbabwe, you know, Mugabe was taken care of in Moscow, and the Mugabe regime is absolutely controlled by what they call the war vets, the old supposed liberation movement. These guys are between 18 and 35, or maybe even 50, way before the actual the Freedom War occurred. And these guys are supported, or they support Mugabe, and they all get a free Coke and a free lunch here and there. And that's how the regimes in Africa are controlled. And we need to understand that. And I've said this, once the Ukraine is liberated, there needs to be a continued presence to understand what Russia, and to a lesser extent China, is doing in Africa. Because with these, the proxy wars for power, and not necessarily hot wars, are massive in Africa. And I just wish the West would stand up, support the NGOs, the democratic NGOs standing up for democratic values in Africa, because that's what we need. We need those organizations to be financed. There's some financing going on, but it's just insufficient. So we can actually create democracies and provide for the citizens of our countries that we actually might be able to have a prospering environment, because without that, it just cannot continue. If we see what the Wagner Group is doing with Total, the gas oil explorers from exploration company from France, they went in to support the rebels and have closed down the gas fields in Mozambique. There's huge gas deposits that have been found 10 years ago, which are currently being developed. But of course, Russia, they either need to control them, because they are all about monopoly. If they control the monopoly, they control the price. And they're trying to control the gold in Southern Africa, the uranium in South Africa, the gas in Mozambique, and various other places. And we fight these proxy wars, and it just seems that we don't have the knowledge of the space. Yes, I'm rambling a bit, Alex.
No, it's okay. It's okay, because I think you have a very good point with one notable terminology exception, I would think. I don't think that Ukraine, and maybe Ukraine is, as we said, the war of independence of a sovereign nation, but it shows the way as to how to fight authoritarians everywhere. Maybe that is the good result, the unintended consequence the Russians will face in future, and the Chinese will face in future, of this unmerited invasion.
And Slava Ukraini, and glory to the heroes.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Those who fight for freedom and liberty shall unite. And with that, we welcome our friend and founder, Yehuda.
Hi, everyone, and hello to our guest, Alexandra. Thank you for being here. It's good to have you. By the way, some good news. I think James is getting out of captivity as we speak.
Excellent.
Made a little deal with the Polish guards there. He'll have to probably go back to the border just to pick up his passport. His friends are almost through, but the problem is there's a shift change. So instead of detaining him and moving him to another facility. They've agreed to drive him back to the border so he can pick up his passport, which is very nice of them. So thank you, Polish authorities. I also have some breaking news. I don't know if anyone's heard, Alexandra and Lena. There's a major supply chain shortage in Europe right now. It's caused by the Russian invasion. Apparently, champagne is being rationed. Only 2 bottles for the Kerch Bridge attack. It's very strict. They need to save the rest of the champagne for later dates. But at any rate, it's too early to be drinking in the East Coast right now. But I'm sure it's 11 a.m. somewhere.
Lena,
No, but
did Lena just mean that she will have a celebratory drink on a Sunday?
Hey, mimosa is okay.
Mimosas technically aren't alcohol, so you're good.
Exactly, it's a morning drink.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, I know. So in a nutshell, James got stuck at the border. His passport, for whatever reason that I didn't ask, was somewhere else. Definitely before crossing international borders, especially the Ukrainian one going west, you want to have your passport. Don't do it. Got to be careful. But anyway, I won't interrupt you, Axel. Please go ahead. I was able to pop on earlier and hear our guest speak. It was very insightful.
Alrighty, let's go to lunchtime then.
Oh, hi, thanks, Axel. Well, Alexandra, I just want to say to chime with what others have said, which is that it's been an absolute pleasure to listen to you speak. Really, really incredible. I suppose a lot of what I was going to say, I think, has been somewhat well discussed. So I'll ask a different question, which is, you know, it's often characterized that this, excuse me, this invasion is Putin's pet sort of obsession. Is that your opinion too? Do you feel that a change in Russian leadership would actually lead to, you know, a better sort of, well, a way forward where there wasn't this obsession of causing basically terrorism, vandalism to Ukraine? Do you see a brighter future ahead if we can just get rid of this guy?
Thank you for the great question. You know, I'm probably going to sound a little pessimistic here, but I don't think the problem is just Putin. I think that, you know, Russian society does have certain problems of which Putin isn't the cause, but is more of an illustration and, you know, an effect. I do think that, you know, the Russian society historically, it has issues with you know, chauvinism and a sort of an idea that they should bring back the old glorious days of the past. And I do think that the fact that, you know, the Soviet authorities and the Soviet Union and Russia has never been sort of, you know, made to answer for all of the crimes that have been committed during its recent history. I think that is part of it. And I think that, you know, the problem lies somewhere much deeper than just in Putin, because, you know, a lot of these sentiments about Ukrainians not being a real sort of people, about Ukrainian language not being a real language, about, you know, Crimea being sort of a gift to Ukraine, and about how, you know, the nations of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine are just, you know, one people who should be united together forever, and you know, stand against, you know, everything else and the West, and how, you know, Ukrainians are the little brother the little brothers of Russians, because Russia is obviously, the best of the three nations, and it is the natural leader of this sort of union. I think all of these ideas, they existed before Putin came to power, and they sadly and honestly, it's not up to Ukrainians to decide what the future of Russia will look like. It's for Russians to decide. I think the fact that a lot of these ideas have survived up to this day and have been unchallenged, and the fact that the sort of the racial issues in Russian society, the discrimination of the indigenous peoples of Russia, the fact that the indigenous languages of Russia, of the colonized people who are colonized by Slavic people, their languages are dying out, and there's a lot of sort of racial and ethnic injustice and inequality in Russia, and all of this hasn't been sort of assessed, and people haven't really done anything to stop all of this. So I do think that these issues are part of the reason why this invasion happened. And now I, as many Ukrainians are, I am slightly suspicious and wary of a lot of the Russian political figures who are seen as as the opposition, because in some of their speeches I do also detect a lot of the same chauvinism and sort of imperialist views that sort of moved Russia to invade Ukraine. So I'm not sure that getting rid of Putin will be the solution to all of this. I do think that there's several things that we need to do to make the future safer for everyone. One of them is not giving in to the sort of nuclear blackmail that Russia is trying to weaponize and is actively using. Because I think that I'm no expert, but it does seem sort of illogical to say, oh, if you have nuclear weapons, you can do whatever you like and invade whoever you like and commit crimes. I think the second step would be to create probably new connections between Russia's neighbors, and make sure that the countries bordering Russia are well protected, and that includes Ukraine joining NATO probably, and sort of coming up with mechanisms of standing up to superpowers that for some reason decide to invade their neighbors. And also I think that we need to make sure that Russia isn't in a position to sort of attack its neighbors. And I don't mean punishing every single Russian person, but I do think that the world needs to make it known that invading a sovereign nation isn't something that you'll get away with, and it's not something that's profitable or something that people will forget. So I do think that the future of Russia and Russians is up to Russians. And I especially, I support the various sort of protest movements of the various ethnic minorities in Russia, because they do have to stand up for their rights, and they are being unfairly targeted in the mobilization. So I do think that Russia needs to resolve its own internal issues, and sadly, nobody except for the Russians will be able to do that. And I don't know if they'll manage to address all of these issues immediately, or in 5 years or in 10 years, but sooner or later it does need to happen.
I'd add on to that actually that it's the only thing I would disagree or caveat from what you said is wanting to go back to the glorious past. I would say that's their perspective. I don't think the past was glorious, right? I mean, Russia's been the retrograde force of Europe for hundreds of years, right? Whether it's emancipation of serfs, you know what I mean? Like, it's like they really weren't great. It was a horrible country to live in. That's why so many millions of people, including my ancestors, my wife's families, just came in the 90s, but they left. because especially being a minority in Russia, it's a bit of a joke. They talk about problems in Ukraine. My God, anything that Ukraine had was probably learned from them. They have a culture of that, and it is endemic. And the chauvinism, and I'm more pessimistic. I don't think it'll change for one simple reason. At least with Nazi Germany, you had an occupation that lasted where society did change because they had no choice. Education systems did change, culture changed, attitudes changed. With that, and since no one's going to be occupying Moscow, I think the hope that the Russians, you said all the right things if you ask me, but what they're just words for us, right? Like, will they? Well, it's going to make them stop. They love this. They love the benevolent dictator, strong man who kills people that he doesn't like. It's a cultural thing, and it's a political cultural thing. I'm obviously not going to say it's not genetic. I mean, they're capable of change, but with those systems always in place, people forget that after the Soviet Union collapsed, it was a self kind of implosion. It was almost like a giving up. I'll admit to this crime, but not my other crimes. And if there's no desovietization of Russian society, which there's never been, they've just changed the facade. Then they're not going to change. There's no incentive. The only thing you can do is you nailed it there, Alexandra, is to contain, is to make their neighbors strong, to limit and deny Russia the capabilities to rebuild. If they want to have like a medieval army and have AK-47s and that's about it, then great, because they're not going to be allowed to build up that kind of offensive posture again. And that's the Americans and everyone else who's sanctioning them. They'll not be able to increase their, they're not going to be able to produce on the level and scale their guided munitions and the precision weapons, because they'll be blacklisted, and they should be, because they've had 30 years. Other countries that left the Soviet yoke, they smartened up, they changed. Look at Eastern Europe. Look how quickly they wanted to get out of there. Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine in the last 8 years. So, I'm not trying to blame every Russian. As you said, I wouldn't do that. But I mean, the onus is on the grown-ups, the adults of Russia. They've made their bed with Putin. There was a time they could have dealt with him, but they didn't. And it's an endemic, constant. It's a narrative that's in Russia, and there's still victims. They're still victims in their own eyes, right, Alexandra?
Oh, absolutely. And, I'd add to that, back when the Revolution of Dignity was happening in Ukraine, and, as many Ukrainians did, I had quite a few acquaintances and friends and relatives in Russia who I still would communicate with. And they would constantly, make fun, belittle Ukrainians and say, you're savages, you're ruining your own cities, you're burning tires like you're cavemen. Why can't you just, live peacefully under Yanukovych? Who cares? You're all Nazis, your protest, you're all CIA agents, it's horrific. It's disgusting. And they would have sketches about how Ukrainians are these apes running around their cities, burning them to the ground because of political differences or whatever. And now the same Russians, they keep telling Ukrainians that Ukrainians have no right to criticize them for not standing up to Putin, because Ukrainians don't know how hard it is, because Ukrainians they've never went through this. And I just find it, so hypocritical, because we do know what it's like, and we stopped Yanukovych obviously before he was as powerful as Putin, but that only happened because more than 100 people died protesting. And if Russians hadn't been making fun of us back then and had been taking notes, then everything might have looked very different today. So yeah.
100%.
Absolutely agree.
And when you talk about alternatives, I guess for those who weren't raised in this milieu of post-Soviet Russia, Navalny is not like, I mean, are they less worse than Putin? Sure, but is that really a benchmark that you want to go with, right? Like, I mean, you don't need. You said some of the things you've heard in opposition leaders' speeches you detected. You don't need to really detect them. They outright say it. They're pretty anti a lot of people. They wouldn't pass the smell test in North America in terms of human rights. Total, just as barbarian. It's not as bad as Putin in action, but and those are the good guys, right? So I don't hold that. I really don't hold that much hope for Russia to self-correct. Maybe I'm pessimistic. I don't know. What about you, Lena? Feel free to
Could you
jump in.
could you repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't catch what you were saying. I
No,
apologize.
we were just talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about how Alexandra was talking about, detecting in Russian opposition problematic thoughts and behaviors. And I said, if you look at Navalny and even Nemtsov to a degree, it's not like there are many better. They're better than Putin, but they're not better by our standards, right? These are still.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a trained eye and trained ear and some like reading about it. It's not that you can do it from the get-go. I was absolutely positive about Navalny until I heard and read about some of his comments, which quite surprised me. But yeah, it definitely takes practice and research and trusted sources to get that understanding and to learn to detect them.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Navalny would be just another more efficient dictator. I'm sorry. No trust whatsoever. But then again, Yehuda, I think we've been arguing this point here now for since this invasion began.
The beginning.
Yes, if not
Yeah, I
longer.
mean, I don't think it's rocket science. I mean, there's a very simple. You do a litmus test. Very simple. How do you feel about women? How do you feel about gays? How do you feel about minorities? On those three alone, you have a pretty dismal record for most, most of the Russian opposition leaders. So it's unfortunate, but that's how it is, right? It's this fake hyper masculine behavior that they exhibit on a political scale, and you have to one up yourself. In no other country would a shirtless Putin on a horse wrestling a bear eating a salmon would just be laughable. In Russia, that's politicking. Like, that's legit. People are impressed, right? So why don't you take some hands there? I don't know.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a while, so we have two more questions at hand. One from Lunchtime, one from Alex, and then our next guest appears already. It has been an absolute blast so far with Alexandra. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more that Navalny is completely discredited. Certainly in terms of, I mean, the issue is, if you have people that are ethno-nationalists by default, how do you choose the best of that bunch in terms of leading a nuclear power? Not that it's up to us to choose, of course, but one can express preferences. I suppose to change the subject slightly, we were having you guys were having a very interesting discussion about Russian misinformation on a sort of at a global level. You talked about Africa. I don't recall you talking about Asia so much, India and China and so on. So it's really a global problem, this sort of messaging from Russia, and I think that the advantage they have, that Russia has, is that it's just one message spouted by one government and one person, effectively, because everything has to sort of pass the Putin test, I guess. So how do we realistically counter that? I suppose if that's not too ambitious a question, how do we provide unity comparable unity in terms of messaging from free countries? And that's it's kind of a question for everyone, but I would be very keen to hear what Alexandra has to say. Thanks.
How do you counter the misinformation, Alexandra? I do it with humor.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think also we need to get to a point where, Russia can't spend, millions or whatever insane amounts of money, creating all of these outlets and influencing all of these politicians and getting into people's heads, because obviously what they're doing, it must cost them quite a lot. And, I think that unless the Russian society sort of wants to change itself, and I think, we've sort of agreed on that, it's unclear whether that will happen anytime soon. But I think unless that happens, we just, as a sort of, as a union of, I don't know, democratic countries or whatever, we need to make sure that Russia has other things on its mind. That it doesn't, it doesn't sell it can't sell, diamonds to the world, or that it's sanctioned, properly, and it doesn't have enough, spare change to, invest into these conspirological far right or far left or whatever outlets, because otherwise I don't really, I think it is good that so many of us are countering Russian disinformation on sort of a lower level, among our friends, or whatever, our followers. But globally, I do think the only hope is that, sooner or later, Russia will have other sort of worries on its mind, and will be distracted by more important things. I'm not, obviously sort of saying that we should, I don't know, invade Russia or bomb it or whatever. Yeah, but like it would be nice if if perhaps if there, if the Russian population doesn't want to stand up to its leadership, for Ukraine, or because it hates genocide or whatever, they just might, stand up to a leadership which is,
Red lines.
spending, yeah, and just spending
Let's be
insane
honest.
amounts. Yeah,
I
but
wasn't joking
yeah.
about the starving. I hate to say it, but when they start have food,
Exactly, because when your prices, enough at least good food or what.
And on that note,
And
I hand it over to Axel.
with pleasure. And CJ, let's welcome our guest. He's just joined the panel, as I can see, Thomas Tyner.
Hello, guys. I hope you can hear me because I'm doing this for the first time and I have no idea if I'm doing it right.
Loud and clear.
Thomas,
it's perfect.
You are. I want to introduce Thomas. Thomas, welcome to our space. I know CJ's told you, but for our audience who's new, we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for almost 8 months, reporting on things happening in Ukraine. We speak to Ukrainians, and so they can amplify their voices. And we also have experts from around the world. And I have to say, I didn't know who you were. CJ's been talking about you, and I didn't realize that I'm messaging you on Twitter because I like what you're writing because it makes sense. And here you are. I see your picture. It's really nice to have you. So basically, for everyone, Thomas believes that a small submarine with concrete magnets attacked the Kerch Bridge. So we'll talk about that all day. Thomas, I get a lot of these messages. Please disabuse those with this notion that it certainly wasn't a midget submarine with concrete magnets, right?
Pretty obvious that it wasn't. It's pretty obvious what it was.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave that for you and CJ. I just wanted to introduce because we were here for there was a good 15 hours, and it was a very painful 15 hours, Thomas, for us because I mean the most educated response might have been, well, it was special forces over several days, and then it went to car bombs, and then it went to suicide Tatar Muslim suicide bombers. Then I went to the submarine. I got a lot of that. Then the boat. Possibly the most complicated stories I've ever heard, and there were people very confident that that's what happened. So I'm glad you're a breath of fresh air. So on that note, I'll pass over to CJ and to introduce you. Maybe you can introduce yourself. I don't know, CJ, what do you want to do?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much concludes the interview. We know it's not a submarine, and now we can go. No, just kidding. For everyone, yes, if you haven't been following Thomas's page, as you should have all been for years now, but at least during this war, he provides such incredible insights on artillery and all things explosives, and also too, he is a longtime resident of Kyiv, so he really understands the situation on the ground better than most of us, at least. And his previous experience was not just in the Italian army, but the Italian artillery. So we love him more for that, and even more than that, the Alpini, which is near and dear to my heart because when I was stationed in Italy, did a lot of training at the Alpini. They're some of the best soldiers in the Italian army I ever saw, and some of the best fighters in NATO. But more than just tactical artillery experience, Thomas also has experience at the more the operational level in core fire support. So this is something that's very important, not just understanding, how artillery pieces work in granular detail, but understanding how it fits into the bigger picture. So, Thomas, welcome. How are you doing today?
Thank you for the introduction, CJ. And I'm fine, just a bit nervous. I'm not a fan of speaking. That's why I'm on Twitter and not on podcasts. But, sounds good
Did
so
you
far.
say you're the Italian military? Is that what you said, CJ?
You bet. Yeah, Yehuda, if you have any questions for Thomas in regards to his background, for Thomas, for your awareness, we're joined by a lot of people from NATO militaries here. We have Yehuda, who's been in and is in the Canadian military, Axel, who's in the German Air Force, and of course Nuno very well, and even Antti, who was in the Finnish army, which I guess will make him retroactively in NATO for his time in service. So we have quite a great panel here, and of course Wendy and we got a stack group here, so we're really happy to have everyone.
That's great.
Okay, I think then I should introduce myself and the background a bit. People keep asking why some military guy went to film industry. It is the other way around. I'm an Italian, South Tyrolean, so my mother tongue is German, but Italian. And I studied film production in San Francisco because that's what I wanted. And then I got drafted. Last year, that was drafted in Italy, and I got to choose. And I was like, let's go to the Alpini because that seems fun. Famous in Italy as the units that always fight to the death until the whole battalion isn't anymore. So I ended up there, and they basically pulled me out of training after 3 months because they needed an English speaker for some NATO training about artillery. And the next day I was told, you don't go back to training. You are going to be with the artillery head of the corps. So I was basically put in an office with the head of artillery of the corps, who just had left his regiment. He was a lifelong artillery guy. And he was given the task to reorganize the artillery. I joined in 2000, and the Corps went from 270 tubes of artillery in the Cold War to 54. And he was told to basically figure out how to maximize those 54 tubes and prepare them for the future with drones, with artillery radars, and so on. And then basically I was like, here are all the manuals in English, whatever exists in NATO about artillery, read everything, because the colonel didn't know English. And so basically I became the Corps artillery specialist because I knew some English. And then somehow I got stuck with that for the rest of my life, with artillery. I mean.
Well, we're super happy for that. And then for the audience here, if you've ever, been following this war closely, trying to understand, what kind of support and aid Ukraine needs, you probably, of course, seen Thomas's threads on Twitter, but you may have also looked up Wikipedia at a time, which Thomas is an active member in making sure that's as accurate as possible, with actually both of us going to the doctrine to make sure people get a good understanding of what's going on. So, Thomas, with that, we just want to know, kind of what was your experience like working in Kyiv before the war, and sort of what you thought about this, this phase of the war in February of 2022 when it started.
Okay, let me just go quickly back. So in 2008, I took a job with a political party after the military. That was horrific. Never met so many backstabbers in my life as in political party. And in 2009, I got offered by a friend to move to Kyiv to help with a film company. And I was like, well, I should go back there. And so I went to Kyiv to live in Kyiv in 2009. For those of you who have never been to Kyiv, it's one of the most amazing cities in Europe. From the beauty of it, from the restaurants, from the people, from the landscape around it, it's just an amazing place. So I worked with one of the film companies there, and I became a partner, and we went up to 600 people at the height of the company, and then basically crashed after Euromaidan because you couldn't get insurance for film production if the Russians are starting a war down in Donbass. So I have been living in Kyiv until 2016, and since then I'm going back and forth in Kyiv. And with the pandemic, I went to Italy, wanted to check out that my parents are safe. So the last 2 years I didn't have a flat in Kyiv, just went back when there was some need. But I know the city well, and I consider it to be my hometown by now. I was a member of Euromaidan. I was one of the key writers at Euromaidan Press and PR, so I spent the whole Euromaidan revolution, every bit of it, daily. I know every part of Euromaidan, so anyone saying this was a putsch or a coup or Nazis is completely insane, because I was there with the people that were there, and those still my friends. The Donbass war that followed and the Crimea annexation, it was so obvious what the Russians were doing, and the European press didn't care, because basically I could prove by pictures that the same guys that took over Crimea as concerned citizens with the same guns and gloves and helmets and shoes then took over Sloviansk in Donbass as concerned citizen. So, and basically looking at that, it was pretty clear that the Russians just tried to take over regions of Ukraine in 2014 on the easy side, by basically supporting some small insurgent formations with special forces, weapons, and money. Because most of the guys they got in Donbass in 2014 to join the Russian side, they just paid. Basically, every criminal in Donbass joined the Russians because they paid. And then basically the whole thing died down, and Kyiv became a much more open and much more liberal city after that, because the orientation of Ukraine away from the Soviet Union and Russia accelerated rapidly after Euromaidan. And it's amazing city, amazing people. And then last summer, with Nord Stream nearing its end, it was clear that Putin was now able to wage really a full war against Ukraine. Because the only reason Nord Stream 2 was built was to supplant Ukraine in case of war as gas deliverer to Europe, to Germany especially. The Polish understood that, I understood that, the Americans understood it, even Donald Trump understood that. Just the Germans, were super corrupt and were like, no, it's just about business. So Nord Stream 2 was finished at the end of September 2021. And on the first week of October, the Russians began bringing up their forces to invade Ukraine. And by November, it was clear that Putin is going for the invasion of the full country. You just need to look at where the Russian forces are, where they put up logistics depots, what kind of forces they amass. And it was clear Putin planned to invade all of Ukraine. And I met up with my old friends from the Italian army, and they had wargamed that based on US intelligence in November. And the conclusion was the Russians are going in. And except for Hostomel Airport, the CIA had every single piece of Russian invasion plan right. They didn't miss a single piece. So someone in Russia gave it to the Americans, or, well, the CIA can listen in excellently to the Russians. And it was shared with all the NATO nations to war game and to look at it. And so I remember at 3 December, I tweeted out that the Russians are gonna invade, and there's no way that Putin wants an off-ramp. He is going to invade Ukraine. He thinks Biden is weak, America is finished. He thinks he can take over Ukraine easily. He can annex Belarus. He can rebuild the Soviet Union. Because if you look at China, USA, and Russia, the Russians are not a superpower. Their economy is crap. They have just 140 million people with an aging population, mostly uneducated alcoholics. China has 1.3 billion people. India has 1 billion people. The US has 330 million and the biggest economy in the world. So Putin needed the Ukrainians basically like Hitler needed the Austrians and the Germans in Czechia and the Germans in other regions of Europe as cannon fodder to fill up his army. So it was absolutely clear that Putin would go in by end of November. Lots of people didn't believe it. And it was just a question of what day the Russians would invade. And we got a really good sense of that then when the Russians started that stupid propaganda of, oh, the Ukrainians killed some civilians and dropped some corpses there that just had been taken out of autopsy, basically because they used a bone saw to open the skull to check for why these people died. So these kind of corpses they're placed. And then the Russians invaded, and everything was perfectly as predicted by the CIA. And the Ukrainians had very, very well prepared for that. They completely destroyed the Russians, which we expected because the Ukrainians, I mean, they trained for that and they had 500,000 veterans. And when I came to Kiev in 2009, Ukrainians told me Russians are our brothers and friends, and the Russians and we are one people. And by 2015-16, the hatred of Ukrainians for the Russian was extreme, and there was no way that the Ukrainians would have not fought and fought fiercely for their country and their independence. So complete miscalculations by the Russians. And thanks to European weapons and supplies, the Ukrainians got the weapons to basically destroy the Russian army. it's not there anymore. The Russian army that invaded doesn't exist anymore. It lost all its tanks, it lost all its troops, there's nothing left. That's why Putin is pulling out 60-year-old tanks out of storage, and that's why he's calling up 300,000 reservists that are all overweight and demotivated, because the Ukrainians completely destroyed whatever the Russians had on 24th February. And I think I talked too much now, so please someone else ask me questions or do something, because I don't
No,
know.
Thomas, that's such a great overview, because as someone who's you've lived so long in Ukraine, you understand this better than so much. So we really appreciate it. I want to ask you still, as we stay on the big strategic picture here before we get into questions. You kind of talked a little bit already about the European response. Having myself been stationed in Germany and Italy, and worked with about 15 NATO countries and actually Ukraine in military training, I had, I guess, some reservations or doubts as to how the alliance and how Europe could come together in a time of crisis. Overall, I think the reaction was pretty good, but I wonder if you could talk about those first couple of weeks and months and how you gauged Europe's reaction to this invasion, or this phase of the invasion.
I have to be very clear here. British Defense Secretary Ben Wallace is the man who saved Ukraine. No one else, without him, there wouldn't be as much and as many weapons have gone to Ukraine as did actually. He went out there and told the British army, we give them everything, even our war stocks, we can restock, we give them everything. The amount of NLAWs that went to Ukraine was mind-boggling, and it saved Ukraine. Following his example, basically all the other countries, United States and Poland, got the courage to deliver whatever the Ukrainians needed. So, and he went in there in January and just was like, we deliver and we know what they need. He was a captain in the British Army, right? I think a captain.
Major,
yeah.
Yeah, I think a captain in the infantry. So he knew what they needed and he just drove it. And Boris Johnson was like, yeah, just go do it. And so the British went ahead and everyone else followed it. Biden and everybody followed it. And then when they saw the Ukrainians actually can stand and the weapons that are delivered are not going to fall directly in Russian hands because the Ukrainians just surrender because they fight, the weapons started flowing. And when the Ukrainians not just stopped the Russians, but drove them back, and really, I mean, I will not forget the images of Russian VDV columns where basically the whole Russian paratroopers lie dead on their vehicles because the Ukrainians so excellently and so fiercely fought them that the Russian paratroopers, whole columns, companies full, didn't manage even to dismount from their vehicles, sitting on top. They're just corpse after corpse. And when the Western countries saw that, it was like, well, we can give them NLAWs, javelins, and modern stuff because they will use it and not let it fall in the hands of the Russians. So Ben Wallace is the guy I credit with saving Ukraine outside of the Ukrainian people. The weapons that came initially were exactly what the Ukrainians needed for the battle around Kiev. And finally, we are getting also to the Ukrainians the weapon they need to fight in Donbass and in the south, because those two regions are such different landscapes. Around Kiev, there are forests. You can go in and you disappear. You can't find out for hours. There are gigantic forests. And light infantry with anti-tank missiles and such stuff and mortars are the stuff to go there. And in the south, when I was driving from Dnieper to Zaporozhye, basically I saw 50 kilometers of sunflowers. Not just driving, I saw really 50 kilometers in the distance. It's just one flat land of fields and some trees in between. So tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery, that's what you need down there. The Europeans, some countries were really like doing, let's call them out, the Germans. Initially, the Germans were just blah, 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 talking big and doing nothing, while the Eastern Europeans and the Scandinavians and Turkey with the TB2 and other systems really got into supporting Ukraine like wildly. And the Americans then, when America starts to come in, like in World War II, the industrial capacity of the US is just unmatched. And that's what basically got Ukraine everything they need to win the fight. Should I go on? But because if I go on with
I
more,
guess that's a great overview so far. So the last main question I'll ask before we go to Hans is, sort of what your thoughts are on how the war is going currently. And I mean this in two ways. One, what do you think Ukraine's goals are, moving forward from here? Obviously, the total liberation of the country is a given, but how you think they're going to prosecute that, and also maybe even more importantly for us in this space, so we can get the message out. What do they need from here on out to make that happen?
I wrote an article on Medium because no one believed that this should be published in March, 18th of March. That was when the Battle of Kiev was still going on, that Ukraine has won the war. Because at that point, it was clear that the Ukrainians have won it and Russia has lost it. Because the Ukrainians were just raising such massive amounts of personnel to fill out their new brigades. And there was NATO weapons coming in by March in such quantities that the Russians could not match that. So it was clear the Ukrainians are going to win. The only question was how long it will take for the Ukrainians to win and how many people Putin is going to kill until then. And the Ukrainians are doing a mix of two kinds. They're trying to reconquer, liberate territory the Russians occupied, but they're also very, very much trying to kill as many Russian troops as possible, because they can win this war by two ways. One way is to drive the Russians out of Ukraine, and the second is basically to have so many dead Russians that at some point the Russians are just exhausted and there will be a revolution in Russia. And I think that they have a mix of both strategies. They're using the artillery to kill as many Russian troops. I wrote in my article in March that if you want peace, you need 100,000 Russian troops that die. Because at that point, if you have 100,000 dead Russians, you have 300,000 injured Russians. At that point, Putin just doesn't know what he can do anymore. And there will be some Russian generals who will be like, it's time to coup Putin away and kill him. We are getting there. We are like at 50, 60,000 dead Russians. So we're in a good way to reach 100,000, but we're not there yet. So the Ukrainians have these two strategies: kill as many Russian soldiers as possible, to basically force Putin to continue conscript men in Russia and send them in, which are less trained, less motivated, so you can kill them easier, which have family, which didn't want to go to this war, like the volunteers in the first wave and the professional soldiers in the first wave. So you get Russians to be unhappy and Russians to lose their sons and their husbands, and this will reverberate through the society. So the Ukrainians are doing that, kill as many Russian troops as possible. And the other strategy is basically take back land and liberate it. And if they can combine the two, then yeah, that's ideal. And so for the two strategies, they need different kinds of weapons. For the killing Russian strategy, they need just artillery. Ammo, more M77, more HIMARS, more Panzerhaubitze 2000, more Susanna, artillery, proximity fuses, alternative warhead, GMLRS rockets to basically shred Russian force battalions and companies in whole. Basically, if they spot a Russian company, M30A1 rocket can make out of that company basically a company of corpses, and there's no one going to survive that if they get hit with their M30A1. The other strategy to take back land, the Ukrainians need armored vehicles, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles. So far, they're not getting that. The Russians gave them most of the tanks. The Russians gave them most of the infantry fighting vehicles they have. The thing is that with an infantry fighting vehicle and a tank, who has the better optics can fire more accurately and faster than the adversary. And the Russian tanks, since Putin is pulling out of storage tanks from 1960 and 1970s, basically the tanks Putin is now giving the troops that go to Ukraine are about 20 years after the technology of World War II. And if he would give the Ukrainian tanks and infantry fighting vehicles from Europe, these are maybe 20-year-old technology. So there's a 40-year gap in technology between what the Russians are getting now and what the Europeans and Americans like Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, German Marders that have been updated and so on. And if the Ukrainians would get this kind of quality weapons, then the task of liberating Ukrainian territory from Russian forces would be so much easier, because every Ukrainian tank or infantry fighting vehicle would shoot first, and thanks to better optics and so on, would hit Russian tanks or opponent or armored vehicles first, reducing Ukrainian casualties and leading to mass Russian casualties, getting us closer to the 100,000 dead Russians.
And if I may, Thomas, this is such an important point, right? Because, as you've correctly stated it, at least in my opinion, Ukraine has won the war. They were always going to after, they held the line the first week. It's just a matter of how long it takes. So I think this is sort of what some people are a little confused on. When they see all these captured Russian vehicles, these captured Russian ammo dumps, people say, well, clearly, they've got it. It's under their control. But the question is, how long is the U.S. and the West and other countries going to allow, Ukraine to take back their land in terms of, how many people are going to be in those grave sites, right? This is going to happen either way. It's a matter of how many, executed civilians and executed soldiers are people going to want to be in there, before more aid is given. So even if Ukraine can win on their own, it's better for the world if they win it so much quicker. So with that in mind, what do you think is the last question I have here for you is, obviously people have talked a lot about this war. You've summed up a lot of the points already so well. What do you think are some of the common misconceptions you've seen about either how the war is going or what Ukraine needs, or just in general from either the social media space or on traditional media, in terms of what people just don't seem to understand about what's going on?
People have no patience. The Ukrainians basically attacked in Kherson, and after 2 days, people were like, the offensive has failed, the Ukrainians can't break the Ukrainians are not succeeding, and it's like, chill. It took American forces 2 months to break out of Normandy and an immense amount of losses. And Kherson was not meant as a dash to liberate territory. You could tell Kherson was meant as basically killing Russians. The Russians bring in massive amount of forces in a pocket that is under Ukrainian artillery fire, and the Ukrainians just smash them and smash them and smash them. Why? Because there's an intense amount of Russian, like the Russians poured in so many troops into Kherson that if your artillery shell misses the dugout you wanted to hit, you hit the next one. There's so many Russian troops there, you can kill them in it's like a slaughterhouse. And so Kherson offensive wasn't meant to take back land quickly. That was in Kharkiv, because in Kharkiv there were so few Russian troops. If you hit with artillery, there's just like 20 Russians for a kilometer front. So better to overrun them with tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. So that the people need to have patience. It's like, why are Ukrainians not doing that? Because they have 2 different strategies. You can tell the Ukrainians are now fighting in Kharkiv a different battle than before. They're not going to dash ahead because the Russians brought in reinforcements. So Ukrainians have switched from dashing ahead to take land to let the Russians settle in and then hit them with artillery. And when Putin sends in all those conscript men, the Ukrainians are going to switch completely to just hit them with artillery and probing attacks and artillery and probing attacks until basically the Russian, all these conscripts are not motivated. They're not really trained. They're like, what am I doing here? And then they start getting killed in masses. At some point, they're just going to leave. like the Russian army in 1917, were just like, you know what, this is it, I'm going home. And so the Ukrainians very systematically have a plan, and Twitter and the Western media has no patience. There's the best example that I, as an Italian, very intimately know is the Battle of El Alamein, the second Battle of El Alamein. Montgomery was very obvious he needed 2-3 weeks of an attritional battle, killing Italians and Germans and destroying their tanks and their fortification before he can go on the offensive and break through the lines. And in the end, nobody in London was like, oh, the offensive has started and it's 2 days and Montgomery hasn't even broken through to the German-Italian lines at El Alamein. No, they knew he had a plan, he had a strategy, they had the patience. He kept attacking the same divisions for 10 days until they were smashed, because his artillery, Montgomery's artillery and troops, bigger numbers, more equipment, so they could lose some, and they attritioned them into crumbling. And then when they were ready, he smashed through their lines and destroyed the Africa army of Rommel in 2 days. So what I keep seeing here is patience is missing in the Twitter sphere, and with some journalists who are like immediately doom mongering after 2 days that something didn't happen that they expected to happen. The Ukrainians know what they do.
In a cauldron, Thomas, you're in a cauldron of patience here. CJ and our people here have been following this very much. So I think you've arrived in the right place.
Yeah, I know, because I mean, we are military guys. I mean, the question is not, oh, how many tanks does the enemy have? How far can this tank shoot? The questions are, how much fuel does this tank use? How do we stop the fuel from arriving? What artillery reviews to stop the fuel arriving? Logistics and are much more important than basically the fight at the front. And the Ukrainians are winning on this, and people don't see it. Like, how are the Ukrainians putting the HIMARS pods with the rockets to the front? The Russians have not seen I have not seen a single video of the Ukrainian logistics, but they work. But the Russian logistics don't work anymore. So what people see are the videos from the front, and that's a misleading picture, because that's just a very small Russian tank advances. Yeah, that's a small video. The question is, if this Russian tank advances, who is sitting inside? Are they trained? Are they competent? Do they have enough fuel that if they return to make another attack, do they have enough ammo? When the Russian troops get out of their tank, do they have a tent? Do they have food? It's winter soon. Do they have something to eat? So all these questions you don't see on Twitter and on the media, but these decide the war. And for this, you have to have patience. And the journalists that I see are like, I understand with today's social media and so on, a journalist or someone has to quickly have an opinion and throw it out there and have some idea. But the first takes, the hot takes are always wrong. I mean, yesterday, the whole morning, people with 500,000 followers on Twitter were giving out their opinions that with the destruction of the Kerch Bridge, Melitopol is now the key rail hub for the Russians in southern Ukraine. Yes, that was true until the Kerch Bridge was hit, because the only rail line from Russia to Melitopol was over the Crimean Bridge. There is no other line. But, you know, they looked at the Ukrainian rail maps from 2013 or 2012 and then decided, oh, that's an important rail hub. Patience. I sometimes don't tweet about stuff because I think if I wait 5 hours, I get more details. And that's what I miss in the Twitter and in the online community and the journalistic community.
Thank you. You're making the same case we try to support here, and the CJ has been making for a long time. When we had recently, yet again, friends of the program General McRyan and General Ben Hodges here, they've always argued the same case. A, that the Ukrainian armed forces, their general staff, are planning so meticulously and so methodically and executing their plans so methodically, but keep them resilient and flexible so that they can exploit opportunities, such as in the Kharkiv Oblast, the thinning of lines and the push. But at the same time, that their focus is so vigorously on shielding and improving and intensifying their logistics capacity, or creating more logistics capacity and intensifying the use where necessary, that this is, the basis for their conduct at theater and the recipe for winning the war. And you've just lined it out perfectly. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Welcome. I'm just trying to say what I know.
It's much appreciated, Thomas.
Yeah. Now, the Ukrainians are surprising everyone. One thing that the New York Times revealed, but I knew from the beginning, is that the Ukrainians are wargaming their plans with NATO core headquarters. You could just tell it doesn't happen any other way. Then the New York Times confirmed that in a scoop, but it's just basic military practice to wargame that. So the Ukrainians not only plan meticulously, they wargame it through against NATO commands, which allows the Ukrainians to see possible flaws, improve their plans, and gives NATO a very clear understanding what the Ukrainians need to succeed and where they miss equipment or tools to win the fight. So NATO created a bunch of core commands in the last 20 years, basically to park officers and wargame amongst them. And right now, all these staffs, I think there's Allied Rapid Reaction Corps in England, there's one in France, there's NRDC in Italy, there's one in Greece, one in Turkey. There is the American 5th Corps now in Poland. The Spanish have one with the Portuguese. Dutch Germans have one, Danish Germans, Polish have one, Polish have one. All these staffs are basically now continuously wargaming with the Ukrainians. So they plan their plans very thoroughly, thanks to NATO knowing exactly what they need. I'm pretty sure the White House is tailoring American support, what Ukrainians get next, to the next offensive needs. And I'm all here for that, because obviously NATO has capacities in brain power, and these capacities to be shared with Ukraine is just fantastic, because it helps Ukraine basically win and frees up Ukrainian command staff from wargaming against each other. Basically, you don't have two staffs wargaming, you have just one, and that goes out to a NATO country where they are safe. All these high officers, and they wargame it through with a NATO command. And so, yeah, NATO is doing pretty much an excellent job supporting the Ukrainians, who do an excellent job of fighting and are very, very motivated. And you can tell that the NATO deliveries of weapons have made a massive difference, because when the first weeks of Donbass war, you could tell the Ukrainians are basically coming with their artillery in a position, firing and leaving as quickly as they can, because the Russians would shoot back, counter battery fire. And now I have seen videos of Ukraine who basically 2 days in the same position and keep firing from the same position for 2 days, because the Russians just don't fire back anymore, because HIMARS destroyed their ammo. NATO counter battery radar helped the Ukrainians with Excalibur shells, projectiles, and HIMARS missiles to destroy the Russian artillery. And if the Russians send a drone up, Stingers and Gepard and so on shoot the Russian drones down. And if the Russians switch on their counter battery radars, American Harm missiles on MiG-29s blow up the Russian counter battery radars. So the Ukrainians are in the process of not just outmatching the Russians in troop numbers, in logistics, in motivations, but now the Ukrainians are about to outmatch the Russian army, the most artillery-focused army in the world. The Ukrainians are about to outmatch them in artillery, thanks to NATO help. Don't get me wrong, it's not enough artillery. I'm always for more artillery. I want 5,000 artillery troops. And the more artillery you have, the happier I am. I mean, if so, there's never enough artillery for me, but we're getting a very good way for the Ukrainians to be able to smash the Russians at a distance and with precision that the Russians can't match, with the Russians being unable to fire back. And I'm all there for that because I love that.
Thomas, thank you very much. It is a pleasure. CJ, we're laughing because obviously, I mean, he is the artillery officer, but when we followed the initial development and then when M777s finally arrived in theater, there was a sense of foreboding that this would be able to stop the Russian advances and it would impact them severely. And if only more self-propelled guns and more artillery ammunition could come into play. The decision at the initial Ramstein, to actually migrate the Ukrainian armed forces to 155s, as at some point in time they would almost likely, this was preceding this massive capture of material and ammunition, of course, but that they would need to migrate to what is a NATO standard, I think was eminently important. And what we can see is that the Caesars, the Panzerhaubitze, hopefully sometime the Archers, are making a significant impact because the weaponry is so much more effective, precise, and reliable. And well, CJ could talk about this for hours. I presume you can as well. But how do you rate the impact of the various systems, given the fact that they are so diverse, but it's what we have at the moment? If you look at Kherson, you just highlighted the attrition tactics used by the Ukrainian armed forces. Different ranges, different ammunitions. There's nothing the Russians have against it, right?
The Russians have nothing. And we just have to look at Russian artillery not through the lens of a Western artillery. I mean, our tubes, the gun tubes, the barrels, are precise to a fraction of a millimeter. And the whole gun is measured to, I mean, the precision engineering that goes into the guns in Europe and NATO is. Because if you don't have that, your shell will miss, you might hit your own troops or you waste ammo. And the Russian guns are just basically World War II crap. Then you have to add in corruption. And basically they never serviced them. They just had masses. And you can tell the Russians just fire cluster munitions like nuts. How do the Russians take a city? They destroy it. When the city is annihilated, they move in. And that happened in Mariupol, that happened in Lysychansk, in all these cities and so on, Severodonetsk and so on. The Russian, on Wikipedia, yes, the Russians announced a lot of stuff. And there's some clowns out there who read Wikipedia like, oh, the Russians have really great systems. Yeah, you know, if you produce 6 Uragan 1M, cool. The Americans have like 500 HIMARS and 400 M270 plus the Europeans and so on. As what you do with 6. And then the Russians produced like 10 rockets for that. It's like, So the Russians don't have good artillery. They had just masses. And the idea was like in World War II, just flatten everything. And in comes the Western artillery with the M77, the Caesar, the Panzerhaubitze 2000, the AHS Crab, the Susanna II, the M119, which is, the M119 is a light gun, a 105 millimeter gun, whose design, its basic design is from 1936. Okay, the cartridge, the M14 cartridge, where the powder is in there and the bags of powder, and the primer, M28, I think is the primer's name. All that design is from 1930s. If you look at Iwo Jima, Marine Corps artillery, in World War II, it's the same cartridges and shells, the same M1 shells as the Ukrainians are using now. But the M119 is a precision engineered howitzer that is better than anything the Russians have. Even the most modern Russian stuff is so badly manufactured, and the material numbers are extremely low. The Russians built a new self-propelled howitzer and were really proud, and they needed German engineering tools to build them, and then they made 16 for one battalion, and that's it. So Western artillery, on paper, the Western artillery was outmatched by the Russians because the Russians lied about the ranges and the numbers and the precision of their equipment. And the Americans lied about the precision and ranges of their equipment. But the Russians were like, our real range is 20 kilometers. Let's say 50. And the US military was like, well, our missiles have a 400-kilometer range for reals, but let's say 300 to not scare anyone. And now basically we see the truth is coming out. Also because there's a lot of journalists from the Wall Street Journal that don't care about classified information and published that yesterday, which annoys me because certain things just shouldn't be out there in public. And now that the Russians have used their guns for months, the barrels are worn out. The Russians can't produce high quality barrels. So we will see a lot more.
And Thomas, sorry to interrupt you. You obviously they have spares, but obviously the spares are used up too, no?
Yep. The Russians have spares, but most of the Russian stuff was standing out there in the cold and rain since end of the Soviet Union. So for 30 years, it's rusty. And so you have a worn out barrel and you plunk in a grenade from the 60s that has been rusting in Siberia for 30, 40 years with some powder charge that is from the time of when Lyndon B. Johnson was president, and you put that in with a primer that basically was made when Stalin was alive, and then you hope that your barrel doesn't blow up and that you don't hit your own troops. That doesn't matter if you just have, like, if you say we have a mile by a mile we want to destroy, but the Ukrainians are moving so fast that the Russian artillery misses them. I saw a fantastic video of a Ukrainian mechanized force attacking, and they were basically filming how behind them Russian shells were raining down because the Russians just couldn't adjust their guns and calculations fast enough to hit this Ukrainian mechanized battalion attacking, because it was like the Russian observer was like, they're there now. The Russian guy goes to a map, takes a lineal, measures, calculates, tells the gunners, they turn some wheels, gun is there, they fire. The Ukrainians obviously aren't there anymore. So yeah, the Russians are now learning that the times of World War II are not anymore here, and there's a modern world where things move much faster that the Russians just are not adapted to. The Chinese might be, because the Chinese are right now learning a lot, but the Russians definitely didn't understand all that, and now they're getting to use an expression that I saw much used on the internet by the NAFO guys. The Russians are now getting bonked in the head very hard.
Bonk.
Yeah, we do love NAFO here. For our good audience, I know I'm getting just hammered with DMs about Saki and Kirch. I promise we will get to that very soon. If you want it to happen sooner, go ahead and like the space, like the MriyaReport, and share that we have.
Retweet.
Retweet the space. Let everyone know we have Thomas here. He barely he writes a lot, but he doesn't necessarily come on to any types of media platforms. So we're really lucky to have him, and hope that he comes back as many times as he can handle, talking about how Germany needs to give more and how great the Ukrainian systems are. Since some people were asking some technical questions, and since not everyone has spent almost a decade in the field artillery branch, I posted in the Nest a really great infographic about all the different pieces of artillery specifically that Ukraine has been using and their ranges, and also too, the comparisons with the Soviet systems they used previously. So I would ask everyone to take a look at the nest if you have any questions, and so we can get down into the nitty gritty, which is why we have Thomas here. And again, Thomas, we're so happy to have you. Axel, do you have any last thoughts or comments, or Yehuda, before we go to Hans?
No, I'm completely fine. I very much appreciate what has been done. So please go on. Let's go granular.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate it. Thomas, send me a message. I'd like to be able to send you something back. Very interested in your skill set. It's pretty awesome. Thanks for being here. As you can see, it gets addictive, right? When you're, because there are a lot of people that here that can really ask good questions, and I think it's a good go for everyone. Thanks for being here, Thomas.
Well, I still have time because I kept an hour free more. So if you still have some questions, hit me with it. And yes, it's addictive.
We're gonna get a lot of questions. It is. That's why we're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. MriyaReport, and we love hearing these voices. And I don't want to ask you too many Kirch questions because it's going to sound like confirmation bias. Because now I know that we're on the same page. But let some of the audience in. So CJ, who do you want to go? Let's go to Nuno.
Hey guys, hey Thomas. So I believe that Antti and Kajun were ahead of me. If they want to go, please do. But and I'll ask my question later.
If you want to ask it now, go right ahead because we're just going in order of what's on the screen.
Thomas, good to talk to you, brother. So, I fully agree with what you're saying. I believe there's a lot of confusion between what's mass and what's the mass of the Russian artillery and the types of systems that NATO has introduced into Ukraine. Given that, I'd say that people should realize how effective. Let's get a little more nitty gritty. Let's put it this way. Could you talk about how the self-propelled guns like Panzerhaubitze, PHZ 2000 and Caesar and all that have really shifted the battle for Ukraine? Before we get into HIMARS and all that, but how that compares in terms of operational tempo for the guns compared to what Russians are doing. I think people need to realize how much more effective and how less time consuming these systems are, and how quality can make up really for the mass the Russians have.
Okay. I know Caesar pretty well because when I was at the Italian military, we were looking very much to replace all the FH-70 guns with Caesars, which was just in development back then. The most important part about the difference between the modern self-propelled European guns, Caesar and Panzerhaubitze 2000 and Susanna II and AHS Grab, and the Paladin, the American Paladin, which we haven't seen, and the Swedish Archer, which we haven't seen, is not that the shells are better, the barrels are longer. It's just GPS and inertial navigation systems. If the Russians, with their older systems that the Ukrainians also have, get a fire mission, the Russians, you can see that they have Marvel Avenger pencils and maps, and then they go there and start drawing lines and trying to figure out the distance, the angle, the deflection of their guns. If I'm in a Panzerhaubitze 2000, the Italians have it, so I know it, how it works. We have it tied in our battle management network. Basically, the commander gets on the screen the coordinates that should be hit. And the computer tells him, you can fire from here, or please drive 1 mile, 2 miles down the road that you're in ideal range. The Panzerhaubitze drives there, thanks to everything being motorized in 20 seconds, the barrel is up, and it's precisely in the deflection and angle that it needs to hit the enemy position. The autoloader puts in the projectile, you load in the charges, the primers automatically drain. If the fuse is a proximity fuse or it's a bonus smart fuse, the barrel sets the fuses automatically. You don't have to spend time with setting them by hand. You press a button and the round flies in like 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the Russians have sharpened their pencil. NATO artillery, thanks to GPS, inertial ENS units on the barrels that tell the computer exactly where the barrels is. The GPS tells exactly where the gun is and where the enemy is. And the computer, the ballistic computers, are so precise that all these calculations you have with guns, you had to measure the aiming circle and all that stuff earlier. You need it half an hour in the worst case to set up your fire mission with pre-computers. And now it's just seconds. I mean, the moment a Ukrainian drone operator spots a Russian group of troops, he knows in 2 minutes the first shells will be fired on that Russian group of troops. If a Russian observer or a drone operator sees some Ukrainian troops, until the Russian shells are being fired, the Ukrainians are gone. You can cook a plate of spaghetti and eat it before the Russians start firing. So if you look at American guns also, there's all these inertial navigation systems on the barrels and the GPS box and the muzzle velocity radar, even on the M77 or on the M119, which is a light gun. And if you look at the videos of American troops, basically the section chief has a screen and looks at it and sees coming in, we have to hit there and we have to do that, and these are the shells they want. And the whole thing is the most time-consuming stuff in artillery is the calculations. And basically the Russians are stuck with that and NATO isn't. Now the Ukrainians, the M77, the Ukrainians got initially were older versions without all that stuff, so they still had to calculate that. But the moment Caesar arrived, basically you sit in the cabin and while you drive, you program your fire mission into the computer with the data you received. The Ukrainians don't have a battle management network like the Europeans and the Americans with all that. But the Ukrainians use just tablets, Starlink satellites and tablets, and they get the fire missions on the tablets. And instead of the fire mission being transferred directly from the command center to the gun, like in America, Italy, Germany, England, and so on, the Ukrainians get the fire mission from the command center to the tablet or mobile phone. And then they type it in with the computers and then fire. And basically, there's videos of a Ukrainian guy who alone operates a Panzerhaubitze 2000. He's just doing it all alone because that's what is needed. In the worst case, a guy alone could operate a Panzerhaubitze 2000. The computer, the motors, the engines, everything else, does the other part. So that is why there's an intense discussion in the Italian army about the future of artillery right now, because they want to get away from anything that is not motorized. Because if you're motorized and the computers and there's motors that help you aim and set up your gun, you're so much faster, you're so much more precise that you give the enemy no chance. The Italians are planning to put all their heavy mortars on trucks, motorize the mortars and basically have them computerized. And then there's just one soldier who drops in the mortar on top of the mortar, and that's it. And everything else, aiming, calculating, does the computer. So you stop the truck, you fire your mortars after 30 seconds, and after 1 minute you have fired 7-8 rounds, and then you drive off. And the Russians, if they have a mortar, they have to dig a pit. Then they have dug a pit, and then they have to set it up. Then they have to aim it. Then they have to prepare the rounds, and so on and so on. And effectiveness is speed. and Western system that Ukraine got are just a Formula One car, a NASCAR racing car compared to a bicycle that the Russians have.
And if I
Thank
may,
you for
Tom,
that.
just to add on to this discussion, as you already stated before, Russia, may have been considered the second best army in the world, but they were considered, at least the largest artillery force at the beginning of the war with 12,000 guns. And, in their officer corps too, as we know, their best people get put to be as artillery officers, right? They're smartest, they're brightest as far as that goes in Russia. And so it creates a situation where they have at least most of their talent in their army, within these artillery cells, yet they still are doing everything by hand, doing the calculations by hand, which Thomas just so eloquently pointed out is so much slower. On the flip side, and what I really want to ask you as a part of this, Thomas, how long does it take to train a Ukrainian to use one of these systems versus how long it takes for a Russian to learn how to do all this math and fire the equivalent systems? Even though the Ukrainian ones are more complicated, it also is a much quicker endeavor, correct?
I go to the Caesar because I know that system. I can teach you using a Caesar in an afternoon. If we start going through classic artillery systems, you will need weeks until you can set it properly up and calculate it properly. The Caesar has a touch screen. There's symbols with text, and it's like, you want to fire, there's a little explosion, and you press that with the finger, and then it's like, please enter GPS coordinates where you want to hit, and it's like, let's enter that, and then basically the gun starts to elevate itself. That's it. And you have to take out the charges and the stuff, and the thing is, like, if you get a fire mission that is like you have to fire 6 point detonating rounds, and you look into your touchscreen, it's like, well, sorry, you just have 4. But I can reprogram these other fuses to act as point detonating. If you play computer games, you can use a Panzerhaubitze 2000. The complicated thing is that if there's something damaged in a Panzerhaubitze 2000 through enemy shrapnel or tear and wear and so on, there's workarounds. Like, this doesn't work because that is broken, or that is not the computers, not the electronic parts, but the mechanical parts. So basically, the workarounds take a lot of time to teach, how you can in the field deactivate some system or some sorting of these projectiles or the automatic preparation of the charges and so on to still use it. That takes time in the Panzerhaubitze 2000. But in the Caesar, for example, where you take the charges yourself by hand out of its boxes and the projectile take out by hand of its boxes, these workarounds, they're just a handful. So the speed you can learn a Caesar, that's why, for me, the Caesar is one of the best artillery systems in the world. It's not protected against enemy shrapnel. It's you still have to load the projectile. You throw the projectile by hand on the loading tray that then rams the projectile in the barrel. Well, the Panzerhaubitze 2000, that is done automatically from the magazine into the barrel. It's just and done. But the ease to operate a Caesar is such that basically, if you want to put out 1,000 artillery troops in the quickest time possible, you just go with the Caesar. Or the Israeli Atos, which is not in production, but it's an amazing towed system, which basically has a crane. With the crane, you lift up shells, and then the only thing you do is, like, a crane operator is like, shells up, click, 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 projectile is in the gun, you put in the charges and fire. 2 guys can use it. So this ease of use that the Caesar has is one of the amazing parts, and that's why you can teach so quickly Ukrainians to use them. It took the Ukrainians a bit longer to master the Panzerhaubitze 2000, and they had to rewrite the software into Ukrainian because it's complex. The Ukrainians took longer to learn how the AHS crap works because also, again, more consistent. And the Susanna is also complex because it's fully automated, but you can learn it. The Susanna 2 from Slovakia is fully automated. So if you just need to shoot it, it's even easier than the Caesar because you just sit in your cabin and you enter some GPS coordinates and press a button, and that's it. And then you go back there and load fresh shells into the racks, and that's it. But since it's more complex, to keep the system running if it's damaged. That's why you need more time to learn it. And the Caesar is just, I mean, it's an afternoon to just shoot it and for the workarounds the next morning, and then you're off to the front. And the Caesar is the cheapest to build because it's just a truck with a gun.
It's a pity that the Caesar that the availability, because of its production setup, its manufacturing setup, that it's just such a low number available. But then again, that's what it is. What do you think about the Archers?
The Archers are fantastic. Just the Swedish are producing a lot of stuff just for themselves, like the Gripen and the Archer, and I don't really find a market. And the Archer is the first of the future artillery systems, because if you look at the next system of the Germans, the RCH-155, fully automated, Susanna II, fully automated, this Nora 52 from Serbia, fully automated. So these are the future artillery systems. They will be fully automated and they will be even faster to use and employ than what we have now. And mounted on a truck, they will be much cheaper to produce than these tracked vehicles. The thing with the Archer is no one knows how it performs under combat conditions. The Swedish just drive a little bit around Sweden and fire 5 rounds and that's it. And so if the Swedish want to sell more Archers, they need to send them to Ukraine to show that this system actually works under combat conditions. I mean, the French, I'm sure the French can save themselves from orders for the Caesar, because everyone sees this is such a cheap system, so effective, so easy to learn, and it bonks a lot of power on a tiny place in minutes. So Archers are the future fully automated systems, but no one knows how this performs under combat stress. And the idea basically is Archer is the evolution of Caesar. Caesar 1, you have to put the projectile by hand on the loading tray. You have to insert the charges by hand. Caesar 8x8, the newer version, you put the projectile on a crane and you put the charges on a tray, and then the gun automatically loads both into the gun. And the next evolutionary step of a truck-mounted artillery is the Archer. So this is a clear line. The Swedish are in the evolution of artillery self-propelled furthest ahead. Just they have 48 standing around, and I mean, if they give Ukraine 6 and it proves itself to be effective, this Archer system will find clients all over the place. And since the Swedish are not giving them out, I'm thinking that the German RCH-155 on some HMX trucks will be the system that most NATO countries will adopt as fully automated system in the future.
Well, and that's really good news, because, you know, while the 155 standardization is so important for NATO as they look into using more and more of their stocks, not only for training for themselves, of course, but also for supporting Ukraine. And one of the interesting components of all of this, as people noted early on, was by Eastern Europe donating so many Soviet legacy artillery systems to Ukraine, they freed up spots in their army to replace them with 155 systems and more production. But everyone has to get on board. So hopefully, Nuno, does that answer your question here? A great question as always.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Thanks, Thomas.
All right. Well, we got some friends from Scandinavia here. I know Anthony's been waiting. Oh, yeah.
One
go
second.
ahead, Thomas.
Sorry. One thing that I have to say about automatic artillery system, this was not possible until the US introduced the M232 max charge system. Because now you can insert charges in smaller doses into the guns automatically. When first you had these bags, it wasn't possible to build an automatic system. Thanks to M32 Max, finally you can build automatic systems, and this is gonna, people didn't understand it when they introduced M32, but this is gonna change artillery more radically than anything else that the Americans introduced in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I could talk about max charges all day. That is literally my job in the U.S. Army. So no, that's a great point, because you have the modularity to do different ranges without losing that propellant, and also it's also a much more efficient propellant than the Soviet systems, or even the the U.S. bag system. So that's why we're here in the space, to talk the nitty gritty, and we love it. And so with that, if everyone's good on that answer, we'll go to Antti, our Finnish friend. Antti, how are you today?
Thank you so much. I don't think I've never had this much joy listening to a single presence on this space. Thomas, I have to say that I've enjoyed your clear and concise communication style from the beginning of this war. So I wanna thank you for that. And you already managed to answer quite a few of my questions that I'd prepared, and some of the ones that I didn't figure out. But the one thing I would ask you is that what do you think of the current status of defense industry in Italy and in Europe in general? And because it's been talked of quite a few times on this space previously in the months past, that Europe and the United States have the capacity, the arsenal of democracy to support Ukraine really effectively. But the one worry has been that if there is enough drive and momentum to actually cash in on those promises, and do you think that Europe and the States can produce all the ammunition and all the kit that Ukraine needs to drive Russians out of its territory?
Thank you for the compliment. And yeah, this is a question that I have been looking at a lot. European defense factories have all been running at a fraction of their capacity for the last 20 years. Not a single European defense factory was running at full capacity. So yes, Europe has definitely the capacity to help Ukraine. Just the governments need to spend the money and buy the stuff. I mean, one of the recurring themes that I encountered while I was at the military, we don't have the money to buy this kit, but this kit we need. So we're not getting 60 like we want a year, we're getting 12, we're getting 6. So the factory keeps running and we're getting the kit, and maybe next year there's more money. So Europe has the capacity to produce everything we need, and Ukraine, and we can even, we can go bonkers on the weapon systems. Just the governments need to spend the money. The Germans have put up 100 billion fund to buy the equipment that they didn't buy the last 10 years. But that much they underspent in their defense material, with the problem that the factories knew they will one day have to build new equipment, but they were just going down to, let's just build 2 Panzerhaubitze 2000 a year. Let's just make 1 Mars 2 per year. So the only European defense factories, not factories, the only European defense, okay, let's say a factory that has been running at full capacity for the last 15 years is the Italian Navy's main naval yard north of Livorno, near La Spezia. They are churning out aircraft carriers, landing ships, frigates, submarines, patrol frigates, like crazy, like corvettes. There's like, if you see that, you're like, what the hell is going on there? Is this China? It's the only European defense factory running at capacity. So we have the capacity. We just don't have governments that spend the freaking money. And that Ukraine is still complaining about ammunition shortages when there is a Spanish, a French, a Belgian, a Dutch, a German, an Italian, a Swiss, an Austrian, a British, a Swedish, a Finnish, Polish, a Czech, a Slovakian, a Romanian, a Greek, a Bulgarian, a Croatian, and a Turkish ammunition factories. That's 14 factories that I know of. These 14 factories can throw out shells in the millions a year if there is a will. The European governments, part of them don't have the will. And those that have the will, like Slovakia, don't have the money. Now the Germans and the Danish and the Norwegians pay money to Slovakia to produce 16 more Susanna 2 for Ukraine. And the production capacity is 16 a year, and the Slovakians could just make 4. And now there's money from Europe, and now next year the Slovakians will produce 4 every 3 months, not 4 every year. So the question is not, do we have the capacity? Yes, we have. But you know, it's a question of the money. Please, if you have more questions about that, ask me, because this is some topic that kind of infuriates me, because I see what is not happening, even though we have the possibility to do stuff.
Yes, maybe one follow-up. I'm conscious of all the hands coming up behind me, is that it's besides perhaps defense industries, the one thing that's been the most aggravating to many of us is the absence of Western modern main battle tanks and AFVs in the UDF inventory. And do you think that we will see the political will to actually get them the modern kit that they deserve before this war is at its victorious conclusion?
There's a problem here with main battle tanks. Let's first focus on the main battle tanks. Most European countries have none to give. The Europeans, battle tanks are expensive, and in the global war on terror, they were pretty useless. So the Europeans cut down. The Italian army wanted 400, then they wanted 300, then they got 200. Then they didn't get the spares, and now 125 of those 200 are actually working and are being upgraded and fixed, and the rest is just, we don't know what to do. And the Spanish bought tanks, and it was reduced again and again, and now they have at least some Leopard in storage. And the British, basically half the tank fleet doesn't work anymore, and now they're updating what works and basically taking out spares from the remaining to get some tanks working. So there's a huge problem in Europe with main battle tanks, because we can produce them, but it takes a year to get the production up and running. And the tanks we have, there's just, I mean, the Italian army is trying to get a 4th tank battalion since 2000 running, and there's just not the tanks for a 4th tank battalion, and they just had to cut companies out of the existing ones to basically keep those 3 tank battalions running. The French have some Leclercs in storage, some older versions, and the British have some Challengers that you might be able to fix. Ultimately, the only country that has tanks to give and the capacity to build new ones and the capacity to quickly fix older tanks like the Swiss Leopard that are standing around and the Spanish Leopard that are standing around and the Swedish Leopard that are standing around are the Germans. So tanks to Ukraine would have to come from the Leopard 2 stocks. But there's a problem, and his name is Scholz. He's such a chicken and so afraid of, I don't know what with Putin. He's not going to do it. I mean, the Italians can tell the Ukrainians, you can have 70 of our old Ariete tanks, but you know, they don't work. You can fix them, but you know, then 35 work. So that's like 3 companies. The French maybe have 200 Leclercs in storage. So the global war on terror saw all European militaries lose the capabilities to fight against an armored, mechanized foe. And equipment that should have been replaced years ago, 20 years ago, Cold War equipment like the FH-70 in the Italian army, the M109 in the Spanish army, the what else? The British Warrior vehicles, which is basically just junk. I mean, it's catastrophically unusable turret that the British Warrior has. It wasn't replaced because this equipment didn't make sense in Afghanistan or somewhere in Iraq trying to find some guys on camels. So the Europeans don't have stuff to give to Ukraine. And the same is with the infantry fighting vehicles. Ukrainians desperately need infantry fighting vehicles. The Spanish have Pizarro and just enough for their battalions. The Italians have Dardo and can't raise a fourth battalion, fully equip it, because they're old and they're breaking down. The French just have the VBCI, which is wheeled and doesn't really help. The British warrior is, don't give it to the Ukrainians. You're doing them a disservice to give them this old stuff. Last, again, the Germans have the only country with infantry fighting vehicles that are readily available. The Marder have been upgraded. They have modern optics. They work. The engines are okay. And there's like 100, 200 of them. And the Germans are like sitting on them because Scholz doesn't want. And it's not just that he doesn't want. There's 300 more in the Bundeswehr that are supposed to be replaced by Puma. So if Ben Wallace would be in charge in Germany, there would be 500 Marder going to Ukraine since June. And at the same time, the Germans would just tell their companies to just ramp up Puma production like nuts to replace them. And the Ukrainians would get every month 50 Marder for the next 10 months. It's a question of political will. And there's none in Europe. And the Polish gave what they have in Soviet tanks, and the Polish are buying American tanks on credit so they can give Ukrainians then more Polish older tanks because the American tanks replaced it. So the Polish and the British are doing the right thing, but the British don't have anything to give, and the Polish have to wait for the American tanks to arrive. So in the end, if Biden says we give Ukrainians modern tanks and IFVs, then the American army will have stuff from their prepositioned sets. Just a second, I have to calculate. The Americans, there's 15 active American heavy brigades. A 16th will be raised in the next 2 years. And there's 20 armored brigade sets. That means the Americans would have 4 times, how many tanks are in an armored brigade? 60, 70. Oh God. Well, the Americans could take, no wait, one of them is in Europe, so you have 3. The Americans have 3 complete brigade sets, complete equipment for armored brigades. One is in Kuwait, one is on ships in Diego Garcia, and one is in South Korea. South Korea, the Americans.
Thomas, we've had a lot of U.S. generals pretty much drop a number, 500 Abrams available for Ukraine. It just has, it's a matter of getting them there. So, I mean, there's more than enough. And obviously that comes with the logistics and the back end. And that's really, I think, where we're going. Because you don't think that Scholz will ever budge on this? Just curious.
No. Scholz will not budge. What you're seeing is his policy of he's hiding because behind other countries, and he doesn't want really. I speak German, so if I listen to him, he doesn't say Ukraine must win. He says Putin must not win. So if Putin must not win, what does he mean about Ukraine? So Ukraine should not lose? Or his concern is if Putin loses this war, there will be revolution in Russia, there will be civil war in Russia, there will be maybe chaos in Russia, refugees, nuclear weapons in crazy people's hands, Russia will break up. So that's his main concern. He doesn't care about anything else. You can listen to him. Every speech is like, Mr. Putin must not win this war. So, but that also means that Putin must not lose it. And that's his concern. And if Ukrainians win, I mean, there was this wonderful joke on German internet when the Ukrainians advanced in Kupiansk and Kharkiv and were driving the Russians back so quickly. And the joke was like, Ukrainians advance in Kupiansk and Kharkiv, panic in Berlin, emergency meeting in the chancellery of Olaf Scholz. Oh my God, what we do now? And it's absolutely true. His concern is that, and if you wonder why, because his staff that of advisors is the same idiots that told Merkel to like, you know what, we should make Nord Stream 2. You know what, you should not make a fuss about Putin taking Crimea. It's the same advisors. It's a disaster. And the German basically didn't even manage to rid themselves of oil and gas, even though the Ministry of Economy enabled Germany, thanks to a deal with Poland, to do that. It's always we must make sure that Putin stays in power so we have stability in Russia. That's the policy of the German Chancellery and the SPD party. And it's extremely annoying.
Yep, sorry. Axel wants to jump in, our resident German.
Yep, please.
I was just about to say the very same thing, 100%. It requires the only way to convince Mr. Scholz, sorry, not convince, he will never be convinced. The only way to force Mr. Scholz is that whilst the whole population of Europe has support or supports it, it requires a phone call from the White House. That's the only force in the world that can
I'm
change
sure there's
Mr.
been
Scholz.
I'm sure there's been phone calls from the White House, Axel. I don't think that they haven't tried that. I think there just has to be more pressure, right? Much more.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you, but this is the point. A very, very intense phone call.
America needs to deliver the first Abraham crosses the border to Ukraine, and Biden calls Scholz and tells him, listen, now or never, the Germans will fall. Biden didn't call Scholz, but the Dutch Prime Minister Rutte called and said, I'm going to deliver Panzerhaubitze 2000 to Ukraine. I have to ask the Germans if I'm allowed to, because it's a German product. You will not dare tell me no. That was what Rutte said to Scholz. And Scholz was like, okay, okay. And then when the Dutch announced it, the Germans were like, okay, behind the Dutch, we can cover behind them. And to make not a bad figure with Europe, that it's just for Dutch, we give another from ours. And Scholz is so timid and so afraid. He's the wrong person in this job. If you look at someone like Ben Wallace, who walks like India and is like, let's get this done. And you saw Scholz went to meet Zelensky in Kiev. Macron got out and was like, hello, and let's hug. And Draghi got out and was like, oh, Zelensky, let's kiss. And Scholz came out with a huge briefcase, which he held before his breast and was like, don't touch me, Zelensky. That's the image this guy sent to the world. He had a briefcase in front of him like a bulletproof vest when he met Zelensky. The guy is so timid and so incompetent, and it's just mind-boggling that in Germany, you can't get him out of office unless someone stands up in parliament and says, I have the votes behind me of the other parties to get rid of you. And that happened in German history since World War II only once. So this guy is not going to move anywhere until basically some huge scandal comes up and he has to resign, or there's elections, and that's in 4 years.
Yeah, and what kind of scandal could that guy get into, He made tea a little cold once. He doesn't seem like a very exciting person.
No,
but
there's a scandal in Germany that is brewing because he basically had oversight of a German Wirecard company that was doing online transactions, and it turns out it were all fraudulent and criminal and corrupt, and they were in league with the Russian secret services, with the FSB. And when the thing blew up, I think the CEO or the CFO of the company basically was extra. The Russians basically sent a private jet to help him flee to Russia, because basically he was working for the Russians all along, and Scholz had the oversight of that and did jack shit to stop them. So naturally, in Germany, investigations in the Chancellor are very, 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 very slow. So there's little hope that before the next elections we will get somewhere with that. But there is some nice element of willfully looking the other way when Russian intelligence services were undermining German, like in all SPD dealings since 1997. Always look away when the Russian intelligence services undermine Germany.
Thomas, you just made my point.
Thank you.
Yehuda and
Preaching
I
to
have
the
been
choir.
discussing this. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, we've been discussing this here since March, and it needs this constructive no confidence vote, or it needs someone to make the phone call. I think the latter is probably the better option, more ecumenical.
Perhaps. Thomas, we're gonna give you some more quick questions here so we can get some, because if not, it's gonna be me and CJ stuck, and probably just me because CJ's busier. Let's go to George and then Kozak. Go to George.
Yeah. So, hey, thank you, Thomas, for all your postings. And just as a side note, over the last hour and a half, you do have you should have a side job as a comedian. Your dry delivery is actually pretty on point. So with especially with your the joke that you made about you can you can make spaghetti before the Russians fire off one round. Moving forward, let's say the worst happens in regards to the armor and the infantry fighting vehicles. Obviously, the Ukrainians are still making progress, even without modern IFVs and armored from the West. How long do you think this can continue for the Ukrainians? And you know, I guess my question is, do you think the Ukrainians can win without this stuff right now, considering the progress they're making and the absolute ineptitude of the Russian command on the other side?
Okay. There's two things here that have to come together for a Ukrainian victory: Ukrainian courage and American industrial capacity. Without the US supporting Ukraine with equipment and material, the Ukrainians can't win. This is something that people just ignore. The Europeans are delivering stuff because the Americans have a monthly conference where basically the defense minister that doesn't deliver enough is being shamed. I have heard from people, Austin is basically shaming them into, what the fuck are you doing? Not mincing words, there's basically, you haven't done your part, get going. So this is why the Ukrainians have the equipment and the material they need. If the Americans stop supporting Ukraine, then it's becoming something like a medieval slaughterfest, because both sides will resort to Kalashnikovs. Because when the Americans stop pushing the Europeans, there are some countries that will fall by the side and will just watch. Germans first and foremost. And the Ukrainians will never surrender. I just saw a video today of the Russians basically taking some guys, blindfold them, bind their hands behind their back, lead them to some ravine and shoot them in the neck. And that's exactly what the Germans did with all the Jews in Ukraine, 1 million in 1941, 1942. Blindfold, lead the ravine, shoot them in the back. And the Russians just filmed themselves how cool they are doing it. And in the pit, there were girls and children in there already. So the Ukrainian surrendering is kind of like the Jewish resistance fighters in the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw surrendering. You can die at the hands of the enemy, or you can die fighting. The Ukrainians will never surrender. What they need is our support in weapons and equipment. And I said in spring, we have to think long term. And the Americans are doing that now. The Americans are now ordering stuff for Ukraine down the road that will come in. So I'm pretty sure there's F-16s down the road and Abrams down the road and so on. Just not yet. We just have to understand that this war, Putin cannot retreat and give up, because then the hardliners in his government would kill him and take him out of office. So this is a long war, but this will go on until basically the Russian people rise up and overthrow Putin. And in the chaos that ensues, the Russian army will just crumble and disappear, and the Ukrainians will just march unopposed into Crimea and so on.
It's a fair assessment. I think a lot of us, Thomas, have been saying that Putin's not going to give up, and the only language he'll learn is power. And eventually, the Russians have to sort their own stuff out, but the Ukrainians obviously can't give up, and they're not going to. And as long as the Americans do continue to provide that Abrams, as you said, crosses the border, that opens floodgates for Germany too. But at that point, it'll be too late. They'll have what they need, and the Germans will have to face the indignation from the world for their lack of help. We've got Paul up. Thomas, quick, by the way, if you got a question, just for the sake of expediency, we're going to get into Kurt soon. So just a quick question, and then the answer, and we're going to go to Kurt. So go ahead, Kozak. Actually, I have a question for you, Thomas, if you don't mind. It's from earlier, so I'm going to jump to the queue, sort of. When we look at Russian infantry capabilities, field craft, when I look at signal communications, behaviors and the lack of positive control with crypto cards, the fact that the Russians just leave their communications the way they are and crypto cards intact, which is bizarre. So from the infantry and the signals perspective, trade-wise, I look at them as really, really horrible. From the artillery, because I'm not an artillery person, I don't believe in magic chicken bones like you guys do. So what would you say from your observation on the field and whatnot, are there artillerymen, and well, they only have men, but are there artillery folks up to the job? Are they just decent at using crap old equipment and they just have a ton of it? And what's your assessment on the artillery corps in Russia? I'm just curious.
It's hard to tell because if you have such crap equipment, the thing is.
Well, do they use it well? Do they use their crap equipment well? How's that?
They don't use it well. They just use it in masses. It's kind of like we have pinpointed a Ukrainian artillery unit in that district. Okay, hit it with 200 shells, 60 grads, and 20 uragans, and hope we kill them all. And the Russian artillery corps has been taught to mass fires. That's all they're good at. They're not even good at precision because you can tell that they used all the precision ammunition and missed basically constantly. And I don't want to fight against a Russian division at full strength because the artillery barrage a Russian division would unleash at full strength is pretty horrifying. But compared to what I see, what the amount of the Russians have published a few pictures of their guys loading artillery, and they're slow, and there's laziness, and they laugh, and they're not focused and controlled. Then you look at an American M119 crew firing 10 rounds in barely a minute with not missing anything and not making an error. The concentration, the training is just leagues apart between the Russian and what I see the American artillery guys. I don't think that man for man the Russians have any good army units except for special forces, because that's basically what Putin more or less needed to keep his vessels in line, or basically to shoot up Russians one day if they should rise up. So except for the special forces, I think the whole Russian military is rotten and not up to the job it was given.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
They compensated with mass. Like you saw, a tech runs down streets towards Kiev with 50 tanks in the lead, and like, what the fuck you put 50? Sorry for the fuck. Why you put 50 tanks up there front? I mean, it makes no sense. Space it out. There's one road, everybody on one road, and then behind that 50 tanks, 30, 40 IFVs. It's like, what commander does that? So.
One that learned how to invade, Budapest and Prague with tanks and running over civilians. They don't realize that these people are armed and fighters.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw stuff where Russian tanks drove down some road, and there was some earth sprinkled on the road. And my first thought is like, mines. And the Russian tanks was like, it'll be fine, and drove over. And the first tank just blew up. And the second tank was like, okay, no problem. I go beside the road where the Ukrainians dug up the earth. And naturally, there was the next mine in there. It's like, there's a video of the third Russian tank drove in the middle between these two and hit the next mine. It's like, what? So I don't think there's any competence in Russian military circles. And I mean, their pilots, this is long ago, when there was the Syria war, the Russians published a picture of a precision strike by their new fighter bomber, the Su-34. And they published a picture of a destroyed building. Turned out it was a hospital, naturally. The Russians bombed the hospital. So they published a picture to show how precise they hit that building. And around that building were 7 or 8 impact craters of the precision-guided ammunitions dropped by their so-good fighter bomber that had missed before the 7th or 8th finally hit the building. So there's no competence in anything of that, because I mean, in Russia, if you're a loser and a moron and you're like, you have no chance in life and you have no options except for alcoholism or death, you go to the military. And the only ones that are pretty good are the fascist, rabid fascists that are in there, and they dream of Russian imperialism and pure Russian nationalist domination of the world. But these are a handful of guys. And in Putin's military, these guys were thrown out. You see Gherkin, the war criminal who gives the best comments in Russia about the military situation of Russia. He was an officer. He's a fascist. Under Putin, there was no place for him in the Russian military. He's the most competent Russian officer. I don't think that
Got it.
there's
Yeah,
mass. There's nothing behind the mass.
Yeah, no, tracking. So I see it in every other aspect of the Russian military, but specifically because of your artillery background, I wanted to ask you that. Okay, we're gonna one more question quickly. Then we're gonna go to Kozak and then Paul real quick. Sorry, go ahead, Kozak. Please, a brief question, and then we're gonna start talking about the Kerch and dissecting stuff. Go ahead, Kozak.
Okay, hello to everyone. So my question is about tanks. So you told that Europe has a lack of really operational, conditional working tanks, and Ukraine recently captured a bunch of old Soviet T-62. Is it worth to spend resources of Ukrainian armed forces on those tanks because we are not receiving modern European or American tanks in those quantities? What do you think about this?
You mean to ask if Ukraine should invest into getting these in working condition and then use them themselves?
Yeah, on a battlefield. I mean, if it worth to like repair them, restock, and to spend time and resources on them.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I would put a massive amount of pressure on the Americans to hand over a few tank companies of M1A2 Abrams, because even just let's go back to 1991 when a squadron, was it a squadron of the American military, ran into 2 Iraqi brigades in the Gulf War. And it was like 2 elite Iraqi brigades with modern Soviet equipment against a squadron, a cavalry squadron of American tanks. And it took the Americans barely an hour 30 minutes to completely wipe these 2 Iraqi brigades off the face of the earth without any American losses, if I recall correctly. So I think if Ukraine has 1,000 hours to spend on something, spend it on lobbying the Americans for like 5 companies of M1A2 Abrams tanks, because those tanks, one company of that can match a Russian battalion of tanks and destroy them. And the T-62s, I think these should be offered American museums in exchange, because that's a better use for them than trying to get them going. And that's my personal opinion. I mean, other people might have a different opinion, but personally, I think the best way forward is to pressure the Americans into handing off 2, 3, 4 tank companies of M1A2 Abrams tanks, which also would then scare the Russians, because if you're a Russian tank commander, you know what happens if you meet these American tanks on the battlefield.
Fair enough. All right, let's go to Paul, and then Paul had a question for CJ or Tom, and then we're gonna kick off on the other.
Yehuda, if I may, I just want to introduce Dr. Paul and just to back up Thomas here. Yes, the Battle of 73 Easting, where the U.S. only lost 1 Bradley, and they destroyed 160 tanks. So U.S. had 2 casualties, and Iraq had about 2,000. So obviously a great system, and that was 30 years ago. So Thomas, Dr. Paul is a great friend of the program and has been digging into the production numbers and the DoD procurement list, just like you have. And has a question related to that, because, not only do we care about ATACMS here, we care about what Ukraine can do with all their HIMARS platforms they've been getting. So, Dr. Paul, please take it away.
Hey, CJ, thanks, and Thomas, thanks for all the great insights. I'm glad I made this time slot that you guys have this morning. So Thomas, DoD started the United States Department of Defense, the head of procurement, William LaPlante. They started hosting like a rearmaments or armaments committee consortium. And the first meeting was just 2-3 weeks ago, I believe. And the readout from that meeting, like the number one priority from that was, long range precision artillery. So that's me, implies Gimler rockets, right? And it's a really pathetic volume of capacity to in production that the United States can produce through Lockheed Martin. Approximately 10,000 Gimlers per year. It's really Ukraine could go through that in a month or two. The entire annual production, right? So given that this consortium of 27 countries, the number one priority for the alliance is increasing capacity of long-range precision artillery for Ukraine, which includes Gimler's rockets. How do you see the what I'm calling the alliance accomplishing that? Lockheed Martin's only going to be able to increase it from 10,000 to at most 14,000 per year, which is still just inadequate, plain and simple, for all the orders that are coming in for HIMARS and Gimler's rockets, and then also for what Ukraine can actually fire to actually maximize the value of the existing HIMARS and MT-70s and Mars too. How do you see them accomplishing increasing capacity further? Are there any manufacturers that Lockheed Martin could give a license to produce them? One specific company and country that I have my eye on is a South Korean company who makes like a knockoff version of the HIMARS and the MT-70. Has two launchers, but it's wheeled, so it's kind of like an MT-70 like on a truck chassis, and they don't fire the exact same size of rockets as the HIMARS. But do you think that's feasible? How do you think that we're going to be able to expand production to something like 30,000-40,000 rockets per year?
Yeah, that's a good question that I was pondering myself. The thing is, there's only two surface-to-surface missile producers that are outside the US that can make, if they have the license, GMLRS. As you said, South Korea, Hanwha, and I think it's Hanwha, and Turkey. Turkey is producing an immense amount of its own domestic missiles because the US, thanks to some US senator who is married to an Armenian lady, couldn't get American GMLRS missiles. And that was blocked in the Senate. So the Turkish have the capacity and the factory, and the South Koreans. In Europe, the European missile companies are all basically artisanal shops that produce low numbers because the European governments didn't spend on that. The Europeans bought joking numbers of GMLRS missiles when they finally decided to buy them. I think Lockheed Martin's yearly production capacity is 12,000. For GMLRS, because 2,000 went to the outside countries that bought them. This needs to be increased. Even more increased needs to be something like Excalibur, precision guided, because you can't always fire a rocket at something. You need to fire sometimes cheaper artillery shells, so that needs to be increased massively.
Hey, Thomas, let me jump in there about the 12,000. We also have to remember that that's a standard production year without increased orders, doesn't mean the factory is working at full capacity or in terms of length of times during the day. So you can stretch that out probably quite remarkably, right? A lot of these businesses are created, especially in the ammunition world, to scale out should there be a war, right? So it's not, you could ostensibly see that number get pretty big pretty quick if you gave them 6 months, a year, open up another line, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff, especially with legislation in the States that could push that stuff through. So that's something to keep in mind too, right, Thomas?
Yep. The Americans, if they would, I looked at the budget papers of the Pentagon. There's like hundreds of millions in there to increase Excalibur and similar round productions, and not just expand. The Pentagon is basically giving Lockheed Martin the whole money to build complete new factories, because the Pentagon understood that they need precision-guided ammunitions in incredible numbers. The Ukrainians are going through, if you look at it, I think they're going to 200-300 Excaliburs a day. The problem is they they could go through 1,000, because basically every Russian vehicle you see, every logistic point, every accumulation of troops, every building the Russians store something in, you should hit it with an Excalibur if it's in the 40-kilometer range of Excalibur. And you need that much. The only European version is Vulcano, made by Italy and Germany, which the production is really limited, and the French Spasido fuse, which is, I think they're doing like some just for fun, and they don't really have a production capacity for Spasido fuses, which is the French version of the American BGK fuse. So yes, we need to increase the production like that, and we should have started in March, because this is not going to be over. And as we have seen now, if there's ever an American-Chinese conflict, Taiwan and the US are going to need 10, 20,000 GMLRS rockets and similar rockets each week. I think Paul has a question again.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, Thomas. I mean, Yehuda, you made a good point. I mean, the volume of production for Gimler's rockets in Canada and Arkansas, it's based on an 8-hour shift. I mean, conceivably, you can go to 24 hours, right? I guess, Thomas, my question is, how long does it take to ramp up like a capacity, if you have any idea, to actually get, because, the United States has already said they're going to triple production of 155 millimeter production from 10K a month to 30K per month. But they said that's going to take 3 years, which is, again, I think that's just pathetic. That's not like on a war footing. They need to get their asses in gear in general. Sorry to cuss a little bit, but, how long do you think it's going to take for Gimler's? Do you think it's as simple as adding 2-3 shifts per day as opposed to one? Or do you think, how do you see this kind of evolving, and how soon can it actually have an impact?
I can jump in there too, Thomas, if you want, just real quick. So the precedent is set, has been set. The United States can appropriate almost anything to increase production if it enacts that particular legislation. The name of it escapes me, but for example, 24 hours wouldn't work. It could be 2 shifts of 8 hours, and then it would need twice as much maintenance as well. But they have the ability to, and it's happened in the past, World War II. A factory beside that factory gets this factory is now this factory. We don't care what's in here now. We're moving stuff over. We're going to be literally physically appropriating properties around a plant. They can do it. So under existing conditions, they might say 3. They might have to go searching and this and that. But if push came to shove, don't underestimate the industriousness of the U.S. Economy and the military. They can really ramp up. Those numbers, they don't really talk about them too much, but if they needed to, they could really knock it out of the park. But when it comes to factory, let's say they have 2 8-hour shifts, and then the rest is maintenance and replacement, right? Because it's stuff, whatever needs to be fixed. But I don't know, Thomas, if you wanted to jump in there.
The problem with all modern technology in war and combat is the chips and the logic boards and all that. You can churn out an immense amount of casings for Excaliburs and fins, base plate units and so on, and then you have to make the boards and the circuits and all that stuff and the chips for the actual fuse and the steering and so on. And GMLRS rockets is even more complex, and that's just when we slow down. That said, if you get Qualcomm and Intel and Texas Instruments to produce them, they will need some time to ramp up production. But if there's the will, it's all no problem for the US. It's also not a problem for the Europeans if there's the will. And the will is measured in how much money a government is willing to spend. The German government is willing to spend 200 billion to keep gas prices low, and 100 billion to fix their military. You see the priorities. So the thing is that money is what helps here. And Biden has already said we are going to increase production, luckily and fortunately. And in Europe, I haven't seen any government except for the Scandinavians going the same route, and the Polish not just going the same route. The Polish are going bonkers on the amount of industrial military capacity they're gonna build. And the Polish are going to supplant the Germans in the next 10 years as biggest defense exporter in Europe. The Germans, because who is going to buy from Germany if you have all this trouble then when you can buy from Poland for cheaper and with the same quality and faster and in much larger numbers? So we have the capacity in Europe. We just don't have the will yet to face this. And the US is willing to face it, also because they know China is watching. And for China, this war is an important lesson that you need to ramp up production before the war, because if not, you will just run out of everything when the war starts.
Good points, CJ. Did you want to dovetail into the story that everyone's waiting for? Retweet the space. We're going to have a deep dive into the question that's racking some people's minds, and other people have a good idea of what it was. The Kerch Bridge and its unfortunate existence as a troubled bridge over average waters. CJ.
Well, no, I mean, it's Thomas, in the last 24 hours or 36 hours in the space, people have been very passionate about this. So we want to make sure, do we have you for a little bit longer? Would you mind helping us understand, what kind of capabilities exist for Ukraine and how this might have happened?
My only worry is, do you have some other guests coming up? Because that I don't want to take anyone else's time away.
We throw them out. We would throw them out for you, Thomas. Don't worry.
I'm a gentleman.
They're verboten right now. It's Thomas hour. Thomas hour of power.
I can 20 more minutes, half an hour, no problem.
Okay, that's great, because Yehuda, we have to go back a little bit to August 9th with the Saki Air Base strike. So this is fundamental, in my opinion, for understanding what happened at Kerch, because a lot of the same people online are turning their heads away for some reason and coming up with some very interesting ideas about what American missiles could or couldn't do. So for our great audience here, the Saki Air Base was home of the Naval Air Regiment for Russia, and it suffered a catastrophic loss of about half of its aircraft at that air base. What was seen and heard was, of course, 2 mass explosions were seen on video with 4 large craters. The Ukrainian government initially said it was a ground operation conducted by Special Operations Forces, and later said it was a long-range missile strike. Thomas, can you describe what you think happened there at Saki Air Base?
Oh yeah, that's unforgettable. I was mountain biking and I stopped at a scenic lake, and then Michael Weiss called me and was like, "What was it? What did do it?" And I was like, "What is he talking about?" And then basically I went to Twitter and I saw that there's plumes of smoke at an airfield, and there's 2 nearly simultaneous explosions, no visible missile coming in, and there's no sound of a missile, but the explosions are huge, pretty simultaneous and apart. I told Michael Weiss it's ATACMS. People just go to Wikipedia and read these articles of ATACMS, and yes, I know these articles pretty much in and out, because most of these articles were written by me in my spare time when I don't know what to do. So I stick to the official numbers, which the American military has a habit of always. There's not a there's this cliche of there's the British cliche of the British understatement. The biggest understatements of the world always come out of the Pentagon. Every single American weapon specs is lowballed in the extreme. So the ATACMS M57s come down vertically with Mach 3-4, depending on what the apogee was. You don't see them, you don't hear them. They are highly accurate. Let's leave it at that. And just from the simultaneously of the impact explosions, it was clear it was a missile strike. So I told Michael Weiss that, and then all kinds of strange people were telling me, no, it was drones. The drones don't carry that much explosives. Yes, but the drones then hit ammunition on the ground. That doesn't create circular, exactly similar craters. It was special forces who carried ammunition there. Yes, so there were some special forces going all through Crimea with hundreds of kilos of explosives, reaching a Russian base, placing that explosive there, and it created exactly the same kind of craters, and then they escaped without being seen. And the Russians said it was a smoking accident, and that was the most ridiculous of the versions. But a few days, I think the next day, we got satellite images, and it showed 3 very identical craters, and one that was a little bit off because it hit a tarmac, a hardened part of the tarmac. And there was no doubt this was a missile strike. and the missiles came in vertically. And if you look at the world of missiles, there's only two kinds of missiles that strike vertically, because if you come down at a 90-degree angle, you hit your target exactly. And the kinetic force helps destroy the target, depending on the fuse setting, super quick delay or proximity. But if you go for delay, the kinetic force helps you destroy the target. And there's only two kinds of missiles in the world that do it. One is the GMLRS family of HIMARS-fired rockets, and the other one is the M57 and the M57E1 missiles fired by the HIMARS rocket system. So these are the only two missiles that come in at that angle, with that speed, and with that force. There was versions, that the Ukrainians had a missile, and I was like, yes, the Ukrainians have a missile production on their own, but the vertical impact means that if the Ukrainians managed to get their missiles in the air, they had a control unit that steered the missile from the Americans, because the accuracy is due to the shape of the missiles, the shape of the fins, the absolutely okay, I can't give you that information. The precision of the GPS, if it's used for military applications. So the vertical impact and the accuracy leave no doubt what hit Saki Air Base. The Ukrainians didn't want to state what it was. Obfuscation. So the Russians have to guess how many of these the Ukrainians have. Maybe it was something else. Maybe we need to send 5,000 men looking for Ukrainian special forces. Maybe we need to put some air defense back on our air bases against drones. And the Russians, because Putin actually is scared shitless of escalating. Putin, thank God I can say it was a smoking accident, so I don't have to escalate to the US. Because Putin keeps saying for months, if the US gives Ukraine ATACMS missiles, that's an escalation red line. So basically, Putin is always really, really happy when he can pretend that there was no ATACMS. It was a truck bomb, as the Russians said. It was a smoking accident, just to make sure that he doesn't have to escalate, because he can't. If he escalates with what? The only option he has is nuclear. If he escalates with nuclear weapons, the Americans are going to rip his military, shred his military, or with cyber attacks. So he has no chance to escalate. So he's always trying to wiggle out of it. So the Ukrainians were like, it's drones helping Putin to wiggle out. And there absolutely was no doubt that this was an ATACMS strike. So I don't know why people keep coming to me with drones or special forces. I saw Switchblade 300 drones, which is basically a hand grenade to kill 1 or 2 soldiers in a room. And people are like, no, the Ukrainians smuggled Switchblades to Crimea and then dove them into the missiles the Russians had at Saki airfield. The Switchblade will not penetrate a missile that is standing on a Russian airfield. So, it's all kind of like childish stuff. It's an ATACMS attack. And the question is, where did they come from?
And so, one of the constant trains of thought, of course, going back to Putin's line that 300-kilometer missiles for Ukraine is a bridge too far. What would it mean if these missiles had penetrated basically one of the areas with the strongest air defenses in the world, Crimea, of course, either during Saki or Saki and the Kerch Bridge strike, which we'll get to momentarily? Why would Russia not want to say publicly that this had happened this way?
Well, I think
Two reasons. Sorry, please.
No, yeah, I was going to say, I think you covered off one of them, and it's nice just for clarity. I do want to say several people in the space as well at Saki clearly said they were ATACMS. I know a lot of people didn't want to hear it. Said no, they don't have them, and said they have them. But whatever. Yeah, I'd love to hear the rest of that, please.
Okay, why the Russians don't want to tell us that it was ATACMS? First, Putin doesn't want to escalate. Second, there's nothing the Russians have that can shoot down and ATACMS. They don't even see them coming. CJ knows that I can tell you the apogee and flight path of an ATACMS, because then the CIA will come and break down my door. So we can discuss that. But just let it put it this way. Russian radars don't look that far up. And the Russian targeting computers cannot compute a solution to strike an ATACMS that comes in. They have the same problem with the GMLRS rockets. They just can't. It's impossible to intercept. And an M57, when it goes on final approach, it comes vertically down and it has the rocket engine still on and it fires it up again. So it comes down at such a speed and vertically. You can get lucky once in a million time. You get lucky and manage to hit an ATACMS in the final approach attack run. That's just a lucky shot. So there's nothing. I mean, the Russians already. People's Russians attack helicopters are junk. The Russian tanks are junk. The Russian communication systems are junk. Russian electronic warfare systems are junk. The Russians export $10 billion of weapons a year. It's a huge part of their economy. And the Russian airplanes are junk. The Russian air defense systems are junk. I mean, I pity Turkey. They spent $1 billion for some system that is absolute junk. You can shoot down a civilian airliner.
You think the Turks are freaking out right now? I think a lot of buyers of Russian kit, especially S-400s, are like, "What did we just buy?" Right, Thomas?
Yeah, the Turkish made a deal with Italy basically a few months back for sharing military secrets in industrial military secrets, because the Turkish didn't want to buy the Italian-French SAMP-T system first because it's expensive. And suddenly they're like, the Americans don't give us Patriot and the Russian system is junk. And suddenly it's like, no matter how much it costs Italy and France, we would like to buy a bunch of SAMP-T systems because that's the second best system in the world. And the Italians are really happy to sell, because Italy is always happy to sell weapons to anyone. And so the S-400 is basically the Turkish. That's basically the Turkish buying something and then getting thrown out of the F-35 program for absolute junk that the only interested party is the CIA to reverse engineer it, and the Pentagon. So it's just a question of time now until the Italians and the Turkish agree to basically make a deal. The Italians sell the Turkish SAMP-T and the Turkish sell the Italians the S-400, and the Italians sell it to the Americans, and everybody is happy. And the Americans will then give it to Ukraine, minus part of the missile and communication system, to reverse engineer it. But if I would be a Russian defense manager, I would look for a window to jump out right now.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll get their chance soon enough. So I think you've done a good job explaining why Saki was, definitively attacked, and also why, both Ukraine and Russia have a vested interest in not spreading this. So now we come to the events of the last 48 hours. And the kind of building up to it, of course, in the space, we get asked this question pretty much daily for almost all 8 months. When is Ukraine going to hinder, destroy, damage, whatever sort of mission you want to put on it? Basically stop the Kerch Strait Bridge, which is, of course, connecting Russia to Crimea, from being operational, right? Because this is a very key supply hub, both by road and rail, and getting in supporting the Russian war effort in Ukraine. So we get asked it daily. And then, of course, after Saki, it became clear, regardless of what exactly occurred, that Ukraine probably could do this as well to Kerch, and so the question became, well, why don't they? Well, we saw initially with Kerch after the Crimea strikes, all of these Russian civilians leave, and sort of lessen the number of civilians that were there, perhaps scare Russia a little bit. And so it was clear they were setting the conditions. And then, of course, 2 days ago, 36 hours ago, the Kerch Strait Bridge suffers a catastrophic explosion, destroying multiple parts of the roadway going into Ukraine from Russia. And also the rail bridge is damaged somewhat. They still, I just saw a video, have not removed that train section. The other one going around it is quite tenuous at best. So it's a difficult situation. It's not clear how long it'll take for us to repair it. It's obviously still standing. But I want to start, Thomas, with this. Was within about an hour, the Russian government put out a statement that it was a truck bomb. They had the story ready to go. They had surveillance video of a Russian truck passing a checkpoint that I guess they could get that intelligence that it was that truck, but they failed to search it. And additionally, as well, we heard from the Ukrainian government that the SBU, or Ukrainian intelligence, was involved, which is the same thing they said with Saki, which they later amended to it was a missile strike. So let's keep that very clear that they changed their tune on us, which is fine. And then the Russian reaction to the strike was strikes in Zaporizhia. Why does that matter? Well, Zaporizhia is a likely firing point if this was a missile. It's one of the areas of the front. There's 160 kilometers where a missile could have been fired from to Kerch if it was that. So, Thomas, can you explain what happened on the Kerch Strait Bridge and why it happened, or when it did? Sorry, I had the microphone off, sorry. Let's go through the theories first. So the Russians put out the theory it was a truck bomb, which means if it's a truck bomb, the Russian air defense didn't fail, and Putin doesn't have to escalate because it was not 300-kilometer missile. And then some people are like, it's a boat attack or special forces. And special forces, doubtful, because the Russians created a specific brigade only to defend that bridge. So there's a brigade of the Russian military police, boats, air defense, sappers, special forces, just to protect that bridge, because that's the only thing that Putin in 22 years in power actually built in Russia. That's his entire legacy. If you look at buildings, that's his entire legacy of 22 years. And so they built a whole brigade up to defend that bridge. So if it's a truck bomb that the police guys fail to see, well, the Russian military didn't fail and there's no need to escalate. So the idea that special forces guys won there and over many nights installed hundreds of kilos of explosives, don't make me laugh. They read that there's a boat that the Ukrainians somehow managed to transport through the front line, then through Russian-controlled territory, and then let the boat into the Azov Sea, and then filled the boat with a ton of explosives. Stop watching Stars Channel or Netflix shows. Come on, please. This is not. I'm just.
No, you're 100% right. Listen, we have some people who are friends of the show, and they were convinced it's special ops, even to the point of saying that they might have been sleeping under the bridge, or they might have been putting the. It's just an impossibility. I'm glad you're here to share that.
The thing is that I know two people from Kerch who don't live there anymore, luckily, and their families are still there. And one of them is a boat captain who goes around the boat. The Russians drive up and down the bridge with boats to check for explosives 2-3 times a day. So the Russians never figured it out that there was explosives. And there's a rule, there's a channel where ships have to go under the bridge. You branch out, a Russian police and military boat approaches to see where you're going. So all these ideas that the Ukrainians had a boat or special forces, they just don't work in real life. You want to watch a show with Chris Hemsworth? It's on Netflix. It's not in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thomas, here's another thing. The reason why, for some of our audience who don't know, as you know, and we've made it pretty clear. So, I mean, I've been a big ATACMS fan. As CJ will tell you, I said ATACMS at Saki. I said it's obviously ATACMS, but people kept saying, well, no, they don't have it. I go, that's what they say they don't have. I mean, but they're under no obligation to share with you and me what they have, number one. Number two, the White House is quite aware that Putin has made up some more imaginary red lines, and ATACMS were one of them. Well, there's no, again, they're not under any legal contract not to give them. They gave them. Are they using them sparingly? Sure. But what a lot of people in the audience aren't aware, that is in Ukraine itself, you have people leaking a story of special operations for exactly the same reasons you said. Putin doesn't want to be forced to escalate the story, so he's going to take every excuse out of it. However, it's, as you see, you've heard of the New York Times, a senior unnamed Ukrainian official has told the New York Times this was a special forces operation, and everyone's like, yep, it must be special forces. So I'm glad that you explained it quite eruditely and cleanly, and that is that it's not in Ukraine's best interest or the United States to openly admit it's an ATACMS because there's no need to. The effect is the same. The Russians know what it is, and the Russians aren't forced to try to escalate because no one's admitting it's an ATACMS. Is that a fair assessment there?
It's exactly the right assessment. Everyone has an interest to deny the existence of ATACMS in Ukrainian hands. And I'm sure the Ukrainians have a lot more ATACMS than we know, but they will have to they have the Americans sign off on each target. So the Americans, before it's hit, know how to handle it with the Russians. So
Oh, no,
Someone
no. Finish your thought, Thomas, then I want to play devil's advocate here.
So the thing is that we are not being told because we don't need to know. And the Russians, as long as it's not in the public, the Russians don't have to react. Both sides can make this dance. The Americans, we never delivered Ukrainians ATACMS, and the Russians, we were never hit by ATACMS. No red line has been crossed. Privately, the Russians are fuming and the Americans are laughing. Publicly, we are in a dance of denial, and no one is going to break this. And at some point, Ukraine's chief of staff will say, yes, okay, it was missiles. Or someone will be like, yeah, it was ATACMS, but it's not. When the red line has passed, when that moment of a risk of escalation has passed, someone will admit it. We don't need to know, but we know because we can look at the damage caused by the ATACMS. So we know. And since we are not government officials, nobody really believes us, and we're not being cited in the New York Times or in the Washington Post, which are both wrong, because they go with the official stuff, because they're newspapers of record that basically repeat blah 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 bullshit.
That's a generous assessment of the New York Times lately, but yes, paper of record.
Yeah, they said the bridge is undamaged yesterday, and I was like, the bridge is undamaged. Okay, New York Times has basically a different reality they live in, but can't help them.
So then, can we? Sorry, CJ, just I'm gonna last question here. So interesting. So it could have very well been instigated by, the Russians with their increased nuclear gibberish talk, and being silly, and maybe this was the West making it clear that there will be consequences for your dumb behavior. But when it happened, and because you do speak German, and I'm curious your take on it. About the same time, and we have not established if it was just a few minutes later or a few minutes before, the German rail system had some form of failure. What do you know anything about that? Could this have been the reason for or a result of the ATACMS strike on the Kerch? Or if you don't know, that's fine too. I'm just curious if you were tracking the German rail kerfuffle in and around the same time.
Axel has to say something about that, and I think he and I will agree that this was coincidence, but it was sabotaged by the Russians. Axel?
100%.
It was
sabotage,
but
it was sabotage, but I think it is coincidence. I agree. We would have wished for that this would have signaled good working collaboration between our friends of the BND and the Americans, but I'm quite sure that the Ukrainians had planned their operation beforehand. We discussed it yesterday in the evening briefly with Chuck Farah, and he believed also that this operation has been planned very, very well, methodically, and most likely without any impact by current events, albeit that I don't know, of course.
Well, you know what? It could be. Let me posit this, Thomas and Axel. Maybe just as the Americans and the West were well aware of Russian plans on when they'd attack and what they would do, and as we know, Biden did something unusual. He said he gave all the intelligence as it was happening, or just the day before. So maybe it's the West having already known what Russia was going to do in Germany, some word of it, and they coincided the attack at the same time, because they pretty much happened at the same time. It happened at 5 a.m. Berlin time, and it happened at 6 a.m. or 6:03 Kerch Bridge time, if you want to call that a time zone. And I just think that part is interesting as well. It doesn't really change anything, but it could be, something interesting.
I have to say here my personal opinion: the Germans aren't that competent. the whole intelligence services are a shithole of crap and disaster.
No, but
So
the Americans could have figured it out and said, you know, to the Ukrainians, we think they're going to do some kind of infrastructure attack on some NATO nation. We have some chatter on the net. So, by the way, we were going to hit the Kerch anyway. Now's the time to do it. In fact, do it at the same time that we think they're going to hit another country. Do you see what I mean? It has nothing to do with Germany per se. That's something that, to me, could be.
That would mean that the Americans have given the attack camps to Ukraine. You didn't hear the denials from Washington, who always says the United States has not given attack camps to Ukraine. The United States here being the key word. So I doubt the Americans have the ability to influence the Ukrainians on that much.
Interesting, yeah.
We will not discuss it any further. Just let's go back to Ben Wallace is a hero. And so have you other questions? Questions?
Absolutely.
No, I mean, I just want to pick your brain here, Thomas, because this and play devil's advocate a bit, you know, in regards to bridge strikes. So we all know, and we've been following very closely, you know, the Antonovsky bridge strikes, right, which typically have been happening with a combination of at least, you know, M31 Gimlers and perhaps maybe some Excalibur in there at some point. And, you know, what I understand it is the specific mission, you know, that was given to the artillery in this task wasn't necessarily to destroy it, but to degrade it to the point where it was not very usable for the Russians. Also, it's important to know that Ukraine made this bridge. And so, you know, based on your own estimate, and I think everyone's estimate, the thought was, well, if there was going to be a strike on the Kerch Strait Bridge, if it were going to be ATACMS, it would take, you know, 4 to 6 missiles to do the job. And it's clear even if it was ATACMS, it wasn't that many. So how do you square or understand the difference between, you know, using M31s on it and the Antonovsky Bridge and this with ATACMS on this bridge? You know, how does that relate, would you say?
The thing is, I think the Ukrainians have 2 different strategies with bridges in Ukraine. In Kherson, they want the Russians to be able to bring in more personnel, but they don't want the Russians to bring in heavy weapons. The Antonovsky Bridge, you can still drive a truck over that. Novakharkova, you can still drive a truck over that. You can bring in personnel that gets killed and shredded by artillery. You drive a tank over it, then you probably don't have a bridge anymore. It will crumble under the weight of the tank. So the Ukrainians have a clear purpose for their artillery units. Make sure that the Russians are unable to bring tanks into Kherson, which could go on the offensive. At the same time, leave enough for the Russians to bring in personnel, which we can eliminate to basically pursue our strategy to kill Russians here, to reduce their personnel strength and create trouble inside Russia. With the Kerch Bridge, I was surprised they didn't hit the rail bridge first. Looking at the images that we got out of the Kerch Bridge, it's clear that's an ATACMS because you can see the little impact crater where the ATACMS hit the bridge, detonated the warhead, which then basically split the span in 2. And one part of the span was basically pushed eastwards. That's why further down the road, the second span broke off because the pressure was too much. And towards the west, the detonation that split the span of impact apart lifted that up, and then the next span also fell into the water. Pretty clear on ATACMS. My suspicion is the Ukrainians are testing the waters. One strike signals to Putin and the Russians, we have something that you can stop and we can make your life hell. I mean, the Russians have lots of ships in Sevastopol Bay at harbor, pier, anchored, which, I mean, an ATACMS has the warhead from the Harpoon anti-ship missile, improved and hardened, so you can hit hardened targets. But there's 3 kilo class submarines somewhere in Sevastopol harbor, and an ATACMS striking down could hit the one in the middle, and then the Russians have 3 submarines that are submarines forever in the middle of the harbor. So I think the Ukrainians were signaling to the Russians what they have, and that everything in Crimea is now at risk. The Russians still have 3 air bases in Crimea that are all in range now. The Russians have huge ammunition depots in Crimea where they take out the missiles they fire at Ukrainian cities. In range now, the Russians have some of the most modern frigates in Sevastopol harbor in range now. This was a strike to signal. If they would have hit it with like 3 missiles or 4 missiles, then the Russians couldn't have gone this truck bomb, no escalation, we don't gonna make a huge drama about it way. So the Ukrainians used 1. And if you look at the bridge span, they hit 1 span to leave a second one open for the Russians basically to flee. So they hit the span that goes from Russia to Ukraine, that's gone now, and left a span for the cars to leave Ukraine to Russia so that the people can flee. The railroad bridge, I would assume that the Ukrainians were just lucky with the fuel trucks, fuel tanks that were up there. I don't think that was planned.
Secondary effect, Thomas?
Well,
Yeah,
just because this is something that's come up a few times. We do have, and I have to pull up and put it in the nest perhaps, but we do know that there's been at least 1 Gimler strike on the Antonovsky Rail Bridge, or whatever the official rail bridge name is. And I'm sure John could pull that up pretty quickly, but we do know they have the capacities to time strikes. So it's a capability that definitely exists. You know, whether they expected that to happen or that was the intended end state, maybe something else, but we know it's certainly something that they can do and have done in the past.
And another factor we have to consider is the frequency of those fuel rail cars. They could be going every 15 minutes, once a day, but I suspect they're going quite frequently as well. I assume that's something you've thought of too, right, Thomas?
Then the Americans announced that they will send HIMARS to Ukraine. I put somewhere a joke on Twitter that said, soon we will see an Ukrainian operator hit a train with a GMLRS, because calculating GMLRS to coincide with trains is something that I know has been done and trained. So the Ukrainians certainly know, because the train goes that you observe it 3 times, you know its speed. It has to slow down in a curve, or it has to slow down when it has to go up a steep incline to reach a bridge over a sea.
Troubled water.
And yes, until you know, and then you know exactly how long your ATACMS will be in the air, or your GMLRS will be in the air, and then you can basically, thanks to the accuracy, you can basically kill the driver, or hit a tank that has fuel, or you hit the one carriage where there's the ammo. The Ukrainians didn't really bother to spend time with calculating that, because obviously they could just hit the Russians when they pulled with the trains in the stations and started unloading them, and then it was like train plus 200 Russian soldiers that were unloading all the stuff by hand. So you had some nice additional effects of getting 200 more dead Russians back to their families in Russia. So I think the train was an accident, a fortuitous one and a happy one. If I would be a Ukrainian commander, I would be like, this train was a pretty good idea that next time we hit the Kerch Bridge, we hit it when an ammunition train is passing, so Putin can say, smoking accident again.
Amazing. CJ, do you want to grab do you have another couple questions? Because why don't we try to round up the questions we've been getting the last 24 hours? I think that'd be great use of the time.
And Nick has a question. I don't know who Nick is, but he has been holding up his hand forever.
Oh, yes. I see it there. Nick, do you have a question about the Kerch Bridge?
Well, I was just thinking back to this, what Thomas was saying, and just makes a lot of sense that Putin is the one constantly looking for, excuses why he doesn't have to escalate. And I think that's a wonderful explanation. It makes a lot of sense. But since the Ukrainians started fighting back, certainly since the Moskva, we've seen Simonyan and her pals on the nightly comedy show. They're not sort of, pulling any punches about, the Ukrainians are fighting back with these big American supplied weapons, or at least in the case of the Moskva, they're fighting back, and they use words like war. So what is the relationship between what those people are saying on Russian TV and this idea, which I find attractive, that Putin is kind of, doing everything he can to avoid escalating.
Yeah, good question there. We're gonna have some other things. So yeah, so just before Thomas answers again, we it's very simple. This is the little kid who has the father holding him back. He's saying, "Let me at him, let me at him," but he doesn't really want to be let at him, and that's Putin's father pulling him back. Thomas?
The thing is that on TV, as you said, these are clowns. These are clowns. And they can't understand why all the lies they told their audience about over the years about the mighty Russian army and how everybody is afraid and how the world fears Russia aren't true. None of that is true. The world laughs at Russia. The Italian military is like, oh, we would love to fight the Russians. It would be such an easy victory now, after the Ukrainians have basically annihilated and decimated the Russian military. So these clowns, they want to escalate, but they don't understand the consequences. Because they think if we escalate, everybody in the West will just cover in fear and be afraid and do nothing, and mighty Russia will rule the world. You try to drop a nuclear weapon on some NATO country, and then you will see what happens to Russia. I mean, these
Thomas,
are just...
Thomas, Germany isn't. I mean, again, I know you're not German, perché sono italiano pure, però. But tell me something. In Germany, is there not some, military official, some chief of staff that's telling Scholz, "Hey, don't worry, we've seen them. They're really bad." Is that not going on anywhere? Like, come on.
Since the German army is the worst army in Europe, I don't think that the German army has the courage to tell Scholz that, because they know they would get beaten by the Russian army as it is right now.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
Gerhard Schröder came to power in 1997, and for 25 years, the Germans have underinvested in their army. Not invested in the personnel, but I don't think that there's any unit that is at full strength. No unit has... The Germans didn't buy the spares for their equipment. I mean, nothing works. There's 30 to 40% of the equipment is in working condition. Units that are sent to NATO exercises basically have to beg and borrow from other battalions enough equipment to kit out 2 companies so that they don't have to go to some exercise without machine guns, without ammo, without... Nothing works. I mean, the German army, I mean, you can't rely... If you have a German division next to you in combat, you better understand that that division is going to break after 3 minutes of attack at the moment, because there's just nothing there. The Germans are not really want to talk about it publicly, and the army is really, really happy to get 100 billion to fix the worst things. I mean, I saw an interview with the German chief of staff, and he was like, we can finally buy a backpack for every single soldier, because right now our soldiers had to share backpacks. We didn't have the money to buy 60,000 backpacks for our army units. I'm like, what the hell? So
perhaps Ukraine can sell them some used Russian backpacks.
Yes.
Them.
Yeah. So that's why the German military, I mean, it's a disaster zone. And I mean, if you look at their slogan, it's Schützen und helfen. It's like protecting and helping, and vermitteln. Vermitteln means basically like help discuss if you have trouble, and we find a solution. Let's compromise. It's like, what the hell? The military's job is to kill the enemy. End of story. So this is the Merkel. Schröder cut it down because he was an idiot, and Merkel was like, kumbaya, kumbaya. If we sell dictators Mercedes-Benz cars, everybody will be peaceful. That's so yes, I'm very, very, very critical of the Germans, because I understand the language, and I have seen how this army degraded from the second best NATO in 1990 to a clown joke.
Well, only you and Axel could say that. CJ, what do you want to do? Do you want to grab? I think James has a...
I know we have so many requests. It's truly a madhouse. But before you go, Thomas, I want to give John a chance to ask, because we've been talking with John offline, and he's been a great asset in coming up with basically different angles and hunting down sources and really getting to the bottom of this. He's a currently a student, but he's probably the smartest one here, studying physics, rocketry, and I'm trying to get him to join the Army maybe one day, because I know at least the long-range artillery force could use him. So, John, go ahead.
Thank you, CJ, and thank you, Thomas, for joining us at long last. I wanted to ask you, you already mentioned the observed presumed penetration in that one section of the road bridge that presumably would be the product of an ATACMS. I wanted to ask you, are the rest of the blast effects observed, through the various images and videos that have come out of the strike, the spray of molten steel and asphalt and concrete, the overpressure effects that we've observed, the deformations of, various different parts of the bridge. In your opinion, are these broadly, consistent with, a delayed fuse ATACMS strike compared to something like a vehicle-borne IED?
Yes, it looks. ATACMS, the warhead was designed to break through ship armor, detonate inside a ship, and separate the ship into halves. So this is an improved version that we have on the M57 ATACMS missiles. So the whole thing is like you have a bunker with an enemy command post or something, and that's why you use an ATACMS to smite it. The thing is that the detonation, the impact force, the spray of the hot asphalt that was likely burning and so on, and the shrapnel that flew around and set the tanks on fire it's all in line with an ATACMS strike. And that we don't see any pieces of the missile's rocket engine is because it's at the bottom of the sea. The Russians probably won't find any pieces either, because when the spans crumbled down, all what was on the spans just fell down into the sea. And the Kerch has some very strong currents, so I don't think that the Russians will ever be able to retrieve something from there. But from what I can see, these are clearly in line with an ATACMS strike, and a track bomb that somehow managed to produce a kinetic energy to punch through the asphalt, the concrete, and the steel of the road, and then detonate inside and rip apart the bridge is kind of like, that's not how in physics things work. So I have to discount that. And
yeah, someone tried
so,
saying there was a shaped charge in the back of the truck. I don't know.
Yeah, if you have a shaped charge, then you have to have the cover that is basically around surrounding it, and you have to have like a pressure cooker, gigantic. So there's been a 3 yards high pressure cooker turned over inside the truck full of explosives, and nobody noticed. Congratulations! It's a very logical explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that either. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I know it. I know that you're not just. I don't want to name these people that came to me with all these theories of a switchblade, of a submarine launched torpedo. Like, okay,
yeah.
submarine launched
I
torpedo.
actually got into it. I got into it with someone who was right once on one thing, and I shouldn't have. I don't think he likes me anymore, but he did like a 8,200 page thread about how we all know it's a vehicle-borne IED, and let's talk about what kind it was. I'm like, what are you even saying? So I'm glad you're here, Thomas. You restore my faith in humanity.
Thank you. What is James has a question? Let's just go all the questions. If people have questions, hit me with them, so we'll try to answer them quickly before I leave.
Sure, thanks. Very, very quickly, Thomas. You are the must-follow military analyst of the Ukraine war, and I love the photos from that Swiss lake. I'd like to find out where that is. So very quickly, the Grom 2, right? No one knows really what it's capable of. If it is operational, that is pretty likely to me to have been what hit the Saki airfield and the Kerch Bridge, given they've got very few of them, if it is even in theatre. And we know they have it, right? It's just a question of what stage it was. Thanks.
The thing is that Grim 2 is a ballistic missile. Ballistic missile comes in at an angle. M57 is not a ballistic missile. People don't understand that. M57 flies up, has an apogee, comes down, and then angles itself at 90 degrees to strike exactly from above. Saki was definitely a strike directly from above, and this vertical, you need to have the what's the English word, the steer, the command unit. So if GRIM was it, then the Ukrainians got from the Americans the command steering GPS units to install into their missiles. Would this be possible? Yes, it would be possible, but it's so much easier to just deliver some ATACMS and go with it. And one thing I want to say, since CJ said that the Russians are striking Zaporozhye, which is a nice, fun city where I have been right now, because between Zaporozhye and Donetsk, there's the area where the Ukrainians likely fired the missiles from the Saki and the Kerch Bridge. In Pavlograd is the GRIM factory. So if the Russians strike at Zaporozhye, it's because in the city between Donetsk and Zaporozhye, Pavlograd, we have the GRIM factory. But also, the first time we saw an ATACMS, and the first time we saw a HIMARS that was covering its pot, so nobody knows what is in there, because ATACMS pots are made to resemble a GMLRS pot. But if you know that there's a difference and you can spot it. So the Ukrainians drove around with some HIMARS where they covered up the pots. And the first time we spotted this was on the highway between Pavlograd and Zaporozhye. So whatever hit Saki, we can be sure the unit that steered it was of American origin. It was American production. The steering, the GPS, that's for sure. Installing that into a GRIM, I don't know if that the Americans are willing to do that and then risk that it falls in the Russian hands, because it's an untested system. It might fail, and the Russians might get their hands on this high-tech American steering system and electronic safety and fuse and all that stuff. So I doubt it was GRIM. I think it's an ATACMS, and I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians fired it from somewhere between Zaporozhye and Donetsk, and with HIMARS from the Americans. And every time we see a HIMARS that covers its rear, so nobody sees what's in the pot, I'm getting really, really interested. What is going to get hit next? Because obviously, if you have just some normal pots, you don't need to cover the rear. Everybody has seen those. Everybody knows what's inside, and they're closed really tight. There's no dirt coming in, so there's no need to hide it. And suddenly you start hiding it when you drive around on the roads where people take videos of your HIMARS.
There you have it. Oh, no, go ahead, Thomas.
I just wanted to say I can take the...
Yeah, we'll go to George as the last question, and then we'll wrap it up here. George, take it away.
Hey, Thomas, really quick. Would you say, I guess, right now with the bridge still operable for at least the Russians to leave, mainly civilians, right? And probably some of their army units, the smart ones. And you said that you're postulating that they left it open so that the Russians can retreat out of there because it would give Ukraine less of a headache. Would you say that the next strike using ATACMS might actually happen in Crimea itself to drive that exodus faster?
Since the rail bridge was not destroyed, I would assume the Russian logistics line, the only Russian logistic line by rail, comes from Kuban over the Kerch Bridge through Crimea, over the rail bridge at Sivash to Melitopol. So you can strike some depot in Crimea, you can strike some ships in Crimea, and Putin will say again it was a smoking accident, like on the Moskva, which was a kitchen fire. Or you can really make the Russian logistics life hell by blowing up the bridge in Sivash. So I don't know where the Ukrainians will strike next, but I think they will go for something that still will give Putin the excuse of saying, oh, it was a bird strike, it was an accidental flare that went off or something. So the desire to deny what it was will continue on both sides. So an ammunition depot in Crimea would be something that I would strike, or the Sivash Bridge, because nobody's going to dare film it when it happens, and so Putin can tell any kind of story he wants.
Gotcha.
Thomas,
I was
what
going to
about...
sorry, dude. I was just going to say, are you familiar with the Atacams brand cigarettes that we promote here? I know finance isn't here, but
it's
I have seen them.
You've seen them. Thank you for that, Thomas. Just food for thought. Maybe those Sochi, Putin's very small cottage near Sochi. That's anyway, just food for thought.
It's not in range yet, so the Ukrainians need to get a little bit into Crimea.
For sure.
But the better thing than to kill Putin is to do what Zelensky did. He was asked in an interview a few days ago, "Do you think Putin will survive this war?"
Yep.
And Zelensky was like, "I don't care. Who is that clown? Nobody will." Because if Putin has no respect anymore, why should the Russian elite keep him around?
It was a very good interview. He actually told the BBC journalists, "I don't care. It's almost not my problem. It's up to Russians. Goodbye."
It was very, very smart. So basically, the Americans should be doing the same. Who said that some politician was like, "We will talk to Russia after Putin is gone," and basically, it's like signaling to the Russians, and the sooner you get rid of him,
the better life is for everyone.
Yep. So in the ideal world, we get a coup in Moscow, and they line up Putin and all his crooks on the wall of the Kremlin and shoot them, and then to retreat with the Russian army back to Russia. But unlucky as we are, Putin will stay in power until next year, and we will have to continue delivering weapons to Ukraine. And the Ukrainians will just create a massive demand for Lada cars in Russia by killing all the Russians, and the wives are going to buy a car from the state because that's what they get.
Are you into music, Thomas, in the States?
I don't know much about American music.
Well, do you know what Lollapalooza is? You know what Lollapalooza is? Big music festival. We've called it Ladapalooza. Yeah, they're going to call it Ladapalooza in Russia. It's going to be a big old Lada party.
Oh, super.
So.
Anyway, guys, I think I should leave because at 7 I should be somewhere. And thank you for all the questions.
Of course, Thomas, thank you so much. In the 3 hours we talked, we covered so many topics. Everyone just, kept reaching out about how awesome it was to have you here. In fact, even 1 hour ago, BAE announced plans to perhaps restart M777 production. So perhaps they were listening to the space. And for everyone else listening, Thomas said another strike in Crimea would be coming soon. And lo and behold, about 20 minutes ago, there was a massive explosion north of Sevastopol. Could be ATACMS, could be a truck bomb. We'll have to wait and see. But the war continues, and we'll be here 24/7 until it ends. So, Thomas, can we hope to have you back in the near future just to talk more? It's incredible.
Let me just say something. North of Sevastopol, there is the fuel depots of the Russian Air Force. There's the main ammunition depot of the Russian Black Sea Fleet with all the Caliber missiles. And there's the Belbek Air Base and the Gvardiska Air Base. These were all on my list of where I would strike. So the Ukrainians basically, know what they do. They know what they do, and we should just trust them and just give them the tools to that they need to pursue a war that they are going to win.
Well, couldn't have said it better myself.
And
I will be back. Don't worry. Just I have to look with my time when I find the time.
Thomas, you're welcome anytime. I want to also, on behalf of all the moderators, thank CJ. He'd been talking about you. We actually didn't think you existed. We thought you were an AI Twitter handle. Like, Thomas needs to come here. He's amazing, and we love CJ. So we're thankful that he wasn't making you up. You're welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime. If you could, I'd love to. If you could just send me a DM, I wouldn't mind just asking a quick one. If you can find me here, it says Yehuda, because I think your DMs are rightfully closed. You'd probably be bothered with submarine stories and concrete magnets. So
No, I will quickly tell you that story. When the 2022 war began between Azerbaijan and Armenia, after 3 days, I said that Armenia is losing and it needs to surrender to save the life of its troops. And then Armenians started sending me corpses, DMs with rotting corpses, hundreds. And that's when my DMs got closed.
well, that's a good reason.
I'm not bothered by rotting corpses. It's just like, you try to find some message from a friend. And so I closed my DMs, and then they started calling up the office of the companies I work with and spammed them with rotten corpses. So there's certain things that why my DMs are closed and why my private and office emails and companies are never to be found anywhere publicly. So that's it. And if someone needs to send me a DM, the people I follow can send me a DM, write to example to Nuno or write to Yehuda, I follow you now, or write to CJ and tell them that they need to get in touch with someone. Sorry that I have you as a screen between me, but I have learned a lesson about dealing with crazes, and I'm not going to opening my DM ever again. Sorry.
Thanks so much, Thomas. And CJ, thank you for arranging it. It's honestly, let me tell you, Thomas, we get a lot of messages when we have guests. I think I've gotten about 60 saying, OMG, this guy is amazing. This guy is so, thank God you found him. Well, it's CJ found him. So thank you very much. We've got really positive, amazing feedback. So I do hope whenever you have time, even if you're driving on a long drive and you want to chat, we're here for you whenever. And thanks, CJ.
You're welcome, and thank you, CJ, for having me, because I mean, it was all his doing. I mean, he convinced me. He was telling me it's amazing. I have to agree with him now. It's amazing. Okay.
Thank you, Thomas. Have a good rest of your night, and we'll see you back soon. Thank you.
Yes, let's go celebrate the explosion in Sevastopol now.
Oh yeah, Thomas, just so you know, there's a big shortage in Europe. Guess what it is? There's
Germany?
Electricity? No, champagne. They're rationing champagne. Only 2 bottles per family.
Okay.
Church Bridge.
I don't drink alcohol. I can give my bottles to you guys. So no worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can have mine too. I don't drink either. So.
Perfect. All the best, guys. See you soon. Thanks.
See you, man. Conversation.
That's true. Now, sorry.
This is the thing, Yehuda, is that it's funny, right? Because we get a lot of our news here in the MriyaReport from OSINT, right, or open source intelligence, and it's an important thing to track human rights abuses, Russian troop movements. It's really a critical factor in the war. But sort of the issue with it, of course, is a whole industry has arisen from people trying to take advantage of reposting things from Telegram, or just giving weak analysis on Twitter outside of their field of expertise. And it's caused some very strange opinions about the war that, in my opinion, could be harmful. Because it's harmful because if you don't understand what's going on, then you can't properly, leverage your own country that you live in to give the proper aid. So getting the story right is important. And that's why, we're so happy to talk with Thomas today about European defense production, which is, right in his wheelhouse. And of course, artillery, which is also very much in his wheelhouse. I mean, what you may not see is behind the scenes. I'm in a group chat with him with a bunch of artillery experts who have served, even much longer than he did, which was only 8 years. And they still pale in comparison to his knowledge. It's like an encyclopedia of all things artillery from all across the world. And so people like that are pretty special, and we're just so happy to have them in the space. And thanks to everyone for the incredible questions too. I mean, it couldn't be possible without all the support of the listeners,
100%. The listeners is what make it real and why we're here. So thank you for being here. If you could retweet this space, let everyone know. We're going to go and dissect for the next couple hours at least all of the points that CJ took notes on, of course, that we just went through with Thomas. But no, all jokes aside, CJ's been talking for a while because we're going to get him. He's coming, and we're like, I gave up on it. But that was the best wait ever. And CJ, do you want to take some hands? Let's unpack it, as Sam Harris says.
Yeah, let's go to Auntie first. Auntie, I know you were very excited for Thomas. Do you have any follow-up questions at this time?
It's I'm still speechless of all the I took so many notes, and that was just it seems it was 3 hours, but it felt like 10 minutes. Really great to have him here finally, and now that we will now that he had a great experience as well, so it'll be even better the next time around when he's coming. So one thing I wanted, there's actually two things. One thing I wanted to know was that there was actually some information to suggest that quite a few of the ships of the Russian Black Sea Fleet had already left Sevastopol yesterday. So apparently they took the hint that their anchorage
they did that in Saki too. About 75% of the fixed wing aircraft left the peninsula, right?
Yeah. But the second thing was that CJ, man, I mean, unless you want to verify some stuff before you go into more detail, but I would love to hear more about the explosion that you mentioned.
So it is as of right now. So there's not much known. It's kind of in this stretch of land between Sevastopol and another town to the north there. A couple pictures have emerged. Definitely not a typical summer grass fire. Definitely some type of explosion. No word on what it's yet. I mean, John, you have your hand up. Do you have a little bit more information for us about this at this time?
Yeah, so at the moment, as far as I can tell, it's just one picture and a video from another angle. Something is burning. It's near the city of Yevpatoria, which is the largest city in the northwestern part of Crimea. So if you're looking at Crimea on a map, you'll notice that there's over on the western end of the peninsula, there's kind of this bulge, its own little peninsula off the peninsula, if you will. And then there's the city of Yevpatoria on the southern side of that little peninsula. So it's just to northwest of Saki, so about 100 something kilometers from Sevastopol.
Yeah, and so this area north of Sevastopol is critical because this is where a lot of the Russian war effort is centered in terms of its aircraft and air defenses. So, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, both Saki and Baalbek are north of Sevastopol too. Is that correct, John?
Yes, but the one thing I will note is that Yevpatoria is way far north of there. So if it's near Yevpatoria, then it's nowhere near Baalbek or any targets near Sevastopol.
Yeah, so we'll as soon as we get more details, Auntie, we'll let everyone know in the space. I mean, even if it was some type of missile or something like that, again, I don't think anyone thinks Ukraine has many of these, but everyone's sort of saying there might be more coming, especially as Russia tries to pour more troops in. Ukraine might try and speeden up the tempo of the operation in order to prevent more casualties on both sides, but really, of course, their own casualties first and foremost, and prevent more war crimes. So we could see, even more missile strikes in the coming days and weeks. But does that answer your question, Auntie?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And there was so much to unpack about Thomas's takes on the European and U.S. Defense industries and about armored vehicles and artillery and everything else, but there's more hands up behind me, so thank you so much, guys, and
thank you,
keep on rocking.
And another point there that we didn't mention just briefly, one of the other reasons, aside from the not having to admit a red line has been crossed for not sharing the ATACMS information, is Russia and Putin have BS their population for so long that they're so potent and their structures and their systems are so good. It's just a national embarrassment as well. In addition to the implications of escalation, it's just a big embarrassment for the Russians. CJ, I don't know who was next.
Well, I'd like to go to Konstantin because he's a Ukrainian war vet and also a great friend of the space, and also he worked a lot with artillery in the war previously. So I'd love to hear what Konstantin has to say.
Me too. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak. I unfortunately missed most of the interview because I was sleeping, and I'm really upset. And I was wondering if there was any discussion, and maybe we can, if there wasn't, maybe you can shed some light on it regarding Swedish archers, SPGs. Was there any news or anything related to that? If they're going to be given to Ukraine eventually, or is it just a rumor?
Not the latter. Not the latter was discussed, but we discussed briefly his position on the archers, that they tend to be viewed as very, very good, but not battle tested. And he suggested that the Swedes should definitely release them into the battlefield because it's essentially a shop window, and it would test the system. And if the Swedes want to sell it, this is the best place in the world to actually bring it, not just for the moral purposes, of course, those included. And no, the news from Sweden is not yet confirmed. The rumors have been there the whole day, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
But we did ask the question.
Yeah, that was a great session. I'm already getting requests of, when's this going on Spotify? No more Yehuda. We want CJ doing most of these from now on. Thanks, CJ. You just got me out of a job. You got me out of. I just got fired from a volunteer job by CJ. Can you imagine? Let's go to Chris.
Hi, gents. CJ, absolutely fantastic. Thanks for organising that. It was just absolutely riveting. I was glad to hear that that the Grim had a bit of a shot, so I was pleased about that. What was the thought? He's basically saying, yeah, there's no chance of getting the Leopards released. But what was he basically saying about the Abrams? He seemed to have some sort of angle on the Abrams, that we could maybe get them released.
I think what the point he's trying to get across, which is the same way for artillery and other sort of major key weapon systems, was that regardless of the supplies of these certain vehicles that NATO or any country has, the important part is basically someone has to lead the way in that sort of section of combined arms, whether it is the U.S. giving M777s and then other countries following suit, France giving the Caesars and other countries following suit with self-propelled guns. Someone basically just needs to take the lead on tanks, because as of right now, of course, Ukraine is using the 440 captured Russian tanks very well. They're also using between 200 and 400 T-72s from Poland and North Macedonia and other countries that used them previously. But if someone were to just take that first step with main battle tanks that are more modern, then that could follow suit as well. And just saying, the U.S. has about 500 of these. They should do it, and I think that's definitely a great option as well. So we don't have to wait for Germany or some other country that might be a little bit slower to do it. So that was really the point with Abrams there.
Okay, thanks.
Nuno is next.
Yeah, so just to reinforce what CJ was saying, I believe, to Thomas' point, I believe that the only way for the tanks to be given will be by the US using their stocks to give the tanks, and then other countries will follow suit, especially Germany, right? There's, as Thomas was pointed out, there's significant political pressure that needs to be had so that Germany steps up with the tanks, because no one else has really the reserves for those tanks, has really the stocks to give.
Yes, that's exactly it. That's the tragedy, but fortunately we know who can solve it.
Yeah, no, the Americans could pressure. I mean, by just showing up, they'll end up pressuring them. So, yeah, no, Oh, by the way, if you're in the speakers channel and you don't have your hand up, we're just going to knock you down to listener for a bit. There are a lot of people that are trying to get into the space. Hope you don't mind, gentle people. It's nothing personal. I just can't add anyone. I don't think you can either. I can add, but there's no space. CJ, if you don't have the ability, that's fine. I'm going to bring up people. Why don't you take the con there, and I'll manage the list.
Yeah, control for me is a little bit on and off. Typically, this happens when we have so many people. I mean, we had about 1,700 people in the space, which is great. It's a little bit more than normal, so we appreciate everyone listening in. And then when we have so many requests as well, it gets a little bit difficult. They either all appear at once or disappear. So, Twitter Spaces is still in its beta form. So with that, we'll go to Polsky. I know you're trying to get up earlier. We apologize. It was just we're having some technical problems on our end.
That's all right. Thank you. So I'll try to make this as clear and easy as possible, and then let go so other people can get in, because I'm sure they've all been incredibly patient. So a little bit of a preface. Back in the day, I used to be very much involved in a certain level of government policy in Canada. And when the peace dividend came, we saw what happened to the Canadian military as for units and material and spending. And then, of course, things changed and spending started going up again. And so now we're looking at another part of the cycle here where Ukraine is being gifted and or spending and buying material and weapons that some cases have been tested, other cases haven't been tested. But more importantly, all of Central and Eastern Europe is on a massive spending spree for weapons systems. My question is really simple. Where in the wave are we for weapons manufacturers in Europe if they're looking a little bit beyond the end of this conflict? Surely if Poland, for example, wants to get tanks and they're giving away their old ones to Ukraine, those are orders. And you could multiply that by every single country and every single weapon system. And I'm wondering what your guys' thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Well, I can't speak for the European side, but what I will say is, in terms of artillery production and others, sort of other types of production, there is a sort of a problem looming, obviously, in the short term and the long term. The problem now, of course, is that Ukraine is using, a lot of NATO artillery and equipment, never more than 10% of it, basically all of NATO's equipment. So it's not, going to reach a critical mass. There's a line of thinking in Russian propaganda that, basically NATO will have no more ability to conduct war after this. And that's quite silly due to the fact that, both the U.S. Air Force, Marines, and, all pretty much the number of just fighters and sort of other different types of equipment that has not even seen the light of day in Ukraine that still is available dwarfs the Russian capabilities 10 to 1. So that's not necessarily a problem. But the issue moving forward, of course, is with Sweden and Finland, joining NATO very soon. Again, there's only 2 countries left. And then perhaps with Ukraine itself joining NATO sometime in the near future, there's going to be a market that develops for more NATO standardization. Obviously, Sweden and Finland are already standardized to a large extent, but in Eastern Europe, some of the countries that were technically NATO standardized, they still gave up a lot of their Soviet legacy tanks and Soviet legacy artillery to Ukraine, leaving a niche there as well. So basically, there is a large amount of equipment that needs to be backfilled, whether it be to Ukraine, Sweden, Finland, or Eastern Europe, or just, to backfill other countries that have given items. So that's sort of what I would tee up someone else to explain how Europe is going to solve this issue. We know the U.S., not only perhaps resuming 777 production, but increasing domestic production of missiles, vehicles, and a bunch of other pieces of kit is happening. So I would have to turn over to my European friends to explain how they're going to fill this pretty massive hole that is developing over time.
Maybe
so if I can, CJ, real quick.
Go right ahead.
I think there's various avenues. First of all, there's the key focus that Thomas talked about, which is political will, right? There's Europe has an issue not exactly with capacity to produce, but the political will to invest the necessary money to produce. Now, there's the ability to ramp up production in a number of items, and some of them are really being ramped up. For instance, the French have ramped up production of the Caesar. That's one item. I know Nexter got an order by the French government to basically ramp up production to 300 a year, and to present the plans for that. Now, there's this situation, but I mean, short term, there's two different realities. Short term, you have to refill stocks, right? Much of the West, not only the US, but much of the West gave up on industrial warfare because we've been involved in counterinsurgency operations for over 20 years. And now that industrial warfare is basically back on the table, we are falling short in critical stocks like ammunition, artillery ammunition, missiles, that kind of stuff. The big items, the tanks, self-propelled guns, and whatnot. So there's an ample road to be done immediately with refilling stocks. There'll be some joint procurement of stocks, which mostly at, for instance, EU level, that will facilitate acquisition of stocks by smaller countries, right? And I'll give you a concrete example of this. For instance, Portugal. Portugal has 40-ish Leopard 2A6s. We have a problem with ammunition because the ammunition makers only sell 50,000 rounds of ammunition per lot. 50,000 rounds, it's more than 1,000 rounds per tank. We'd waste some of them. So we divested that. What happens now is, for a country such as us, it's important that there's a joint acquisition program at EU level, because let's say EU buys centrally a million rounds, and we pay for the 20,000 we want, or the 30,000 we want. The same goes for Czechia. The same goes for other smaller or smallish members of the European Union. This is one. There's an effort also at EU level that needs to be massively ramped up to force governments to invest, because national governments will hide behind the United States of America, will hide behind the French, will hide behind even the British that are not in the European Union, not to invest. That needs to stop. And we'll hide behind Poland, that is really investing, and some of the others in the East, in the Baltic, are really investing. And long term, we have to get our heads around that in Europe, we need to standardize our own weapons and acquisitions programs to make it work for everyone. And this is something we can only do if we get past the national rivalries in the national industry issues. Because as Thomas pointed out, the only industrial capacity that we have, the only country that has industrial capacity ramped up and operating at capacity is the Italian Navy. The naval shipyards at the Livorno, which have been really, people discount the Italian Navy. They should go look at their program. It's amazing. So there's short-term problems and there's mid-term problems. Mid-term problems require a much broader approach, because I believe industrial warfare is back, and this is just the first interaction of this.
Good points. So we've lost some hands. I will bring up some more people, and actually, I'm not sure here. CJ, did you want to grab that? I think Paul had a question.
Yeah, because I'm about to have to head off. I know Axel's going to replace me here, thankfully. But Dr. Paul, please go ahead, because I know it's probably, hopefully, artillery related.
Yeah, CJ, I followed up on my text question. So, this is absolutely like my key area of focus is like trying to assess like, are the United States and allies on a wartime footing, and how long is that going to take? And I can just unfortunately be the bearer of bad news of how slow this is taking. We're like literally in the first inning. I would note that DoD is setting aside funds to help allies build new ammunition manufacturing plants and help increase capacity outside the United States. I found that very intriguing and interesting. But as I said before, the armaments like consortium is what I call it, which just had its first meeting on this topic. It's kind of aligning on that overall strategy. Again, it's not being disclosed what those details are. We do know that long range rocket artillery is like the number one priority, but yeah, it's very disappointing. I would say this: Germany is a good proxy for this to watch how much of a war footing we're on, like broadly speaking. Rheinmetall, prior to the war, they were only operating their ammunition plants 3 to 4 months per year. They did receive one order of $88 million for 155 millimeter artillery ammunition from a NATO customer. But that's nothing. And so they have like their next like investor call in November. And the key thing to watch out for is like, are they going to disclose it? Is there more orders coming this year and et cetera? What's interesting about the Germans is, this $100 billion special fund, it's going to be very back weighted towards like 2027 on how the Germans are going to spend that. So to me, no, it's going to be a slow process. And, Poland is like kind of the antithesis of this. Poland is definitely moving with urgency as fast as possible to, build up a massive army and, HIMARS, tanks, helicopters and things like that. But for the rest of Europe, it's moving at a slow pace. I mean, frankly, I'm disappointed. My thought was in March of this year, 2 weeks after the war started, that everybody would have kind of had a rude awakening on, Europeans' anemic defense spending. They are waking up to it. There are changes being made, but unfortunately, it's a very slow, methodical spending increase process, and that's going to occur over years. And Canada is included in this. They're going to increase defense spending quite a bit, but again, it's going to occur over like a decade. So I hope that changes. It needs to kind of happen now, sooner and faster. But we are seeing very positive signs, like CJ said. The M777 manufacturer is thinking about restarting its manufacturing, things like that. So we are seeing a lot of things like that. But again, nothing is like on and off about this. It's a very transitional, persistent, long-term thing to get these things going and actually, sustain and build these things. So, good news that everyone's kind of waking, but it's unfortunately not as fast as I was hoping. But Yehuda made a good point earlier. If the time comes where it needs to get faster and get in gear, the United States is best to do that. And so I'm hoping we'll hear more good news soon.
No, I appreciate you just keeping track of it. Not only the strikes, Dr. Paul, but also all the funding that goes into it as well. We couldn't do it without you. So with that, everyone, I'm going to drop off. Thank you so much for coming to the interview today. And when Thomas comes back soon, hopefully with better news about what happened at Kirch, perhaps after another strike, we'll be sure to let you all know. Thank you.
Give CJ a big thank you and a wave, a cold wave, a hot wave, thumbs up, who knows. Thank you so much, CJ. And
I need to go too, man.
Okay,
So
I need to go 3.
See you guys.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Obrigado.
De nada, my friend.
Yeah, you too. Let's talk soon. And I'm going to bring up some more people, and Axel's going to get in the co-host position. And
Yep.
maybe John Ridge, I think, because we can get him back up. He wasn't saying anything, but now he is, hopefully. Yeah, it's amazing. It's these are just facts. We're not talking. I know a lot of people for some reason seem to really. I was shocked at how committed some people felt to get into about whether this was a IED or an explosive device from a special forces team or an attack comes. But apparently, it riled people up, and it's always good for debate. But the key points are. What are the effects of this? What does it mean? What will the Russians do next? Will they do anything next? What will the Ukrainians do next? What will Russians in Crimea do? Are they heading for the hills? Is it time to leave their stolen homes that they paid $3,000 to $4,000 for? Who knows? And we'll discuss all that and more on the Maria Report. Dan.
Was it either Dan in question?
I only see the first three letters, so if it's
Okay,
Daniela or
yeah, well,
Daniello, I don't know.
no, I'm up, so I'll just ask the question real fast. Actually, everyone I wanted to talk to just stepped down, but did anybody discuss the current situation in Kherson? The last thing I've read about the situation there is that the Russians have brought up enough artillery to at least temporarily stall the Ukrainian advance. Does anybody have an informed opinion about whether that the Ukrainians have enough firepower now to just conclusively win that counter battery fight and add a massive downgrading of the Russians' artillery capability to the overall victory? Hopefully that made sense. Thank you.
And John, can you pop up here too?
I'm here.
No, can you pop up to the co-host?
Oh yeah. Just
Yeah,
saying it.
it's all.
Thanks.
It's arranged.
Thanks.
Just drop. Yeah, and Dan, as to the informed opinion, we just discussed it a little bit with Thomas Tyler. The capacity on the Ukrainian side in terms of both short, mid, and long-range artillery is there. Do they have enough ammunition? It seems to be the case, yes. Did they recapture a lot of 152s recently? Absolutely. Some of this ammunition, as we have understood or led to understand, has been taken in, has been tested, has been checked, and therefore is now readily available even for the older artillery equipment they have at hand, meaning the non-Western equipment. The deliveries for M777s, as well as for the howitzers and the Caesars, have been stable. If you were to check, for example, the homepage of the German deliveries, by the way, you can see that every week ammunition is being delivered for various bits and pieces, but yet again, delivery for the Panzerhaubitze 2000 has been out, both from the Dutch as well as the Germans, respectively. The release of ammunition, which, by the way, is an interesting piece, because there was a third-party export release of Panzerhaubitze 2000 ammunition. So this is essentially the first time that for heavy equipment, the German ministry did provide a third-party re-export license. So there's hope, yes. John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Axel. I believe, I could have this reversed, but I believe the order is Jens, then Johans. Jens, please take us away.
Yeah. The panel cleared before I got up, but I think I was trying, I don't know if I wanted to ask a question or make a point, but it just seemed to me when I heard Thomas talk about 500 tanks, it reminded me of like a thought I made before, that basically it goes like this. Ukraine had to start the counteroffensive this year. And in order for them to start the counteroffensive, they had to win the artillery battle. So I thought that the kind of infrastructure you need to channel 500 tanks into Ukraine, I don't know if they were able to channel all the Crabs, the HIMARS, the 777s, everything in also. 2 months ago, we heard Zelensky talk about the artillery battle, one Ukrainian versus 10 or 20 Russian pieces. So I sometimes, although there's no love lost between me and Scholz, but sometimes I think we are in the situation we are, which means that maybe Ukraine had to launch the counteroffensive without tanks, simply because they had to win the artillery battle. Yesterday we saw a HIMARS. They had these mission markings. They had like 70 skulls on it, where I thought, if you had to choose between 4 HIMARS and 4 Abrahams, the logic seems to be you have to go for the HIMARS, right? So I think maybe that, although I share the frustration, I think maybe we are where we are, which is a nonsense statement.
Jens, to that point, one thing to consider is that, quite a lot of armor of main battle tanks have actually been delivered during that period. I believe the number that I've seen referenced is roughly 800 to 1,000 units of main battle tanks of Soviet / Russian origin, so mainly T-72s and the like, have been delivered from the inventories and stockpiles of Eastern NATO members, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Romania, to name but a few. And so we were able to deliver all of that at more or less the same time that we were delivering HIMARS and M270s. At the same time, we were delivering Gimlers, M777s, all these other towed and self-propelled artillery pieces and their associated ammunition. So the logistical throughput to deliver armor certainly exists. I presume that you were referring to, armor of Western origin specifically, and obviously that will have an inherently longer lead time due to the need to arrange training and establish a proper logistical network to support different needs in terms of fuel, spare parts, ammunition, etc. But we definitely the logistical capacity exists to supply armor in quantity is the point I'm trying to get at.
But will you say it would? I mean, it seems like while Zelensky was saying we need artillery pieces and artillery pieces, he was amassing this very impressive counteroffensive army. Would you say that it was possible to have built up that army so quickly compared to, to do both, build up a great tank army and also build up the artillery army?
Well, you can do both at the same time to some extent. Obviously, there is prioritization to be done in terms of immediate need, in terms of in terms of the total mass of equipment being sent. What percentage are artillery pieces and shells versus main battle tanks and other APCs, infantry fighting vehicles, etc. There's prioritization to be made there, but clearly we have been able to deliver both of those simultaneously. I suspect that the particular balance has been fine-tuned to meet Ukraine's immediate needs, because in the beginning, in the opening weeks, during while Kyiv was under threat, and during the opening phase of the Russian offensive in Donbass, there was the immediate need was for artillery to halt the Russian advance. The immediate short-term concern wasn't large-scale counteroffensives per se, but checking the Russian advance, and then from there laying the stage for future counteroffensives. And so far it's worked. That's kind of the whole thing to consider, is thus far it has worked quite successfully. The Ukrainian breakthrough in Kharkiv and the success of that offensive operation was due in very large part, as Malcolm Nance has said on this space before, due to the presence of large amounts of Ukrainian armor, APCs and IFVs. Again, with the exception of some M113s and some Western provided MRAPs, all of those main battle tanks, most of those APCs and IFVs were of Soviet pattern, Soviet origin, and they were still able to effectively execute there. Am I getting to the crux of your question?
Yeah, I think maybe just I'm trying to, come up with excuses so I can really bear my frustrations over Schultz. Thank you.
I mean, if you want something to be frustrated about, there's only a limited quantity of, again, Soviet model manned battle tanks that NATO physically has access to that we can deliver. At some point, the supply of that will run out, and the problem then becomes, we need to be ready, from that point to immediately be able to step in and begin providing, either Leopards, Leclercs, Abrams, Challengers, etc. K2s. The list goes on.
Yeah, I just fear that Schultz is a product of the SPD that has the role model, whatever he's doing in Moscow. But thank you.
Thank you, Jens, and I won't pontificate and pretend that I have any particular understanding of the history and interworkings of the SPD. I'll leave that to Axel if he so chooses. In that case, Johannes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I've got a short question, and that's I saw these horrible pictures coming out of Zaporizhia, which last night, I guess, in retaliation for the Kerch Bridge explosion, has been hit by 12 cruise missiles. And when I have been listening in the space here in the last few days, I heard like several times that Ukrainian air defense has actually improved quite a bit. And so I wonder, I mean, how is it that they still cannot intercept these missiles, or maybe they have intercepted some of them, and only some of them did hit the city? Because I think it's extremely important for Ukraine to be able to really protect its civilians against these terrorist attacks. So I just wonder how successful is it? What is the difficulty, and is there still room to improve it?
So one thing that is important to consider in regards to interception rates, for these standoff munitions, these cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, is Ukraine has an enormously effective integrated air defense system. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's arguably the most complex, advanced, and sophisticated air defense network that's ever been created. It certainly, probably exceeds anything the North Vietnamese created during the Vietnam War. It certainly exceeds anything the Serbians created during the Yugoslav wars. It is phenomenally sophisticated, and it has been extremely successful. I've seen, regularly speaking, interception rates of 80 to 100%. In terms of these air launched cruise missiles, KH-22s, 55s, and caliber cruise missiles. But the caveat to that is the interception rate, as a percentage of the targets that you're trying to intercept, it isn't necessarily constant as the number of targets that you're trying to intercept increases. So, for example, just because you can, intercept, say, 90% of 5 targets, if you're trying to, track and destroy 5 targets, that doesn't necessarily, once you reach a certain point, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can intercept 90% of 50 targets, because of the way that, these systems work. And this is also true of, any American or NATO standard air defense system, like Patriot or NASAMS, etc. They can only the radars and such can only physically track, a certain number of targets simultaneously. The command posts can only simultaneously calculate firing solutions for the various different launchers for so many targets simultaneously, etc. So the point that I'm trying to get at is when you're facing what are known as saturation attacks, which is usually the textbook way to overwhelm a hostile air defense network, is to just fires and launch as many munitions as you can in hopes of overwhelming the system. If the Russians are launching, these, saturation attack with, say 30 cruise missiles at once, it is just inherently more difficult for Ukraine to intercept, 80% of them than it would be if they were only attempting to intercept, 5 or 6 cruise missiles. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that sounds clear now. It's just like, I mean, the Russians, they still have kind of an unlimited number of missiles to fire at Ukrainians, you think, or is it? I mean, didn't we say that? Well, they are actually bleeding out and running out of munition and missiles at some point. So I just wonder. I mean, if they still have the power to launch such a massive, totally senseless attack, totally senseless terror attack. How many more can they launch? I mean, I'm ranting. But you understand what my point is. I mean, do they still have unlimited supplies for these kinds of terror attacks?
So, to be direct, no, they don't. Russia has never had an unlimited inventory of standoff munitions, be it air-launched cruise missiles, sea-launched cruise missiles, ground-launched cruise missiles, or ballistic missiles. They have never had a unlimited inventory of any of these weapon systems. All of the reports that have come out from, kind of open source intelligence, as well as from the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian defense intelligence, as well as Western intelligence agencies, they've all, pretty consistently indicated that the Russians, for the most part, as best we can tell, have burned through. They've expended most of their inventory of these standoff munitions, and they are experiencing severe shortage of. Experiencing severe shortage of them. Because they went into this with not very many, all things considered, compared to the United States. In terms of the number that they had in hand at the start of the invasion, their production rate for them, again, pre-invasion wasn't particularly fantastic either. And, their ability to produce them going forward now has been seriously hampered by the application of, sanctions from, Western nations, from the EU, from the United States, etc. All of these weapon systems need, electronic components, semiconductors, chips, etc. Very specialized pieces of electronics to go into the guidance system and the avionics and the control systems for these missiles. And if they don't have those, they can't manufacture these missiles. So to cut a long answer short, they are definitely running out. The question is, how many do they actually have left currently, which, that may be known to, Western intelligence, but that number is certainly not out in the public sources. I suspect that, we won't see them be able to maintain or to sustain large scale saturation attacks with, cruise missiles or ballistic missiles for particularly long if they do resort to that against, civilian targets or civilian infrastructure, particularly energy infrastructure. I'm skeptical of their ability to sustain saturation attacks for particularly long. The only really thing of note beyond that would be the fact that they have been using S-300 surface-to-air missile systems in a land attack role. They likely have a substantially larger inventory of those than they do of their more conventional standoff munitions, because they built S-300s and their associated missiles like madmen during the days of the Soviet Union. But again, they're incredibly inaccurate. There is no military value from these strikes. The Russians gain absolutely nothing from them in terms of affecting the course of the war. It's at the end of the day, it's just more Ukrainian civilian lives lost for essentially no Russian gain, which is what's so awful about it. But it doesn't really affect the scope of the war beyond being a moral and humanitarian atrocity.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, I just wonder whether this is is an act. I mean, whether this has maybe been ordered by Putin personally out of sheer malice. And also there was yesterday, I think there was a statement by a member of the Duma who is kind of the great grandson of Leo Tolstoy, who also kind of called for bombing back all of Ukraine back into the 18th century. So this is openly advocated in Ukraine, in Russia, of course, not in Ukraine. So I'm just speculating whether this was just really ordered by Putin out of pure malice, or it was done to satisfy the hawks. And well, maybe then we'll see that in retaliation in every kind of Ukrainian in response to any Ukrainian success in the future still. And yeah, because there are still these hawks which probably just demand this kind of action. But yeah, thanks a lot, and yeah, I'm finished. I'm finished.
As a final comment to that, and then we will move on to other hands. I'll just say that Putin is fully complicit in the war crimes and crimes against humanity and the genocide that is perpetrated by the Russian armed forces, by Rosgvardia, by Wagner, and by the other agencies and apparatus of the Russian state. They are he is fully complicit and fully responsible, regardless of whether or not he personally gives the order, for a specific bombing to be carried out, or if that authority, is delegated to his subordinates, in the Russian Air Force or whatever relevant body. He is still fully responsible, complicit, and guilty for their actions as his subordinates. And he has been doing this since February 24th. Since before February 24th, during the prior 8 years of war between Russia and Ukraine. MH17 would not have been shot down without authority delegated, to local Russian commanders like Igor Girkin. And this is the exact behavior that we saw in Syria, bombing of Aleppo, and other populated centers, and the exact same thing we saw in Chechnya. It's senseless and horrific, but at the end of the day, there is no military value to it. This affects nothing about the Ukrainian war effort. This will not in any way help Russia avert their looming defeat. And with that, I will hand it over to Jules. Jules, mic check. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
We can barely hear you. You have a lot of background noise, and you're very quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, can you hear us now? Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask on behalf of ZSU Power, they're like a ZSU account, if anybody knows of some American or Canadian-based aid organizations that are helping with like getting food and other humanitarian aid to civilians. They're asking me, so I told them I would ask over MriyaReport if anybody knows of any organizations like that.
So I can't speak to organizations that do that specifically. What I will say is here at MriyaReport, we obviously endorse and support and recommend that everybody consider making a donation, if you are financially able, to Maria Aid. It is a registered charity in up in Canada that provides a number of critical pieces of service and equipment to the Ukrainian armed forces and to Ukrainian civilians near the front line. So ballistic vests, optics, thermal optics, drones and other types of UAVs, medical equipment. And other critical supplies such as these. The work that they do has saved many a life in Ukraine. It genuinely does help save the lives of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. So I would encourage if anybody's interested in making a contribution to helping Ukraine to consider donating to MriyaAid. With that, let us go to, I believe, Nafo Troll.
Hello, everybody. I want to say about the tanks. Poland could donate tanks, a huge amount of tanks, like 400, 200 T-72 plus 200 German Leopards, but need some exchange with some other country to get some another type of tanks. They had agreement with Germans for like a newer Leopard type, and after they get another offer from USA, but they didn't get it. That's all what I want to say. So that's an option.
So just as a brief point on that, my understanding is that Poland has already transferred the majority, if not all, of its T-72s.
No, half.
They've only. Are you saying they've only transferred half of their inventory?
Yes, they have 200 T-72, a little bit modern tanks. And they have also old tanks, old Leopards from Germany, also approximately 200. But they had a deal with German government to exchange for Leopards, right? But yeah, that was some small kind of mistake.
So I would point out that if my memory is correct and I'm correctly remembering these numbers, Poland had about 300 to 400 T-72s in inventory, and I think potentially another 100 in very poor condition. I just double checked my numbers. Most of those were in fact sent. At least around 250 of them have confirmed to be sent to Ukraine. So I'd suspect that most or all of those of that number has been sent, and I believe a large quantity, again, most if not all of the PT-91 Twardys have also been sent, according to the numbers I've seen. And regarding the Leopard 2s, they can't export those to Ukraine without re-export authorization from the German government. So even if Poland wants to send those, they need Scholz's approval essentially to do that. And as it currently stands, he is not going to do that for reasons that have already been discussed previously. Barring some change or intervention, potentially from the United States, to see this done, or potentially an internal German domestic political change.
Yeah, as I know, government has some tanks left. The army, Polish army, has some tanks in stock, but it needs some exchange.
Well, thank you for the question. I'm not sure there's anything more that I can add to that. So unless anybody else has something like to contribute on that specific point, I will go ahead and hand it over to Shovel Girl.
Okay, thanks.
Mic check.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. My question kind of springboards off Johan's. So this whole war has been a crash course for me and probably a lot of other people in terms of weapons and abbreviations of things. My concern more recently, as we get a handle on like what Russians are capable of and what they have and what they don't have, is about also about the amount of weapons that they're basically lobbing at civilian infrastructure. Seems like they've got numbers for some time, but not the ability to actually target things very well. And so to me, that just seems like a disaster in terms of citizen infrastructure getting struck. Now, I was looking this past week, and apparently, as of the beginning of this month, Ukraine finally received NASAMS from the United States. And just a couple days ago, Germany has promised more air defense systems to Ukraine. What I'm wondering, like, what is the learning curve on these air defense systems? Like, how long does it take? And then how fast are they able to resupply the missiles they need to keep them staffed? I saw that Ukraine has like a really neat, I mean, they're just really good at putting whatever they have together and making it work. So they've got man pads everywhere. They have a warning system, but what they really need are these NASAM systems. So how fast will they be able to put this into place? And can you answer that, John?
So regarding NASAM, so a total of 8 systems have been ordered by the United States to be sent to Ukraine. Of those, 2 systems currently physically exist. They were the ones that they had their the announcement of those 2 systems was made well prior to the subsequent 6 systems. The subsequent 6 systems are going to be new builds, i.e., they will be freshly manufactured by Raytheon. The current timeline that we're looking at for NASAMS is that the either one or both of the original 2 NASAM systems that were announced, either one of those systems or potentially both of them should be in theater sometime in the next couple of weeks. And I believe it was a few weeks ago, it had been announced they would be in theater within 2 months. So we're probably, 2 weeks from that? The announcement was, I think, 2 weeks or so ago, if I'm remembering my dates correctly. So I would anticipate them arriving sometime within the next 4 weeks, potentially. The training curve for those, I've heard estimations, very, very rough back of the envelope estimations, given of around 5 to 6 months. So those 2 systems were announced quite a while ago, and the reason they're just now coming into theater is because we've spent the past, 6 months or so training the Ukrainian operators on, on the system. And so I would expect, based upon all these timelines, to see the 6 fresh build new systems to arrive sometime early next year. Similarly, I believe there should be at least 1 German IRIS-T system arriving in theater by the end of the month, and there should be a second system arriving sometime at the beginning of next year. And then I believe there's potentially going to be some more subsequent IRIS-T systems that will be delivered. And I haven't seen specific numbers for training times for IRIS-T, but I imagine it's probably fairly similar to what you would have for NASAMS. And in terms of the availability of munitions for NASAMS, it can launch standard U.S. Air-to-air missiles, essentially as surface-to-air missiles. So it can launch the Sidewinder and the AMRAAM. I have to imagine that we have a very, very large number of both of those weapon systems in inventory, because they are very ubiquitous in the U.S. Air Force. They are some of our most standard munitions in that regard. The AMRAAM ER, which would be the most high-performing missile that NASAMS can launch, I don't know what the production run is on those. Availability of those will be somewhat more limited, but I imagine that we can probably provide them in reasonable quantities. And then, unfortunately, I have no insight into the availability or inventory of the missile of the IRIS-T SL missiles for the IRIS-T system. But I anticipate that those systems will likely have a significant improvement in regards to protecting, depending on how the Ukrainians choose to deploy them, either protecting Ukrainian civilian population centers or protecting Ukrainian ground forces closer to the front line from Russian air assets.
Thank you so much. That was perfect, excellent, thorough answer. I wish we could get everything to them faster, but I know they're doing the best they can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question. With that, let's hand it back over to Jens. Jens, please go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, I just when this excellent segment with Thomas ended, we kind of brought up the whole Bridgegate grievances, whether you're a team Atacam or you're a team Truck Bomb. And I thought maybe I could build a bridge. Bada boom. What I mean is that Russia is dealing in absolutes, right? They are saying, no, you didn't sink a battleship. And then they go, oh, maybe it just sprung a leak, or maybe it was waves, or maybe it was a cigarette at an ammunition depot. So all the time, Russia, I don't know if they even care about their credibility, but they constantly have to change the story. So if we tonight see a truck bomb on the rail bridge, they'll have to figure out how to spin that. Meanwhile, Ukraine, I think it's fair to say that Zelensky is somewhat sophisticated when it comes to messaging. And they seem to be comfortable with ambiguity. So they don't have to go out and say, our missiles are better than your missiles. They're saying, maybe it was a seagull that flew into the bridge or whatever. And I think maybe because MriyaReport and social media is a 24-hour business, we kind of have we are spinning the wheels on these ambiguities, and we get very invested, and we are researching and we are watching videos. So maybe if we can deal with the ambiguities, maybe I think whether it was this or that, I mean, it's still a good thing that the Russians are scrambling. And imagine being a Russian soldier that has spent the last 8 months searching vehicles, and then he's going to get shot because he's going to be blamed because Russia deals in these distraction narratives because they can't back down from all the absolutes. That was just my point, and then I'll go eat.
Thank you very much, Jens. I mean, I'll just briefly say to your point. I mean, even if the Ukrainians, don't, even if they engage in some plausible deniability and don't officially claim responsibility, for a given strike, or even if they do, if they don't acknowledge the actual weapon system that was used to carry it out, that still has a devastating effect on Russian morale in any case, because although they may act fairly brainless on the battlefield, they aren't that stupid as to believe the Russian propaganda narrative that Saki was just a smoking accident, or that Moskva was just a kitchen fire that somehow made its way to all the munitions on board the ship, or that Saki was some kind of truck bomb. They aren't quite that brainless. So Ukraine can still achieve its strategic military objectives while simultaneously devastating Russian morale on the ground. All at the same time without having to claim official responsibility, or acknowledge the actual means used, and therefore deny the Kremlin the ability to escalate, either in terms of their internal domestic propaganda to sell the war as some sort of fight for Russia's survival, etc., or to engage in escalatory rhetoric with say the United States or other NATO members that are supplying various weapon systems.
Thank you. I'll drop down.
And with that, I'll hand it over to Trident.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, just a quick going back. The other speaker asked about an item that made me want to ask a question on Russians' use of missiles for apparently no strategic or tactical advantage other than to kill human beings. Um, we focus on how wasteful it is or how silly it is, and certainly how tragic it is. I wonder if we look at it another way. Is it almost a form of capitulation or a signal, if you will, that unless and otherwise, if they do not stop doing so, it's a leading indicator that they will never take this war seriously? It's a good thing to me, but I almost use that as a positive outside of the human tragedy. And until such time they take this war seriously and stop wasting those munitions, isn't this a signal that they're not prepared to win and that internally no decisions are being made in a tactical, strategic nature that would mean there's any serious attempt to change the way they've clearly been thinking wrongly about executing this war? And I'll go offline. You can take me back down here.
I mean, there obviously is, intent behind these seemingly random, missile strikes. Obviously some of them are going to be, directed at, what the Russians believe are targets of some military value, and then either it isn't actually a target of military value, or their, missile guidance and reliability and accuracy is just god awful, and they hit something else entirely. And then another, subset are going to be deliberate terror bombings, more or less. But even for those terror bombings, there is a specific intent. It's moronic, to be quite honest. They are trying to, bomb the Ukrainian population into submission, into, terrorize them, in hopes that they, will break their will to resist, their will to fight, which is simply not going to happen. It's delusional and it's absurd.
Okay, thank you.
Well, appreciate the question. Let's hand it over to Phil, and then we will go to Nick and Border after that. Phil, if you are speaking, you've unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Still cannot hear you, Phil, but we can see you're unmuting.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but you're kind of broken.
I can't hear you though. This is silly.
Phil, are you there? Can you hear me now?
I can hear. Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, we can
great.
hear you.
So I just had a couple more videos of Ukraine using precision artillery, like the Russian artillery systems, whether they're towed or self-propelled guns. And my question is, available. My question is, how many more of the more not advanced, but more artillery weapons are there for the Russians to use? Have been as well, all over the place. I just saw like 5 new videos. How many of those are out there? Are like all of those 6,000 the new 1950s stuff as well? Thank you very much.
So in terms of the Russian artillery park, the amount of artillery pieces they have in inventory, on paper they have a simply absurd number. It's kind of mind-boggling if you go and just look at some of the open source numbers for how many they claim to have in storage. It's genuinely obscene. That being said, most of them are older, I mean, the more recent systems are, as you mentioned, the Mista S, which is a self-propelled gun, and as well as the Mista B, which is the towed variant, essentially. Those are the most recent systems that were produced in any meaningful quantity. They're from the late 80s, early 90s. But they represent a minority of, the Russian artillery inventory. They have quite a few of them, but in terms on a percentage basis, it's relatively small. A lot of them are these older self-propelled pieces and these older towed pieces. And most of their MRLs as well are the older variants, or the older models, I should say. Phil, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, likewise, I can't hear Phil either. Phil, you want to cycle down and come back up? I'll send him an invite when he's back up.
Wonderful. So, Phil, if you can hear us down there, we'll try and get you cycled back up. But in the meantime, Nick, the mic is yours, my friend.
Yeah, I was just thinking this rather clever, cagey, not really revealing anything by Ukraine has an interesting side effect, that the more responsible media are left running stories along the lines of Crimea bridge collapses, which is the way the BBC handled it, because that's pretty much all we know. The bridge collapsed. And I guess that also, as we were talking about earlier, that also kind of releases the pressure on the Kremlin, because they can, if necessary, blame it on, shoddy concrete or something. So it seems to me that everyone apart from the news media benefits from this. The BBC has just come with a story saying Putin says it was Ukrainian, terrorist saboteurs. But I just find it interesting that the news the more conservative news organizations that only report what they can verify as fact, they can't even say Ukraine claims to have blown up the bridge, and it makes for a slightly strange messaging. And I guess it's difficult for us, perhaps, but those of us who are on social media and particularly on Twitter and war Twitter, and who know what's going on, merely find that amusing. But actually, a lot of people sitting at home are going, "Oh, that bridge collapsed. I wonder what happened." And I'm not sure if those people's opinions are all that important in the scheme of things, but they're probably quite numerous. So it's interesting to think about what public opinion and the general public out there thinks is going on, when, if they read, as I say, a traditional, more conservative news outlet that tends to print what they can verify, and all they're getting is the bridge collapse.
I mean, to your point, I think too. I don't want to make a hasty overgeneralization, but my line of thinking would be, or my suspicion or expectation would be, that a decent percentage of people, maybe even the majority of people, will see, the Kerch Bridge collapsed or was destroyed, and then they may briefly read into, what the cause was. Oh, it was a, vehicle-borne IED. Oh, it was a ballistic missile. Oh, it was, Israeli space lasers, mounted on a submarine, etc. Whatever, explanation you want to come up with, and they'll think, oh, that's interesting, and then they'll keep reading, something else. Even if the reporting, were to be accurate, and it's kind of like with Psaki, there was, intense interest throughout kind of the more typical media sphere, when it happened, and obviously it was, there were a variety of explanations put forward, and even if all of them had said, oh, it was definitely a ballistic missile, I don't think that would have kept, people's attention on that for overly long. regardless of whether or not that it's reported as a ballistic missile, special operations, loitering munitions. I'm not sure that will have any particular massive impact on, how long people are interested in that particular story for. In terms of the general public, anyways, that aren't, kind of fixated to, current events like we are.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because at one level we have to keep the general public interested, at least to the extent that they're not actively asking their politicians to slow down aid. So I think there's a fine line to be trod. And I mean, at the moment, I'm loving it. I'm loving what's happening. But something I think to keep at the back of mind is we need to keep the Western public broadly on side, minimize their fear of retaliation. Maybe this is the way to go. Maybe this is part of that. I thought I really had a revelation moment earlier when Thomas said, look, they're doing this in such a way that Putin can always find an excuse why he doesn't need to escalate. And that filled in a lot of gaps for me. But I think when all this is over, I'm trying to kind of note down my thoughts so that when this is over and we hopefully get the sort of full timeline of what happened and why, that I'll be able to say, oh, you remember when that happened and we all wondered why they were not, well, that's why. That was the logic. So yeah, I just I'm finding it really fascinating at the moment we've had a week of game theory about nuclear war, but I think there's some very interesting game theory to be discussed about how the communications are going.
Strategic ambiguity.
Absolutely. And one thing to consider is that, just because, the majority of the general public may not be interested in, or at least not interested for particularly long about, the specific details of a specific given event, that doesn't mean that, there exists a desire to, stop or scale back support, material support for Ukraine. I mean, here in the United States, 70%, based upon some recent polling, 75, plus percent to 80%, of the population, wants, full-throated support of Ukraine to continue, and I imagine that most of those people that, say that probably don't follow the events of the war, in terms of, everyday things particularly closely. So, again, a lack of interest in granularity doesn't translate directly into a desire to, stop supporting Ukraine.
I also wonder whether, I'm wondering also, will either the Ukrainians or someone on behalf of the Ukrainians be doing some market research as to how their communication is going over in key populations? That's not terribly difficult to organize, I would have thought. And these days, it's all about A/B testing and finding out how your message is hitting home. And I wonder if that's being done. We wouldn't presumably get a press release about it, but I wonder if that's being done. That the comms are being tested. That maybe Ukraine has engaged one of the big social media agencies to say, okay, what kind of messages go down well, and what kind of messages sometimes backfire a little bit. That's going to be an interesting again when the history is written. I'm impatient. I want to run 18 months hence when the war is won and the books are written.
At the same time, isn't it a great time to be alive and following this in real time?
Oh, it's amazing. In my personal case, it's kind of become one of my retirement hobbies. I was the other day, yesterday, 2 days ago, I was driving to pick up a package, and I realized the UPS depot was like 400 meters from where the local Ukrainian help point is. So I drove around there, and they were just getting back from lunch, just opening up, and I put some money in the box. And I had my Russian warship go fuck yourself T-shirt on. I cheered the people up with that, and made some human contact with people who, I cannot begin to imagine what they and their families are going through. So and I think a lot of people on this space also would say, it helps us make sense of of a lot of things in our lives. Some people, I think, had that with COVID. I think some people with lockdown caused them to go, okay, what am I doing in my life, particularly my work life? And for me, certainly the last few months have changed my attitude to a lot of things, actually in a way COVID didn't, because I was already retired. And I think there are maybe people on this space who are looking to, looking to also to understand why they are so affected. So if someone who's coming and sitting and listening to this space for 2 or 3 hours a day, their friends are probably going, well, yeah, okay, there's this war, but why do you care about that? And they might say, well, I don't really know, because I was never interested very much in military things before, or Russia or whatever, and it struck a nerve. And so, yeah, we're all learning. I think we're taking stuff away from this ourselves. I don't want to sound too much like Tom here, but the part-time psychologist, we're taking stuff away about ourselves, as well as what we're able to bring.
You're definitely doing a very good Tom this evening.
With that, I believe we have Phil back, and I know he's having some audio difficulties. So let's jump to Phil, and then we will go to the rest of the order.
Thanks, John. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, exactly. Or is it still being glitchy?
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, Phil cannot hear us, it seems. So I'm going to drop Phil and try and bring him back. Oh, I may have dropped him when he could hear us. Bear with us for one moment, folks.
That is unfortunate.
Phil, you should have a, oh, there you are.
Hello, can you hear me now?
You were very quiet, but we can hear you. Oh, Lord. Well, Phil just dropped again. So I believe the order was, I'm not actually sure. I want to say it was Border. Border, please go ahead.
Balance was next. So, yeah, I just wanted to get back to this issue of Russia lobbing missiles effectively, indiscriminately against civilian populations and potentially energy infrastructure. It's something I've been hearing for a couple of weeks is a major concern. You could imagine the Russian forces fail in a conventional sense, but as they say, wars typically don't end in a negotiated settlement. You have to have a surrender. That's 85% of the time. And so if you don't get that, I think there's a legitimate concern that I wouldn't be so hand wavy about Russia just lobbing missiles for the foreseeable future, and you have this kind of asymmetric situation where Ukraine cannot lob a missile at Moscow at present, and but you have Russia lobbing missiles at them, and then you say, well, it doesn't make any sense. That's kind of one thing. Well, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but Putin often doesn't make any sense, and moreover, you see other examples in geopolitics. The one that comes to mind, obviously, is Palestinians from Gaza lobbing missiles into Israel. It doesn't accomplish anything. What's the Israeli response? Every now and then, it's 7-8 years, they have to physically go into Gaza.
If I may, I'd like to try and gently tiptoe around certain issues in certain parts of the world, because when they get brought up, it invariably provokes a firestorm of varying proportions.
Okay, so I'll drop analogies. I think that the larger point is
you could have discussed Texas and Oklahoma. That would have been fine.
Yes, right. Or Massachusetts, Red Sox, Yankees. But I think the larger, without analogies, the larger point is we could get there. It's not my thing would be, I think the Biden administration should at least think about what is going to be the response? Like, I haven't heard I've heard from a lot of geopolitics experts, this is a concern about the potential path, even if Russia loses all of its positioning in Ukraine. They're lobbing missiles for the foreseeable future, and we have to have a policy. The United States has to have a policy. I'm not sure what it should be. Maybe you guys in this group are smarter than me, can have suggestions, but it can't be they throw a missile at Zaporizhia and kill 17 people, and Ukraine's not allowed to respond. I don't know what given the situation with nukes and everything, what the right response is going to be, but I think it's a concern.
So to briefly get at it, there are ways to address that. I mean, on the one hand, the immediate first layer of that would be Ukraine's air defense network. It is entirely feasible that going forward, into next year and further into the long term, that Ukraine's already again quite sophisticated and highly effective. Air defense network can be further improved to be able to address that threat through the integration of NATO standard air defense systems. Again, NASAMS, IRIS-T, Patriots, even THAAD if you want to go that far. There's MEADS, which is in development, and there's probably a couple other systems that I'm forgetting. Over the longer term, we will be able to provide all of those systems and, hopefully substantial quantities. And Ukraine will then at that point gain the capability to intercept most of these munitions. Russia's ability to manufacture them, especially in the context of having a limited inventory of these weapon systems, that's not going to improve in the near term. Certainly, for as long as sanctions are in effect, they have minimal prospect of being able to rectify that deficit of production. So, their ability to sustain prolonged, strikes, in Ukraine, once Ukraine has liberated all of its sovereign territory, it's questionable in and of itself. And Ukrainian air defenses can be, easily expanded and improved to be able to address that threat. And beyond that, Ukraine has completed development of several, very long range precision guided munitions. They have, for example, to name but two, they obviously have the Vilha M and M2, which are precision guided 300 millimeter rockets launched from their Smerch platforms. It's essentially Ukrainian Gimlers, can think of it like that. They do not require U.S. government authorization to use those. They can use them any way that they wish, either against targets in Ukraine or against targets in Russia. Hrim 2 and Sapson, that system, they've completed development, or at least so it would appear. In the long term, they can set a production of that. And if there is a target in Russia that they want to hit, if there's a very juicy Russian Air Force base that they're operating these, bombers out of, that are launching these air launch cruise missiles, they would have the capability to strike that if they so chose. So Ukraine in the future will be able to develop a very robust capability to not only defend themselves from these standoff munition strikes, but also to deter them through the capability to hit back. And that can be done without, at least in the